So, good morning to one and all present here. Uh, we are very glad that you have come for us. So, we'd like to welcome Dr. Supe sir, Dr. Shubhangi Parkar ma'am, Dr. Praveen Iyer sir, our Vice President, our Vice President of Gymkhana, Vinita Puri ma'am, and Vice President of Medical Humanities, Padmaja Samant ma'am, and we we have our main advisor, Lopa ma'am here. So let's welcome her.
Since its inception, the goal of Dr.M.V.L.Kothari Chair and Division of Medical Humanities has been to promote the humanities through workshops, humanities in medicine, courses, and of course, Ascension. Our theme for this year, our theme for this year's Ascension is mental health and well-being. This annual conference of medical humanities aims to promote and integrate humanities like arts, medicine, literature, culture, philosophy, ethics, etc. in our life as medicos and provide a more holistic and perspective supporting a better mental health and well-being.
So, through this year's program, we hope to highlight the importance of empathy, communication, and emotional awareness in healthcare so that we are more comfortable as students, as doctors, to talk about their own mental health. So, it is my honor to introduce this event dedicated to both the science and the soul of healing. So, I am Avanti Dadhe,
And I'm Shubham Patil.
and we are the chief organizers of Ascension. So, we would like to invite Dr. Avinash Supe sir to say a few words.
After the sir comes.
This morning, we came to know on our group of professors and APs that Dr. Shyam Kishore, who has been our anatomy professor and medical education unit member. He was not with us just now in KEM, but he has been our faculty and he passed this morning. So we will observe 1 minute silence. Could you please stand for him? Thank you all. So what we are going to do is, since um, there are two things. Dr. Sangeeta Rawat will not be, our Dean Madam will not be able to attend today's session because we have a meeting at Nair Hospital and she has to be there in Nair at the earliest. So she is not there, and Dr. Um, Harish Pathak sir will be reaching soon. We'll do the inauguration when he joins us. Till then, we will start with Parker Madam's first lecture. Introduce.
Before starting the keynote speech, we would like to felicitate Dr. Avinash Supe sir.
I would like to call Dr. Padmaja Samant ma'am to please felicitate Dr. Supe sir. Now I'd like to call Dr. Padmaja ma'am to please felicitate Dr. Shubhangi Parkar ma'am, who is our keynote
Guest
speaker.
of honor.
I would request uh, Avanti to please.
Ma'am, we would like to call you to start with your keynote speech on the topic Gen Zs scrolling in their souls. Yeah, sh-
Um, Dr. Parker has been, in many ways, a great advisor and friend, that is on the personal note. She superannuated as head of the Department of Psychiatry here and dean in charge. And she, but there are some people I have read double doctorate in front of their name. Supe sir is there, Parker madam. Um, there are many others, but first names I have read were these, and she has been involved in many tricky areas where we have required advice for ourselves, for our residents, for our students, from the point of view of mental health also. We cannot be not talking about mental health of doctors, which is actually the elephant in the room. It is an important issue. Today she will be touching upon mental health in her lecture. So we will invite madam.
Respected Lopa Mehta Madam, Supe Sir, Puri Madam, and so many beautiful friends around, colleagues around, and dear students. It's a privilege to be here. I would say, since being also in other institute, KM, the student, is definitely a gold standard students, and I think they should remain that way. The current social generation, often referred to as Gen Z, born between mid 1990s and mid 2010, is frequently characterized as hypersensitive and easily offended. Critics argue they struggle to navigate the pulls and pressures of life, resorting to outrage culture and demanding safe spaces. We have seen that particular moment in Nepal. Then there is it in Korea. There are many places where people start, immediately connecting it to what is happening, connecting to Gen Z. So why Generation Z matters? Born mid 1990s to mid 2010, 68.5 million emerging adults, most stressed generation in the post-pandemic era because they lost connection, social connection which is required for that age, raised in digital acceleration, parental hyper-involvement, that is what we call in psychiatry as a helicopter parenting, and their psychological profile shapes the future society. They are today important because they are going to shape the world. That means all of you are important. Sensitive souls or screens to blame. First generation to be truly digitally native. Gen Z and millennials often labeled as disconnected. You know, a very important word, why it is called as a disconnected, simply because they are always with the net, with the social media, they are with people, but they are not virtually, but they are not there physically or mentally. Frequently characterized as a hypersensitive and easily offended, they struggle to navigate pulls and pressures. They demand safe spaces to avoid discomfort. Now, this safe spaces movement is seen in some part of the Europe. Constant business to be on all the time. I think it is almost becoming reflective. You get the mobile out and you are on, okay? And I think the brain gets the messages. To me, the brain is the most important organ. You keep rewiring in many ways, not just biological. You keep rewiring it spiritually, philosophically, and you really need to train. Like so many of my patients keep telling, it's so difficult to give sweet, but it's not so difficult. I will tell you, there are ways to retrain the brain, and this generation lead to feeling of overwhelming. This is a constant feeling and a need for boundaries. Now, this need for boundaries, I will tell if we have time, because I follow that very consciously. The boundaries are important to protect our essence of the soul. Remember, we shouldn't allow people to step in that. There would be trials and errors in the world like this, where people step in and you don't like it, so don't allow. Okay? So what is the paradox about this Gen Z? Highly connected yet deeply lonely. A world where connection, now this connection is the media connection, the digital connection. It's constant, but companionship is scarce. Social networks have expanded, but emotional networks have thinned down. So this is where it is important. Digitally skilled yet emotionally vulnerable. Fluent in every digital language, but often struggling with the vocabulary of their own emotions. It's not very easy. It's a kind of, the language they talk about feeling fuzzy, or, the words which we probably, and there are new words coined by this generation. And it's not that these words are vague or psychotic, not at all, but they talk about their mental status. Okay, they navigate complex online ecosystem with ease, but expressing their inner distress, tolerating discomfort, or managing real life conflict can feel overwhelming. So this is very important. You can solve everything on the screen, but when you have to reflect in, it is difficult, because the brain is not simply used to it. Ambitious yet anxious about failure. This is identified as an anxious generation. They wish to succeed, but dread the emotional cost of trying any risky thing. Gen Z dreams big, meaningful careers, social impact, and true authenticity. That's important. Yet they live under a relentless spotlight of comparison that dims their confidence. So there is a shaking of confidence. That's why, the mental health matters for this generation. Interestingly, they accept it. What is over parenting? Also called as a helicopter parenting, higher control, high protection, and over involvement. They start hijacking the thinking of a child. These parents, they tell you how to think, what to do, what not to do. Okay? Parents making decisions that young adults should make. Okay, so it is a too much of an interference. They prevent development of autonomy and identity. Now, this is an important phase which psychologists in the past have identified, that we should learn to develop autonomy so that we can start taking risk and deal with it and develop better coping styles. Now strongly visible in urban and semi-urban Indian families. Now the whole movement starts with America, then spread in Europe, but now even the Asia is thinking about this. So what is the key message of the helicopter parenting? They have good intention. My child should be safe in the chaotic world. That is the only intention they have. But they jump little more. So it is a harmful outcomes. Over-parenting deprives young adults of essential life skills such as self-advocacy, independent communication, decision making, which is a very important. So whatever decision, whether to marry some Tom, Dick, Harry, or whether to do something about academics, I think nothing is going to tell you that this is best. I'm sure Dr. Supe wasn't aware that as a gastroenterologic surgeon, he will be so much shining, but he took it because he wanted to do it, right? And that is where, it is called the risk. Marriage is also risk. Falling in love is also risk. But if you don't take that risk, you will never experience what is in it. Maybe it will go in a good direction, But even if it is not, how do you cope up with it? Okay, so there has to be decision making, and this generation wavers. There is a lot of ambivalent कि यहाँ जाओ या वहाँ जाओ. So without practice, adulting becomes difficult and overwhelming. There is always that feeling of being charged, being pressured inside. Emerging adulthood, this is 18 to 29 years old generation. So this is the stage of identity formation. Who do I want to be? What kind of life do I want? Is it a fast-paced life or is it a serene life? Okay, what values define me? Do I want to be resilient? Do I want to be type A personality? Do I want to keep running? Do I want to be smooth with the life? Transition from dependence to independence happens, and parental dependence to self-directed living should happen. Self-directed living matters for every individual, irrespective of whether we have parents, good friend, whatever. Ultimately, some decisions are ours, and we should be able to decide on it. Need for self-regulation, risk-taking in safe ways, and social exploration. It's very important. I think I got the opportunity of social exploration when I went into the Palghar Adivasi community, and I realized what I think about alcoholism, what I think about bonding. The whole issues are so different with this Adivasis community because they probably are thinking about passing the life. They are not the one. I just was thinking, why are they not ambitious? Why they are not going ahead with the risk? But that's not possible simply because the basic living is the requirement and that's the pressure. Okay, so managing emotions, impulses, trying new roles, internships, hobbies, friendship, and this is all. Let me tell you, this all decides your personality. Not what you achieve. What you achieve, you can achieve it by hook and crook. I have seen the people achieving it by straightforward or by hook or crook. But these are the issues, like these are very important issues that will definitely decide a core personality which is more authentic. So over parenting blocks all these three. What are the key findings of this study by Cheng Fai et al.? It is increased loneliness. You are sitting in the big hall, but somewhere inside you are alone. Lack of companionship, no one to turn to. Okay, so this is a very important. And when they turn to Generation Z, they turn to parents because they are dependent on them, right? So then that is again wrong, okay? Increased social anxiety is a very important perspective, difficulty making eye contact, nervous with people. No, this is not seen in everywhere. India is little safer place for Gen Z till now, but with the digital technology is overwhelming the society, we may be, in the trouble. Fear of disagreement and avoiding attention. Now, this is a very, very important, like, saying no. It's a very important perspective, but many people can't say no that easily, okay? So these are important issues. Overparenting and emotional dysregulation. Today's problem in the people is emotional dysregulation, especially adolescent and Gen Z. Parents regulate emotion, so child doesn't learn to do it. When should I control my anger? When should I control my hatred? When should I overpower the guilt? Now this is very important. The guilt is a very important emotion, which is a most damaging emotion, and people should learn how to overpower. Okay, in fact, parents make you feel guilty, or you have not been doing this, and this is wrong. So this is where we have to understand. So they get overwhelmed easily, lack the inner stamina. They go to gym, the muscles are developed, but where is the brain muscle which is developed? Where is that mind muscle which is developed, which is the need of the time? Emotional outbursts, reactions are often intense. Anger, frustration, withdrawal, or shutting down, they react. Okay? Difficulty maintaining relationship, struggle with friendship, intimate bonds. There is a struggle. See, when there are two people, there are going to be liking and disliking equally. Okay, we have to deal with both. So, daily parental presence, daily emotional interference. So, I would tell you it's a good idea to keep away from the parents for a while. Okay, limits the young adult's ability to build independent emotional regulation. So, this is very important. Why Gen Z is struggling? There are pressure outside, there pressure inside, the screen overstimulation, pandemic induced isolation, and which has become norm now. Okay, competitive academic career involvement, in fact competitive in every existence, internal world, fragile emotional regulation. Now this is what we psychiatrists in today's era are struggling, with the adolescent, this regulation, dependency on parental approval, and identity confusion. This is a very important perspective for us. Digital overload is a constant tension. Screens, how are they? They are fast paced, rewarding, predictable. Yesterday only my patient said, my husband, he just keeps going through reels, and then he's going through, the one reel talks about one thing, the second reel talks about something else, third reel talks about something else. There is a fuzzy thing. How much brain will, with the right, left, so how do you go? So online life gives instant feedback, constant novelty, and a sense of control. There is always something happening, ye hua, wo hua, likes, messages, updates, like I just was reading the news of Mandana, her marriage broken. So people immediately, there were so many messages. Oh, she took out all the photos of her engagement and with her boyfriend. Now that's her choice. Now why she must have done this? Is this marriage cancelled? Obviously, if she is taking everything away from the people, it has to probably have some negative outcome. But then there was so much discussion about people, and the lady has ultimately taken the decision that there won't be marriage. But her, that particular behavior was for the scrutiny of the people. So that's Gen Z. Souls. I mean, that's something which I love, The soul is a beautiful word. It's slow, it's relational, it's fragile. Okay? So real life actually requires patience and not fast pace, emotional tolerance, and the ability to sit with uncertainty. And it is there. There is uncertainty, okay? Relationships unfold slowly. I think the quick fixing in the emotion is little dramatic. It sounds exciting, very stimulating, but in long run, we have to wait and watch. And I say the people, they come nowadays in a psychiatry. I never got the people who said, will this marriage will be okay? And I said, I don't know. After 10 years, how would I know it will be okay? So you think it for granted, worst come to worst, it may not be okay. But if you want to try it today and enjoy it today, please do it. Okay, because if 10 years later is getting to break, why give away the enjoyment? Now that's not my generation. Huh? I am learning it from Gen Z. So if today it is good for me, and if the stakes are not high, why not? Okay, so this is a very important. So relationship unfolds slowly, and they cannot be swiped, edited, or controlled. No edition. You can button delete, but the existence of the people is not easily deleted. Even if you delete, they will keep dropping somehow, somewhere, from your brain. Constant tension between these two worlds. They are two different, one pulls from here, one pulls from there. So this tension between the fast world of screen and the slow world of the soul is one of the deepest psychological challenges facing Gen Z today, and even for the mental health professionals, how to deal with it. So psychological consequences of this digital overload is reduced frustration tolerance because you want it fast, fear of failure, poor stress coping, emotional exhaustion. I mean, this generation in the night, they sleep at 1 o'clock. I don't know why sleep at 1 o'clock, Sleep early because the brain, those cows in the brain, we need those, So why sleep late. Okay, so the emotional, if their exhaustion, it is a signal from the body. Take rest, go and see movie. And nowadays in Gen Z, it's a very interesting I have seen. The villains are becoming famous. The Dhurandhar, Akshay Khanna is becoming, of course, he's my favorite actor, but his negative characters, they are becoming popular. It's a interesting, which I'm watching. I do watch cine reviews, and I was thinking why villains are becoming so famous, but they are because they give excitement. They give that pseudo sense of capturing, overpowering. So it is a excitement. It comes instantly, but we have to understand that difficulty in building intimate relationship. This is a very important. Neon nostalgia, Generation Z's obsession with past. Okay, infinite scrolling, AI and virtual hyperspeed as a part of our daily lives. Gen Z has developed a striking nostalgia for a past they never lived. Neon versus aesthetics, Y2K fashion, pixel art, and cyberpunk colors flood their screens. So it is all stimulating. So it is not a trend. It is so this is not a trend. It is about the memory of the past and identity. So neon nostalgia makes sense of their identity in an uncertain future. Uncertain future is because there are many choices. You understand that? And we really don't know which choice of our life will be securing it. But there is no security. If you choose it, you have to, go along. Okay? So Gen Z creatively remixes past to cope with present anxieties. That's how the music is also there. I'm listening to music, and the music is mix of 1970s and 2020s. Okay? So this is something which is a very different. So hello, Dr. Pathak. Yeah. So the rise of digital empathy, which is a very important. Scrolling has become the new listening. A like can mean I see you. If you say like, I can see you. A shared TikTok can mean this reminded me of you. Okay? Is it shallow? No. Nothing of these small, memes or small signals are shallow. Gen Z and millennials express care through small, steady digital gestures, a thumbs up. It excites you, right? Okay, emotional connection now lives in a micro interaction. I don't have to give you lecture how much I love you, how much I find you intelligent. I would say, wow. And that's what you are great. You are superb. You are hitting the sky. And that's it. So it's a small gestures. So online spaces offer safe, interesting on online spaces, the generation, and now I also started, oh, I feel puzzled, I'm very angry with the kind of reaction we say it. We say what we feel negatively. So these spaces to express are safe now. Showing feelings online is no longer shameful. And the words are also not shameful. Don't, I mean, our generation shouldn't take those words shameful or disgusting. They are the words and they express something. So these words, ultimately, it is being human. I remember I'm trained under Dr. Albert Ellis in the rational emotive therapy, and he always said, what you feel is authentic, even if it is, and he used to use 4-letter word, okay, but it is still authentic. So if you feel it, you better feel it nicely. Don't feel what kind of word I am feeling. No, feel it. Okay, and then only you will understand. Gen Z is that. Okay, so emotional connection now thrives in imperfection. Sharing a bad day, it's real, and you can say openly, wow, what a lousy day. Okay, posting unedited photo isn't a rebellion. So many unedited photos, you see, but it is not a rebellion. It is a fact. This is the reality. I don't want to edit. This is the way it is. The shift from perfect Instagram grids to chaotic photo dumps, if it is a story of exhaustion with filters and perfection of craving the messy truth, So this generation is not wanting to see everything square, round. They just see whether it is square, round, mix, and they are comfortable. So being emotionally seen is more valuable than being visually revered. Okay, we like our friends to see how emotionally I feel, how angry I am, how disgusted I am feeling I am. Okay, so Gen Z and millennials crave emotional safety more than status. Okay, so and if we see status, they are different for our generation. We are older generation, okay, and your generation. So modern connection lives in a storm of notification and digital overload, yet generation Z finds pockets of stillness within it. Now this is really great. I mean, the things which we were worried those days, your generation doesn't worry much about. What this person will feel, what my friends will feel when I kick the person, with the words. So group chat becomes chosen families. Connection isn't constant present. It's a small, meaningful moments. A simple "I got you" text is like 1,000 hugs. Emotional connection isn't fading, okay? It is evolving into new creative forms. So it is a challenge to our generation to understand your generation. Okay, redefining love and friendship. Now this is very interesting, I find. I never understood why young generation keeps coming, 6 महीना नहीं हुआ in the love affair में, and there are problems. I said, the Hindi film romanticism of Devanand was ever. That's what I like Devanand, Zindagi ka saath forever. But for this generation, rejecting traditional rules of relationship, friendship too has evolved and holds space like soulmates. It's sometimes what kind of friendship, but they are soulmates, okay? Less about ownership, more about understanding. I think it's good that there is no possessive feeling, which Supe's generation had. I mean, even my generation, of course, we are from same. Value a connection that grows, changes, and allows freedom. I think this matters to this generation. Don't try to enter in my space. And this is important because then you feel free. Fluid space of besties. Now, this besties word is all over. And I don't understand what besties means, like if some my patient said besties. So I had to clarify. Besties is how close or how far. Basically because there may be romanticism, there may not be romanticism. The meaning of long distance relationship is good. I mean, there is lot there. Gen Z is reshaping long distance love with technology, creativity, and emotional openness. Okay, साथ रहेंगे. I mean, जन्म जन्म का साथ is not the issue now. Okay, एक दूसरे के लिए is not the issue anymore. Okay, it's now. It's right now. Okay, so now the pictures probably Chopras have to change those pictures. From video calls to virtual date nights, distance can't limit connection. So you are connected, okay? Prioritizing trust, independence, and authenticity relationship thrive across miles. Love is no longer bound by geography. It is redefined by digital intimacy. And digital intimacy is definitely a challenge which require to be looked, into more detail. The new language of you mentioned, the vocabulary, no grand speeches, no sermons, no talks, no advices. Even for me, I start feeling that if I start counseling, how long can I go? Within 10 minutes, I see my client is moving, So I have to really decide, okay, what is that? And I now shape the things, how much today I'm going to talk this much only, and I write on my note because they don't like those sermons, they don't like that. A patchwork of emojis, memes, and abbreviations, TC is what take care. Okay, so this is very important for us. A quiet "you okay?" That's it. You okay? I mean, you don't love "how is it?" "How is your brother?" It's "you okay?" Everything is okay. These are the words, but they means the same. Communicate through emotion, not eloquence. So the language is a digital. So we have to be very careful. We all just want to be understood. and this is what Gen Z wants. The parents don't understand. Parents think they are in this generation, they are unsafe, they are anxious, they are depressed. This generation is called the generation of depression also, because they struggle with themselves, right? So digital souls, though they are, the feelings are real. Okay, so stress with Generation Z uh, frequently experience academic pressure, social media influence, the constant comparison to peers, cyberbullying, fear of missing out, FOMO, and a pressure to live up to online norms. Now, the norms are not what mother says. कपड़े कैसे डालो, शादी में जाना है, please use some चमक धमक, and the girl will say, but I would wear my jeans, and my t-shirt. That's it. Okay. So this is how it is. Economic uncertainty, yes. I think post-pandemic, we are going to go through it for next 10 to 15 years everywhere, all over the world. Even America is going to go through that. A competitive job market, student loan debt, and uncertainty about future employment prospect. We have seen it last year with the great man taking over America. The whole thing shaken up, basically global issues. Now, this is what I like about Gen Z. It's concern about the global challenges like social justice issues, the Nepal example. They want the justice. You understand that? You see the newspapers and you would see this is the generation which talk about, no discrimination, equanimity, political unrest and climate changes. And I'm happy if this generation touches climate changes, probably the earth will have something good to experience maybe 25 years later. Mental health stigma, Generation Z may find it difficult to ask for assistance or to be honest about their issues, but they talk about mental health. This generation talk more about mental health, feeling bad. So digital fasting, this is the Generation Z phenomena. Isn't just a buzz, it is not a buzzword. Okay, often involving 24-hour phone fast or longer periods without social media. Okay, try to do it. What does it does? It reclaim focus, boost self-awareness. Now you are with yourself, not with those reels, not with those friends. Okay, and sometimes just to feel human again, not just escape, a kind of clarity that comes from these breaks, a chance to notice small things like the taste of Nescafe, or the taste of parathas, which is done by mother, a habit to reset in a world that demands their attention every second. So it is a resetting phenomena. It starts small. Many begin with a single non-screen evening. Okay, so this is just what people can talk and say. This is purchase history is always shared. How parents can help. Now this is important. They can be consultant and not controller. Ask, inquire, don't decide, don't tell. Encourage problem solving. Allow natural consequences. There is nothing wrong in getting lost in the world. We can again come back. Respect emotional space of a child, promoting open communication and understanding, fostering a culture of respect for different perspectives, more beyond generational stereotype. They are respectful, but they may question. That doesn't mean they are not respectful. How professionals can help, that's my area. I am just talking a little bit here. Teach emotion regulation skill, this is the buzzword now. Build autonomy goals, social skill training, how to deal communication, help parents detach with love, encourages experience beyond screen. I think people need to play a lot. Now, these are some important quotes that describe Gen Z, and they are by them only. Gen Z is all about authenticity. We want brands and people to be real and genuine. So they walk towards genuinity. Mental health is crucial, and we aren't afraid to talk about it. This generation is very free about talking about that. We care about the planet and are ready to take action for climate change. Our future depends on it. So this is creativity has no bounds in our generation. We are artists, influencers, and entrepreneurs. Influencers are too many now. Okay, we focus on experience over material things. Memories are what matter most, and that's why they start clubbing the past with the present. That's how, I sometimes don't understand. Those beautiful Hindi songs are changed now, but that Gen Z, okay? We are a generation that believes in equality and fighting for justice. So this is where we are looking forward, that this generation will do a lot good to world. So Generation Z aren't losing connection. They are rewriting the script of the connection in newer ways. Okay, Wi-Fi signals into emotional lifelines, memes into modern poetry. Okay, connection today may look different, less face to face and more screen to screen. It may be warm, messy, but human. Because and human is messy. Okay, don't feel bad about being a little bit messy. Okay, the most beautiful thing about this era is because even in pixelated universe, souls still know how to recognize each other, and that is Gen Z. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Your insights for our generation will surely fill the generational gap. Okay. Uh, so now I request Dr. Supe sir to please present memento to Parker madam. बाद में. ठीक. Take this away. Thank you, sir. Okay. So now we'll begin with inauguration. Uh, we are very honored to have our chief guest for today, Dr. Harish Pathak, sir. Uh, Dr. Avinash Supe, sir, who is chairperson of Dr. M.V.L.K. Chair and Division of Medical Humanities. Dr. Lopa Mehta, ma'am, who is our chief advisor for Dr. M.V.L.K. Chair and Division of Medical Humanities. We request you all to please light the lamp.
या कुन्देन्दुतुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करप्रभृतिभिर्देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमा आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदां जाड्यान्धकारापहा हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकं विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम्
Thank you so much. Now I request Dr. Avinash Supi sir to please felicitate our chief guest, Dr. Harish Pathak sir. Now I request Avanti to please felicitate Dr. Lopa Mehta ma'am.
Shubham, you're so soft. Shubham, खूप soft आहे. Yes. Thank you. Well done.
Now I request Avanti to please felicitate Vice President of State GSMC Gymkhana, Dr. Vinita Puri ma'am.
Secretary to police secretary.
Now I request Avanti to please felicitate Head of the Department of Anatomy, Dr. Khushale sir. Now I request Avanti to please felicitate the Honorable Secretary of Gosumek Alumni Association, Dr. Ujjwal Rathod sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request our chief guest, Dr. Harish Pathak sir, to please share a few words.
Madam Lopa Mehta, Dr. Avinash Supe, our keynote speaker or chief speaker, Madam Shubhangi Parker, organizers of this seminar. First of all, I want to congratulate you for keeping such an apt title for this gathering or seminar, because after becoming academic dean, I have to deal very often with the mental health issues, right from undergraduate to postgraduate to even the faculty members. There are interpersonal issues. Among the undergraduates, the biggest issue is, Madam has covered that. प्यार किया तो डरना क्या, initially. And I always say in my, whenever I am called for the first, meeting with the first year batch, that please be careful. My secretary professor, that time we never had secretary department, professor of medicine, Dr. A.P. Jain used to take secretary. He said, love is a mental illness. So nature is made in such a way that, well, there should be attraction between male and female. But when it goes to the level of illness, then it is called प्यार किया तो डरना क्या, Shri Farhad and all. Like then he was teaching us about the various delusions. So किसी की कोई चीज़ अच्छी लग रही है, nice pen, feel that I should also have. But when it reaches beyond socially accepted level, it becomes kleptomania. Naturally, कंजूसी करना एक आदत है कि भाई पैसा बचा के रखना चाहिए. But then there was one gentleman in Japan. He was found dead in his home. It was broke open, so there were around 1.5 million yen cash inside. He died due to starvation because he believed that he is too poor to afford eating. So delusion of poverty. I have seen पैसे पड़े हुए हैं लेकिन बेचारे रास्ते में, he can easily afford to go to Taj, but he will eat vada pav. That is delusion of poverty. And delusion of grandeur, if you are associate professor or you are resident, you say I am professor, that is also fine. But when your compounder says I am dean, then it is delusion of grandeur. So similarly, you see a beautiful girl or you see a handsome boy getting attracted, chalo appreciation is fine. But जिसने पैदा किया, जिसने पाला पोसा, उसको सब छोड़ छाड़ के बस this is the only aim in my life, this is mental illness. So never, always remember this. ठीक है, सिखाया था. But what is the priority in life? You have to prioritize. But वो एक चीज़ें हैं और जेन ज़ी में तो पता नहीं कितनी कितनी चीज़ें अभी आ रही हैं. बट आई गेट सो मेनी मैडम, स्पेशली वो क्या होता है 14th Feb या वैलेंटाइन डे, ॲटलिस्ट 6-7 इमर्जन्सी केसेस का. ते माझ्या मागे लागलेला मला सोडतच नाही आहे. इसको पूछा क्या हुआ तो रोते रोते सर मी खूप प्रेमात आहे. अबे प्रेमात आहे तू अभ्यास कर, बाकी सगळं बघ, ती नाही आहे ना प्रेमात. तर असे खूप. बट सेकंड थिंग इज academics. You were very good students, came through NEET, you got GS, but first year में एनाटॉमी में डॉक्टर कुशाले सिखा सिखा के थक गए. फर्स्ट 3 महीने में कुछ लोग फेल हो गए क्योंकि हमको भी डिस्टल, प्रॉक्सिमल, लेटरल, मीडियल ये सब समझते समझते 4-6 महीने लग गए थे. अब वहाँ पर पहली बार फेल हुए, दे स्ट्रेट अवे गो इनटू डिप्रेशन. बट आई हैव सीन दोज, like I had one of my seniors who could not pass second MBBS 3-4 times. उसके फादर आए, वहाँ रहे, साथ में बना के खिलाते पिलाते थे. 7 के लोग फाइनल MBBS पास हो गए थे. उसमें से कुछ जो पास हुए थे, दे आर डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेल्थ ऑफिसर्स और इंचार्ज ऑफ रूरल हेल्थ हॉस्पिटल. But that boy is now consultant in US. So sometimes that phase is temporary. Your time is not good. So I remember, I have 5 minutes, I will tell you one small story which my father told me. That we all, those who are faculty member, they must be knowing. So they must have gone through this, that you are eligible, everything is fine, you are not getting promotion, you went 2-3 times. I was very upset. So we were driving towards Shani Shingnapur. So my father was with Vinoba Bhave for his entire period of Bhudan Yatra. So he said, प्रयत्न करते रहो. So every evening after dinner, Vinobaji used to give small speech, and then they used to go for sleep. तो कभी किसी अच्छे घर में रहने को रात में मिलता था, कभी किसी विलेज में they had to sleep even beneath a tree. So that time that was the night when they were some in Bihar sleeping beneath a tree. And उसके बाद नेक्स्ट डे पैदल गए, जो भी हुआ नेक्स्ट डे फिर से. तो उन्होंने बोला कि कल रात को हम जहाँ सोए थे, सो पेड़ उसके बगल में, फॉर एनिमल्स दे कीप फॉर वाटर, हौद म्हणतात मराठीत. सो देर वॉज हाउद एंड विनोबा जी वॉज स्लीपिंग नेक्स्ट टू इट. और रात में सोते समय उनको, उनकी स्लीप बहुत लाइट थी, थोड़ा भी कुछ अगर शोर होगा तो जग जाते थे. तो आवाज आई कुछ छप से, तो वो उठे, देख आसपास देखा, सो गए. फिर 5 मिनट बाद फिर उठे, फिर सो. थर्ड टाइम व्हेन इट हैपेंड, सो ही थॉट समथिंग मस्ट बी देयर, सो ही गॉट अप. तो एक छोटा सा कीड़ा था, उसमें से वो ऊपर आता था, बट एज पे जाके कुड नॉट नेगोशिएट, अगेन फेल डाउन. सो व्हाट ही डिड, एक बगल से एक लकड़ी ली विच वॉज बिग, लॉन्गर देन द डेप्थ ऑफ दैट हाउद. ही केप्ट दैट. वो कीड़ा उसके ऊपर से चढ़ के गया, कूद गया. स्मॉल थिंग. देन ही सेड कि जीवन में सफलता के लिए 2 चीजें जरूरी है. एक प्रयत्न करते रहना चाहिए और दूसरा भाग्य होना चाहिए. सिर्फ भाग्य से कुछ नहीं मिलेगा और सिर्फ प्रयत्न से भी कुछ नहीं मिलेगा. उसने 4-5 बार उसने ट्राई किया, तीसरी बार वो हार जाता कि नाउ इट विल नॉट बी पॉसिबल, वो डूब के मर जाता. तो वो बार बार प्रयत्न कर रहा था, ये उसके एफर्ट्स थे. बगल में विनोबा सोया था, ये उसका भाग्य था. तो जीवन में एक बार फेलियर हो, 2 बार फेलियर हो, 3 बार फेलियर हो, इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि यू डोंट डिजर्व दैट. मे बी राइट टाइम विल कम, बट keep on making efforts. And this is the difference between a genius and an ordinary person. With that small incidence, he could give such a strong lesson to everyone. So I thought I will share this with you. Thanks for inviting me.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Dr. Avinash Supe sir to share a few words.
Thank you so much, respected dignitaries on the dais, my colleagues and friends. I think it's a really honor for me to be here. And I would like to really congratulate the whole team for organizing this Ascension. And the topic you have given is such a valid topic because I feel last year in my book club, I read one nice book called Anxious Generation by Jonathan Heidi. Wonderful book. I think this is a bestseller, last year's bestseller. And he's a psychologist who talked about the new generation, how it has become very anxious. And I think Shubha talked about it in a very big way. And I think what he really talked about is, and which was very relevant, which I thought, today I think we overprotect our children in a physical world. I met one vice president of a pharma company who said that I have never allowed my child to cross road alone till the age of 16 years. I used to always catch an hand. So I personally feel we are over-parenting, we are over-protecting our children. On the other hand, we are allowing them to be free in the virtual world. Now, this is where I personally feel over-protecting in physical world and under-parenting or let them loose on a virtual road really makes them insecure. And so there are so many anxious generation problems have come. And to be very frank, last year I was invited by about few states, West Bengal, after that incident happened, they called me to just see how to improve mindfulness in medical colleges. And so many universities today call you to how to improve mindfulness in your institutions. And this has become a major problem. And I realized that There was in West Bengal, I went after that incident, there were almost about 300-400 deans and directors, ministers and IS officers. They're all discussing how to improve the environment into medical college. So we have come to a situation where mental health is so important for a student. You know, content generation and knowledge today is easily available. What is today, we have to come out of this insecurity and make our students more mindful and resilient. So that's the problem of today. And I think this is something which is so important. All of us should really invest in all this. And at Ascension, I think we have really tried to bring out this point. You know, I thought this was all Western phenomena. You know, this was all about US. You know, you think you should read about that. You should listen to about that. Michelle Obama has taken a wonderful interview of the Jonathan, and she really talked about how the American students are completely changing and all. I thought it was a very Western phenomena. Till the time I remember, I mean, I had done one study on study of stress in St. J.S. Medical College students, you know, somewhere back in 1996, almost about 30 years ago, a well-cited paper actually. And then I realized that our students were mainly into academic pressures in 96. But today I think it has changed. Our students, in addition to the academic pressures, are also into the other problems. And I think we need to really make our environments totally different in all this. And I think it's our faculty's responsibility and students' responsibility to make them resilient. See, we have to understand Generation Z much more than what we are. You know, I always give an example of a coffee. You know, all of our generation used to be very happy in drinking a 5 rupees coffee on a katta. And I never bothered about 5 rupees coffee in a cup. But today generation doesn't mind spending 400 rupees in a Starbucks coffee, which my generation feels is overspending. But it's a perception. You must realize, if you go and sit in a Starbucks, you will also start enjoying coffee. So the question is, how do we change ourselves? How do you make the whole environment into, I remember when I was a director, I started Cafe Coffee Day to try to give students a little better coffee. But the whole question is, how do you really make the whole environment more student-friendly, more mindful, so that our students grow and they become the stalwarts. So I think this is what is the whole aim of this Ascension, and I think if you are able to achieve it, I think we'll be able to do everything. So thank you and congratulations again.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Dr. Lopa Mehta ma'am to speak few words.
Want to sit here and do? No, don't bother. Let her go there. She won't agree and she won't listen.
No. Good morning, everybody. Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and dear friends. I consider it as my privilege to be invited and speak here. Well, I'm very, very happy to see to it that the students have put in so much efforts, mind you, right from the beginning, to see to it that they do this function most meticulously and make it a real event. And this is something which is what makes us feel very happy as teachers, that students learn what is to be done. The organization, the teamwork. Recently I wrote somewhere that what I find that the male-female, that gender differences have disappeared. When a team works, it is not male or not female, they are all together. Because in our time, if a male and a female talk together, it was considered as they have already started in relationship. It's not something like this, so this is what you are bringing about. Well, the whole, as you know, the chair of Medical Humanities and Division was established in 2016. And in 2017, we felt that students also should take equal initiative to establish values in their lives, human values. And what is the best way of doing is to have a conference. The students took up that challenge. There was no form, nothing. And then gradually this has evolved from 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, COVID put a break. Again, we started from 2022. And this year, knowing the requirement, students have picked up the correct issue. And you know, always I am asked, why, what is this purpose of this humanity division? What do they do? So I always say that if we can make the students understand that you are a human being first, your patient is also a human being first, if you can establish just the eye contact with anybody else whom you encounter, can give a smile, your day is done. Learn to be human first, everything will automatically come in place. And don't get carried away by comparison. Don't compare. See all your classmates as your friends. That's the very reason why we did the programs of, you know, all alumni meet, each batch, and we saw that they have thrived. Batches right from 46 till, of course, 2000, and I think 15 was the last batch. They all had a good meet. So if you develop good friendship, these are lifetime friendships. So this activity is to establish yourself as a human being, learn your values first. And that core value will carry you through your professional life, social life, and most important, that sense of fulfillment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We have with us Dr. Amit Bhonwe, sir, Treasurer of State GSMC Gymkhana. I request Avanti to please felicitate Dr. Amit Bhonwe, sir.
So in SAIT GSMC, we have established the Department of Medical Humanities in the memory of Dr. M.V.L.Kothari, sir. So about Dr. Manu sir, he was a knowledgeable scholar, a dedicated teacher, and a true medical thinker. He wrote many books and articles on topics like cancer, death, and medical philosophy. He was respected by everyone, students, teachers, non-teaching staff, and he was a well-known name in the medical community in India and abroad, and he was a known helpful guide to all. After he passed away on October 16, 2014, many felt the need to bring more humanity into medical science. To honor him and continue his ideas, it was proposed to create a chair of medical philosophy in his name. So, we would now like to play a video which would give us a glimpse of the core essence of Dr. Manu V.L. Kothari Chair and Division of Medical Humanities, as well as Ascension. Thank you.
Mumbai, a city that runs faster than time. Crowded trains. Mumbai, a city that runs faster than time. Crowded trains, constant hustle. यहाँ जिंदगी रुकती नहीं, सिर्फ स्प्रिंट करती है दिल है मुश्किल जीना यहाँ जरा हट के जरा बच के ये है बम्बे मेरी जान और इसी शहर में डॉक्टर होना मतलब हर दिन एक नई दौड़, हर रात एक अधूरी नींद।
मरीज मीन्स अ पेशेंट, मरीज की मुस्कुराहटों पे हो निसार, मरीज का दर्द मिल सके तो ले उधार, मरीज के वास्ते हो तेरे दिल में प्यार, डॉक्टर इसी का नाम है। किसी को हो न हो हमें है एतबार, डॉक्टर इसी का नाम है। जीता है मरीज के एतबार का, जिंदा है तबीब से नाम प्यार का, कि मर के भी मरीज को याद आएंगे, मरीज की आंसुओं में मुस्कुराएंगे, कहेगा हर मरीज मरीज से बार बार, डॉक्टर इसी का नाम है।
After watching the after watching the introduction video, we now continuing with the Ascension 2025. I invite Dr. Soumitra Pathare for the next oration of the day. Our next speaker is Dr. Soumitra Pathare, an esteemed consultant psychiatrist, mental health policy expert, and one of the key architects of India's Mental Health Care Act 2017. He advises the World Health Organization and leads global suicide prevention initiatives. I would now like to request Avanti to kindly come forward and felicitate Dr. Soumitra. Sir, I request you to please come here and continue with the oration.
This is going very high tech. Thank you. You got my slides? I had given it, if you can get them up. Good morning, everyone. Good to be back in KEM and GS after like 40 years. The last time that I sat in this, particular hall was about 40 years ago. So, and I remember Manubhai's lectures because he taught us. Sure. I was, when Dr. Lopa Mehta called me up and said, will you come for this talk? I don't think I could have said no. I live in Pune now, so I left this morning and came here, and it's, I can see that the GS Medical College has got good days. Huh? The MLT is really improved from the time when we sat there. It's very difficult. This has become very posh, madam. It never used to be so posh. And we both know each other because Dr. Parker was my lecturer when I did my psychiatry at KEM. And so it's good to kind of be back. I didn't expect that I would ever be asked to come here and talk. And I was told to talk about mental health. So I thought I just wanted to give you a slightly different perspective around the kind of work that we do, not only in India, but also internationally. I currently lead a organization called the Center for Mental Health Law and Policy, which we are based in Pune. We work in about 5 or 6 different states. We work with state governments. We also work with the national government. And we also work in about, at last count, I think about 10 different countries where we work with their governments to reorganize their mental health systems. One of the things that we all think when we think about mental health, we think that it is all, it is all in your mind. It's all in your mind. It's about you and it's your mind. And I'm going to try and convince you that it is not all in your mind and that it is nothing to do with you as such. And it is actually to do everything to do with the system. And what is the system? So
This is a very interesting research article which got published from some people I know in the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. They published it in 2016. What happened was UK at that time introduced a national minimum wage. Okay. And the idea, so what happened when they introduced a national minimum wage was that it created kind of naturalistic trial. They created three groups that happened. Some people got a wage increase, some people did not get a wage increase because their wages were already high, and then some people didn't get a wage increase because their companies did not increase their wages. And what is very interesting is that these researchers, they're public health physicians, thought, hey, here is a way we could actually do a good, neat study. And so they did some mental health analysis of these people in these three different groups to see what effect does increasing national minimum wage have on people's mental health. And what they found was that people whose wages went up, their mental health improved significantly. In fact, I'm just putting up the conclusion. They said the improvement represents 0.3 of a standard deviation, which is comparable to the effects of an antidepressant on depressive symptoms. So, if anyone tells you that money doesn't solve your problems, let me tell you, money does solve your problems much better than antidepressants could do. And if you got some money, you could do without antidepressants. And the interesting thing was that, they didn't see any increases in blood pressure or hearing ability or their reductions in smoking or anything. So what it tells you is it doesn't have big effects on people's behavior. It doesn't have big effects on people's physical health, but it does have a big effect on people's mental health. Now you'd say that, oh well, this works in the UK, it will not work somewhere else. So this is a country called Dominican Republic, which is in Central America, one of the poorer countries around. And what they did there was a similar kind of experiment. So these researchers went in and they have a lot of textile factories because Dominican Republic in those days used to export a lot of textile like you have in Bangladesh and India. And they're low paid workers. So in one factory, they gave everybody a wage increase. And in another factory, they said, well, you're the controller, you don't get wage increase. And what I'm trying to tell you in summary was that the factory where people got wage increases saw improvements in depression. Okay? People were not depressed as they were before. People's mental health improved dramatically. So this is not something that only happens in places like UK, but it also happens in places which are poor, like the Dominican Republic. This is another study from Malawi. Malawi is in Africa, and Malawi implemented what is called a cash transfer scheme. And I know cash transfer schemes have been in the news. This Ladki Bahin Yojana and all, and everyone thinks that it is freebies that you're throwing at people. It's a waste of money. But Malawi actually introduced a cash transfer scheme many years ago now, because you see this paper is also from 2019. And what they did was they were offering cash transfers to young people. And what we find from the research from there is there was a 26% reduction in Malawi's population just with this cash transfer schemes. You'd say, ye sab to theek hai, India mein, will it work in India? There's actually evidence from India also. We have a thing called a Janani Suraksha Yojana. What is Janani Suraksha Yojana? Is that if you're pregnant, the government gives you some cash every month during the 9 months of pregnancy. The idea is that the cash should help you buy better food and improve nutrition and improve childbirth weights. And that's the idea. It's a very good idea. It's a running program. It continues to run in all states. When Uttar Pradesh implemented this program, they had, because of bureaucratic inefficiencies, when they started the program, everyone did not get it. So some women who were pregnant got the cash transfer. Some women who were pregnant and should have got the cash transfer didn't get the cash transfer. So you automatically got two groups, you can do a study. And so this is a study from Janani Suraksha Yojana from Uttar Pradesh. And what you find is what I've highlighted there, 8.5% reductions in depression and a 36% reduction in moderate depression. Now, anyone who's worked in mental health will tell you that these are very significant reductions that you're getting, or rather, we are getting significant improvements in people's mental health just with money, okay? So throwing money at the problem is actually a good idea. Cash transfer schemes are a good idea. They're going to improve people's mental health. We should support cash transfer schemes. Here's some evidence from cash transfers on something else from Brazil. Brazil has a large cash transfer scheme. You know, women in Brazil get, it's very small amount, $17 per month. You know, if they have to fulfill some conditions, but they get $17 a month. It's a program which has been running for close to about 22 years now, and they have data on about 100 million recipients over 15 years. So it's a large cohort, good quality data. What you find from Brazil is that women who got these cash transfers, there was a 61% reduction in suicide rates among those women. Okay. Now, there is not a single psychiatric intervention or a mental health intervention that I am aware of which reduces suicides by 61%. $17 a month is actually well spent, because what is the value of life? There are similar reductions in suicides from places like Indonesia and Kenya, showing about 18 to 20% reductions in suicide. So throwing money at the problem not only improves depression but also saves lives. It's not a bad idea to do that. You know, this is as always as happens. People, after a while, somebody decides, hey, why don't I do a proper systematic review, because there are multiple studies that have happened. So there's recently a systematic review, and a good question to ask: do cash transfers alleviate common mental disorders in low and middle income countries? That's a kind of question relevant for countries like India, because we are implementing these cash transfer schemes. And what did they find? Again, I've only highlighted the little yellow bit there, which says, our findings suggest that cash transfers can play a role in alleviating depression and anxiety disorders. So, you know, one of the good ways to solve problems might be to improve people's financial health. And improving people's financial health might improve people's mental health. There's no rocket science in that, isn't it? If you had lots of money in your pocket, you feel much better. Nothing dramatic there that you were not aware of. You know, you all know this. This is in the rage all the time, news all the time. Every time there are results from exams, you know, exam results, board exam results, suicides happening. These are newspaper cuttings which you all read about. You know, exam pressure leads to wave of student suicides. What the government has frequently done is, whenever this happens, they will appoint some counseling helpline number and say all students can call up. If you're feeling depressed, call up here, call up there. And we don't actually know if these helplines work. You know, like, these are newspaper items showing suicide prevention helpline gets 1,100 calls on the results day. What is very interesting is what Tamil Nadu did for that, okay? Tamil Nadu did not set up counseling cells. They did a small policy change. So they said, if you, after the 10th and 12th standard board exams are released, they would hold a supplementary exam within 2 weeks of the results being declared. And what is a supplementary exam? Which means you could resit the exam. Okay, you could resit the exam, and if you passed, you went along with your classmates. And what we know from the suicide exam results data is that there's two groups of students who attempt suicide or die of suicide after board exam results. One is the ones who thought they will pass and have failed. You know, they were right at the border. The other group of students are the ones who thought they were going to get brilliant marks and did not get that. So they had got good marks, but they hadn't got the brilliant marks they got. So both these groups could actually sit for the supplementary exam, improve their scores, and go ahead with that. And what do you find over 15 years of data from 2004 when they introduced it is that the number of exam-related suicides have broadly gone down by 50%, you know, 50. In the same 10-year period, the number of students taking the board exams has doubled. So what you've got is a doubling of the number of students taking the exam and a halving of the suicides that are happening, which really tells you that it's almost close to like a 75% odd reduction in suicide rates. A simple policy change: no counselors, no therapists, okay? So government policies can play a huge role if we want to address mental health issues, if we want to address suicide. The sad part about this story, and this is a reflection of our policy ineptitude in many ways, and many other countries are actually learning from the Tamil Nadu experiment and doing supplementary exams. Unfortunately, even today in India, all states do not have a supplementary exam. So that many states have copied from Tamil Nadu and introduced a supplementary exam, but not all states have done that, which is a really sad thing. That, it's an example of how we don't have evidence-based policy making, how evidence does not seem to drive policy making in our country. There's also some data from housing stuff, okay, which means that if you provide people who are homeless with housing, rather than addressing only their mental health issues, and you take care of the housing, people's mental health improves. They are less likely to get relapses, they are less likely to require physical health care. The point I'm making out of all of this to you is that if we want to address mental health issues, and if as doctors and as public health physicians we want to address mental health issues, then the real challenging thing work for us is around things like financial help, employment, housing, and policy. Policies around how things are done. And if we do that, we will probably bring about a much better improvement in mental health for our populations than we would if we were to just focus on therapy related work. And this is a very interesting study again, which is a systematic review which shows something which is very important. That if you, whatever the kind of therapy you give people, however good the therapy is, whatever brand of therapy it is, the prognosis of that therapy and people improving from that therapy will not be good if they have disadvantages in employment, which means if you're unemployed and if you're homeless, whatever the therapy you do for them, they're not going to get better. So providing medical care while not providing housing, shelter, and food is not going to make people's lives better. Now, unfortunately, it all sounds very commonsensical, isn't it? But unfortunately, at a policy level, at a government level, we seem to fail to understand these simplistic ideas, despite a whole host of evidence, not just from India, but also from other countries across the globe. Now, one of the things that everyone knows is that, when I was a trainee, they would say it's very easy for you because, mentally ill patients don't die. I mean, suicide, yes, but mentally ill patients don't die. There's no, your patient never die. It's very easy for you. And so we all believe that mental illness does not kill people. You agree mental illness does not kill people? Does mental illness kill people? How? How? Not suicide. Don't tell me through suicide. How does mental illness kill people? Sorry? Quality of life is not killing people, no? Mortality, what is the mortality on a psychiatric ward? Close to zero. Sorry? No. But my point is, do people with mental illness die because of their mental illness? Do people die because of mental illness? Not suicides, not due to suicide. Do people die because they have a mental illness? Yes? It has adverse effects on their health, but do they die because of mental illness? They don't. Like cancer, heart disease and all? They don't, huh? Let me tell you, they do die, okay? There are now studies across the world which shows that people with mental illness have a life expectancy which is lower by 10 to 25 years. This is a scandal, okay? 10 to 20. So if you have a classmate who has a mental illness, he or she is going to live 10 to 25 years less than you because it's peer group comparisons. Now that's a huge scandal. 10 to 25 years is a big life expectancy gap that is there with people with mental illness. And vast majority of these deaths are due to chronic physical conditions like cardiovascular conditions, respiratory conditions, diabetes, hypertensions. People with schizophrenia are 2.5 times more likely than the general population to die. So if you have schizophrenia, you have a higher mortality rate. If you have bipolar disorder, you have a very high mortality rate. And what does WHO say? Why does this happen? So why does this happen? So WHO says, because they do not receive the same care and treatment for their physical health as the general population. You know what that means? What does that mean? Sorry? Because they are children of a lesser God. Yes? I mean, when I You know, one of the things that I've always, you might have experienced if you work in the casualty, you know, middle of the night, you're the registrar on call, you'll get a call saying from the casualty officer, तुम्हारा patient आया है, जरा आके देखो. You say, क्या हो गया उसको? पता नहीं, तुम आके देखो, schizophrenia है वो. So you go to see the guy, you ask him, क्या हो रहा है? छाती में दर्द हो रहा है. So you say, but he's got chest pain. He's not come here for his mental illness. He's come here because he's got chest pain. Why are you calling me? Why don't you call the physician on? No, but he's got schizophrenia, no? So, you know, my answer always used to be that, you know, if a woman who's delivered here in the maternity ward came back because she's got abdominal pain, will you call the obstetrician? You wouldn't, no? You wouldn't tell the obstetrician, अरे तुम्हारा patient है, उसने इधर ही deliver किया था. You will say if she's got abdominal pain, you'll do whatever physical health care is required. But if you have schizophrenia, you'll not get that. If you have schizophrenia, you come back and say, I've got chest pain, they'll call the psychiatrist. As if the psychiatrist is going to do anything about the chest pain. So basically what happens is you see a lot of discrimination that happens for people with mental health care. This is a wonderful study about the kind of discrimination that happens. So what they did, this is a study from America, a huge cohort, national cohort of people who suffered acute myocardial infarction. So they said if you had myocardial infarction, what happens to care in myocardial infarction? And they divided into two groups, people who had a mental illness and people who didn't have a mental illness. And they said, let's see what kind of care they get. And what you find is that patients with any comorbid mental condition were significantly less likely to undergo PTCA or a coronary artery bypass graft. So if you have a mental illness, you're not going to get the care that everybody else gets. There's a similar study from Canada looking at the same kind of data on people with mental illness and medical and myocardial infarction. And what they found was that if you had a severe mental illness, which is a SMI, you had a 14% lower rate of invasive coronary interventions and an 11% increased mortality rate. What happens is if you have a mental health problem, you're going to be discriminated. You're not going to receive the same care that everybody else receives, okay, because they are children of a lesser God. They do not deserve the kind of care that you and I deserve because their lives are not worth as much as your and my life is worth. You know, again, this is again another study which shows something very significant. What happens 30 days after discharge if you have a heart attack and you have a mental illness? You're 56% more likely to die after discharge after a heart attack if you have schizophrenia, and 50% less likely to receive cardiac procedures or even see a cardiologist. You're not going to get to see a cardiologist after a heart attack if you have schizophrenia. This is not just incidental, this is not just accidental. This is systematic structural discrimination that takes place against people with mental health problems. The other important thing for you to remember is mental health problems don't affect everyone in the same way. This is data of suicides. I don't know how many of you know this, but for the last 4 years, India has had more than 10,000 suicides by children under the age of 18 years. Okay, this is children under the age of 18 years. Why? Just to put this number into context, all suicides by all ages in the UK only total up to 7,500. There are more children under the age of 18 dying by suicide in this country than all of the suicides in United Kingdom. And we've done nothing about it. But what I wanted to show you is that it's not the same, okay? Look at the gender ratios, which is so interesting. Among adults, it's always men die by suicide. You know, women don't die. Women's rates of suicides are actually lower than men in a ratio of almost 3:1. But look at under 18. Below 18, girls outnumber boys. So what I'm trying to tell you is that age and gender have an effect which is very different to just saying people are dying by suicides. It's not just gender, but gender with age interacts in a very interesting sort of way that young girls are more likely to die by suicide. You know, WHO has this guide for countries which we use when we work with countries saying what are the 4 best interventions for suicide prevention in the world? And this is WHO's advice. And you see, these are their 4 best suicide prevention interventions. I don't know if you can notice it, there's not a single mental health intervention in that. In fact, there's 3 out of the 4 are not even health interventions. Okay, they're not health sector interventions. Restricting access to lethal means of suicide is not a health sector intervention. Responsible media reporting of suicides is not a health sector intervention. Promoting life skills among young people is not a health sector intervention. So the curative healthcare that you all know about and are learning has very little relevance to the lives of people in our country and across the world. Early identification by healthcare, you could say, is something to do with health sector. It's still not mental health, it's healthcare. It says it's about training general healthcare doctors, general healthcare physicians to identify people who might be at risk of suicide. So the point I'm trying to make you is that mental health and psychiatry, and I'm a psychiatrist, is overhyped. Okay, we don't do as much as we should really be doing. And if psychiatry needs to really get out of what it is doing is to become public health psychiatry. The lack of a public health focus in the way psychiatry functions and making it an individual issue when there are structural issues which are causing the problem, which is what public health does. No, public health is about structural issues. Unfortunately, the whole teaching in public health in our country is so bad. I remember when we did medical school, PSM lectures was just boring lectures you never went to and you just bunked off, isn't it? I don't remember sitting through PSM. It was only after I became a psychiatrist and after I started doing work globally that I suddenly realized that, hey, I want to be a public health physician. I don't want to be a psychiatrist alone. I want to be a public health psychiatrist. I want to take a public health perspective to it. So you're all going to say, what has all this got to do with me? Why are you telling us all this? Here's a quiz for you. Do you know what this is? What does it look like? It's a hand pump. But what's so curious about the hand pump? It has no handle. So what is this? Why is this such a big thing in international medical history? Why is, medical history celebrates this hand pump without a handle? It's actually installed in a big place with great fanfare in London. Why is it such a big issue? Any guesses? Jon Snow. Very good. There's somebody who knows Jon Snow. I'm very pleased to hear that. So Jon Snow was a physician. Okay, he's a physician in the 18th century London, and there's a huge outbreak of cholera in London. People are dying. Lots of people are dying. And everyone's saying we need better treatment, this, that, and the other. Hospitals are full. Hospitals are thinking we should do all sorts of treatment. Jon Snow sits down and actually takes a map and starts charting out deaths and realizes that they're all happening from around a water pump there. And so what Jon Snow did was he removed the handle. That's why it's a water pump without a handle. He removed the handle of the pump. Within 3 days, the cholera epidemic was over. Okay. Point I'm trying to make to you is that the best healthcare interventions are never in healthcare. Okay, the handle of a pump was the best healthcare intervention for cholera, not lots of new antibiotics. Okay, and so a lot of these interventions that we don't pay attention to is because we don't take a public health perspective to improving the health of populations. This is a report from the Parliament of Canada. They kind of commissioned a report on healthcare. And they said the healthcare we tended to emphasize, physicians, pharmacists, hospital surgeries, account for at most 25% of health outcomes or less. Okay. And look, you shouldn't be surprised, isn't it? Delhi is a living example, no? Imagine you're a chest physician and you're treating asthma. You are a chest physician. You're treating asthma. What are you going to do in Delhi? Are you going to say your lungs are not strong enough? We should build the resilience of your lungs so that you don't get asthma. You're living in Delhi. The solution to asthma in Delhi is not a chest physician, isn't it? So similarly for mental health, the solution to mental health is not a psychiatrist. The solution to mental health is lots of other things that we do not do. And how many of you are in first year, second year? Second year students? Very good. You know Firqaw? Anyone? Yes? Who's Firqaw? Sorry? don't know. It's louder. I can't hear you. Yes, the cell theory. So Firkau is everywhere in your pathology textbooks, isn't it? Firkau was the guy, Firkau stain and all that. You know it. You should read up about Firkau. He's an interesting guy. So Firkau was a physician who lived in the early 19th century. Um, he was a physician, he was a pathologist, he was the first one who actually made pathology into a proper medical specialty. And this is what Firkau had to say. Firkau said, medicine is a social science and politics is nothing more than medicine on a grand scale. And so this is not a psychiatrist or a social scientist saying this. This is the father of pathology saying that medicine is a social science. And what did he say? He was saying that health issues stem from social conditions like poverty, which require political solutions and not individual treatment. And medicine's role is to identify these social problems for politicians to solve. So that is our role as medicine, that we need to identify how social problems impact people's lives and forcing our policymakers to actually make those changes that are required to be able to improve people's lives. Public health is always political, and political doesn't mean party political. Political meaning in terms of a political science that you do things about. So, the question is, do we have social determinants of mental health, or is it that we should really be talking about mental health outcomes of social inequalities? The reality is, it depends how you look at it, which way you put the lens. If you foreground the social inequalities as the cause of health problems, then you will say, well, we need to address social inequalities. If you foreground the health problems and say, oh, social determinants play a role in that, you will foreground the health solutions. And so how we reframe health and how we reframe mental health is really going to determine what happens. 4 years ago, a couple of my colleagues from, Rochelle works at UCL in London, and Pamela Collins is at University of Washington. They're both psychiatrists, professors of psychiatry, strong black women with whom I work very regularly. We wrote an editorial for The Lancet and said prioritize social justice, not just access to care. And what did we suggest in that Lancet editorial? This is the 5 things. We said if societies wanted to improve mental health in their populations, these are 5 things that we should really be paying attention to. Decent livelihoods, fair wages, early childhood experiences, because a lot of abuse is responsible for later mental health problems. So again, a lot of governments need to really focus on this rather than focusing only on providing medicines. The whole notion that there is a pill for every ill, it's not really true. A lot of the ills require societal pills, not individual pills. And so what I want you to realize is that a lot of health problems, especially mental health problems, have very little to do with the individual. It is not the individual's resilience or lack of resilience that cause it, but it is a lot of the social issues that surround us that lead to this problem. This is just a 2-minute commercial for the work that I do. I have a team which runs this thing called the India Mental Health Observatory. It's a data repository. It's free and open to use. You can go there and see. And they collect a lot of social data around mental health within the country. And I'm going to end here by, again, going back to Firkau, because this is also what Firkau said, and since you are medical students, you might want to take this message home with you, that the job of medicine is not to help you to earn a living, but to improve the health of our communities that we live in. Thank you so much, and thank you for listening to me patiently.
Thank you, sir, for such an insightful oration. And I thank everyone else also for being here. Now, I would like to request Shubham to come here and present the memento to Dr. Soumitra. Thank you so much, sir, for being here today. We will shortly start with our next event, the Sport on an Effect.
Inform the staff.
Dr. Munira Hirkani ma'am, the additional professor of Department of Physiology. I would request Shubham to felicitate her. Thank you so much for coming, ma'am. So we'll be starting with our next session shortly. So please wait.
मला दिसेल ना दिसेल
May I have your attention, please? I request everybody to kindly silent your phones. Thank you very much. A very good morning to everyone present here. The Spartan Effect, a one of its kind show, blending life in sports, journey in medicine, and the lessons one could learn to make the mind not just stronger, but a strategic asset to tackle any situation in life. Before we begin with the main event of the day, the show you've all been waiting for, here's a brief introduction about our guest speaker.
Dr. Pradyumna is an Olympic Council certified sports physician with certifications in sports psychology, nutrition, and strength and conditioning. Recipient of Shri Venkatrao Joshi Nayagirkar Excellence in Physiology and Medicine Gold Medal for his breakthroughs in academics, medical research that got him featured at the Sports Medicine Conference at FC Barcelona.
He is inducted into the LinkedIn Global Top Voice Influencers program for his presence in the sports industry for over a decade. only the fifth Indian doctor in history to feature for a top 100 FIFA ranked nation as Lebanon's team physician.
He has a feature radio show on Radio Mirchi titled Olympic Talks with Dr. Pradyumna, where he shares his insights as a sports expert. He is India's ambassador to the FIFA World Cup as well as the AFC Asian Cup. He is featured in the world's biggest sports medicine facilities hall of fame at Aspetar in Doha, Qatar.
His Midas touch is recognized by many sports now. Silver medal with Jamshedpur FC for the first time ever. Indian volleyball team doctor acquiring silver. And with the media content creation collaborations, he featured with Mumbai Indians, getting them back to the IPL playoffs. SG Piper's Cheetahs with the World Padel League title, Dabang Delhi to the Pro Kabaddi League trophy.
Today, he arrives at the GSMC stage after 11 years. What an incredible journey this has been. Here is the trailer of his return.
Hey Aryan.
Hey doc, can I ask you something?
Yep.
Sports, medicine, media must be a lot of money, right?
It was never about the money, Aryan.
What is it about?
expert है and he is an Olympic certified sports physician.
बता देता हूँ कि टीम डॉक्टर ही है भारत के जो मेंस नेशनल वॉलीबॉल टीम प्रो कबड्डी लीग के प्लेयर्स हैं रिट्रीट भी किया है
Team Doctor Jamshedpur FC and Indian senior men's national volleyball.
साइकोलॉजिस्ट भी हैं न्यूट्रोलॉजिस्ट भी
I'm in conversation with our sports expert.
An Indian ambassador to the FIFA World Cup.
प्रद्युम्ना साथ में बैठे हुए हैं.
प्रद्युम्न टेम्बेकर.
Olympic talks with Pradyumna.
Dr. Pradyumna Tembhekar.
Dr. Pradyumna.
I'm sure the energy in this room is on the rise. Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen, and let's welcome the man of the moment, Dr. Pradyumna Tembhekar.
Show mercy on it.
ਦੋ ਘੋੜੇ ਮਹਿਗਨਾਨੀ ਚਾਰ ਜੀ ਵਹਿਗਨਾਨੀ ਉੱਤੇ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ 6 ਇੰਚ ਚੱਕੀਆਂ ਟਾਈਮ ਲੱਗੂ ਮਿਟਣੇ ਨੂੰ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਥੱਲੇ ਸਿੱਟਣੇ ਨੂੰ 21 ਵਾਰੀ ਜ਼ੋਰ ਲਾ ਲੈ ਛੱਤੀਆਂ ਐਨੇ ਇੱਕੋ ਨਾਰਦਾ ਮੈਂ 10 ਵਾਰੀ ਬਾਹਰਦਾ ਮੈਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੋਂ 100 ਦੀਆਂ ਗੱਥੀਆਂ ਟਾਈਮ ਲੱਗੂ ਮਿਟਣੇ ਨੂੰ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਥੱਲੇ ਸਿੱਟਣੇ ਨੂੰ 21 ਵਾਰੀ ਜ਼ੋਰ ਲਾ ਲੈ ਛੱਤੀ ਬਣ ਕੱਢ ਤਾਰ ਕਾਨੇ ਹੁਣ ਟੁੱਟੇ ਨਾ ਕਰੀਜ ਔੜਾ ਰੁੱਖਿਆ ਸਵਾਹ ਦੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਤਮੀਜ਼ ਆ ਲੈ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਸਾਂਭਲਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਬੇਬੇ ਵਾਲੀ ਚੁੰਨੀ ਬੈਠਾ ਡਬਲਾਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਾ ਕੇ ਬਾਪੂ ਦੀ ਕਮੀ
Wow. Incredible. Feels like home, ladies and gentlemen. 11 years, 3 months, 1 day, and 4 hours later, when that trembling teenager entered the walls of KM Hospital as a student, expecting nothing but his first lesson in anatomy at second floor. And here I am. Never thought this would be the return that I would expect or believe in the first place. But thanks to the effort, the presence of the senior dignitaries, organizing committee of Ascension, of course, Dr. Lopa Mehta ma'am, Dr. Munira ma'am, a physiology teacher in first year, Dr. Shubhangi ma'am, and all the crowd members present here. Never did I believe in 2014 that a boy who, let's say, struggled to even open those textbooks in the library halls would go all the way to maybe treating players as good as Lionel Messi himself at the FIFA World Cup Qatar 2022. It's been an incredible journey so far. And when I received a text from the organizing committee in around Ganpati time, Navratri time, they actually asked me to present my journey. And for a moment, I thought, hang on, it's just coming to be a circle of life moment. I'll tell you why. Because 10 years ago, we were going to have a 90 years State GSMC KM hospital video presentation. And Dr. Lopa ma'am had actually suggested that idea that why don't we do a video compilation of how 90 years have progressed at State GSMC, where she has an opening sequence where she's writing in a diary. So we had taken a shot of hers as an opening act. And if you know, I'm pretty sure every one of you knows the road from the dean's office to the arches. So Lopa ma'am was the first one to give us a permission to get a Honda Activa to get a shot from dean's office to the arches of KM, where we have the badminton court and the table tennis table. Ma'am had a look at that shot and said, if this is the 90-year shot, and if this is what you've filmed, one day you're going to talk about it whenever you get a chance at MLT. And here I am, 10 years later. And what a coincidence, because 90 years where we shot the film, and at the 100th year of KM, it's all coming circle of life. So it's all thanks to the seed that was planted by Dr. Lopa Mehta ma'am. It has just been an incredible ride. But when Swadeep Poach pitched this idea to me, so I realized, why don't we do one thing? Yes, people wanted to know the journey of sports, but there's a life story involved as well. So why don't we compile the life that I had here, the medical life, the journey that was not so good, not so bad, the journey that you guys are going through as well. And somewhere down the line, the lessons I learned, it's not going to be like a knowledge sharing session as such. It's the things that I learned, it's the things that I saw in sport, the things that happened behind the scenes, a conglomeration of everything. So if you're here on time, braving the traffic in Mumbai, congratulations. And recently, if you've taken a flight to come to Mumbai, congratulations, you're on time. So ladies and gentlemen, sit back, enjoy, relax, enjoy the show. Sportonin effect, of course, coming in from that molecule of 5-hydroxytryptamine, am I right, ma'am? Yeah. That initiates the feeling of not just satisfaction, but an overall sense of relief, however the results turn out in life. Sports, medical life, and the mind game. When I was told that it's going to be more about mental wellness and how the mind also reacts to things, it's a high-intensity field, let me tell you. Sports is not always about the adrenaline. It's about the highs and lows that even people experience behind the scenes. Not just the doctors, not just the physios, everyone involved, even the fans in general, and how everything comes into effect. The lessons that I learned earlier, the lessons that I could actually see executing on the field at the most crucial moments in human sports so far. And here is a journey. So let's begin. Two main questions. Why sports? So basically, I had a strong background in sports at my house. My mother was an Asian Games medalist in Pro Kabaddi. So back in the 80s, she was a right corner for the Indian national team. And I used to see her train every single day, even after her post-retirement days. The strength and conditioning, the massage sessions, the field sessions at Shivaji Park where I used to coach the Maharashtra team. I used to see her every single day, the way she had conducted herself throughout the schedules. My father, being an avid cricket fan, just like every other person in the room right now, he used to have a documented record of all the runs scored by all batters, all wickets taken by bowlers, what happened at the 1983 World Cup. So I was somewhere inspired by those methodologies executed by my parents. And the first instance of sport was not an ideal one for Indian cricket fans. It was the 2003 World Cup loss, where we lost to Australia, something which was recreated in Ahmedabad in 2023. But hopefully we do the redemption in 2027. So that was the starting point. Something I needed to do in sports. But did I have the caliber of working in sports to such a level that I'm a professional athlete? No chance. No chance at all. As somebody who was weighing at around, 75, 76 kilograms while he was 11, 12 years old, I'm pretty sure my weight loss was a first priority rather than taking up sport in the first place. But I love talking about it. I love talking about what happens behind the scenes or the general knowledge part of it. So started participating in quizzes, started participating in the academic part of sport, is knowing about how sport actually works, how a cricketer holds his bat, how a footballer's shoes are designed, how a rugby player actually trains himself so that he does not get injured because it's a physically demanding sport. Or how a javelin thrower throws a javelin so far as long as 87.58, which was Neeraj Chopra's gold medal winning throw. So those were the things that were getting me inspired to take up sport in any possible role, not just medicine at that point of time. I was slowly gaining interest in football to such a level that a certain Chelsea-Manchester United game just changed my entire dimension of watching the game, to such a level that from recording videos about Chelsea Football Club on a YouTube channel, I could actually feature where I could meet this lovely gentleman, Lionel Messi, in the middle of Qatar before the 2022 World Cup quarterfinals, where he actually mentions about Sunil Chhetri. We'll come to that story in a bit. But while I was watching the games, that time I realized that during a Chelsea game, there were two people carrying bags and running to a certain Chelsea legend, Eden Hazard, treating his ankle. So I said to myself, hang on, what's happening here? Who are these two individuals carrying bags? And this is in 10th grade. This is in 10th, 12th grade. That time my senior tells me, senior as in a senior football fan, tells me, these guys are physiotherapists, these guys are doctors, even they go on the field. Because back then I just thought doctors sit in the OPDs, they just admit patients in the ward, then if they're surgeons, they'll do OT sessions, and then the post-op and so on and so forth. So I used to think that's the life. But when I saw that, I realized, hey, this is cool. I'd like to be somebody who would like to be academically involved and also enjoy the thrill of the sport, not just by watching on TV, but actually being on the field. So what if I'm helping a player while enjoying the game myself? So I tried to figure out ways where I could make sure that I try to enjoy both these dimensions, and hence the decision of medicine. Was medicine the first choice? Absolutely. But never did I realize that if I don't get into medicine, and if I still want to do sport, how do I do it? Later I realized one of the armed forces institutes in the country actually provides an MD sports medicine program. And it was about to be on the cards. So I thought, why don't I do my MBBS there? And why don't I take up MD medicine as an in-house quota seat? Because that's a procedure there. So I appear, I get onto the list. I missed the seat. Can you guess by how many ranks did I miss a seat? 72 open seats, I was 73rd. But by that time, the All India counselings were done. So thankfully, I had a plan B. So 10th of September 2014 is where I entered this campus. But it was not the batch that you are thinking about. It was Dhurmal Bajaj Institute, the opposite building. I used to sign a roster there, come here for anatomy, physiology lectures. So I had to take up a different route. Because if not MBBS, yes, I had to start somewhere. But at least I was getting the exposure of having the best minds, not arguably, of course the best minds of the country studying medicine. So rubbing the shoulders along with the best actually started there. So that's the first ethical lesson I learned. If you rub shoulders with the best, you're in any ways going to be gaining that lesson of how to have that work ethic, be it sport, medicine, or any other aspect in life. And that's how it began. Next slide, please. Now, I don't know if there's anyone who knows me from 2014, but this is a very iconic imagery I have of a Chelsea striker whose name was Diego Costa. Back then, Diego Costa had signed for Chelsea FC from a transfer from Atletico Madrid. In case you guys don't know, players switch teams in the middle of, after the tournament ends, they tend to change teams, as in how people change jobs. So they change teams. So they have a contract clause, and then there's a fee discussed, and then the player joins a particular team. So Diego Costa had joined Chelsea FC the same year I had joined KM. And the kind of a football fan I was, I just wanted to hit the basketball turf, which, by the way, is not how it looked back then. It was a black tar coat where we had a freshers tournament. And the kind of excited football fan I was, I scored a goal in the freshers tournament. Imagine 4-a-side football tournament with no significance. And I scored a goal, I celebrated like him. I just shouted, Diego Costa. And I made that celebration. That was my first and biggest mistake. Because after then, because nobody could pronounce my name, Pradyumna, itna bada naam kaun lega? So my name became Costa. So everyone started Costa Bhai, Costa, Costa Sir. So my identity became related to Diego Costa. So that is another lesson I learned along the time. That the first impression that you create might not be the impression that you want, but you'll have to live by it. However, you have to, whatever the situation, whatever the circumstance. If you have an identity, you're going to live by it. That was a seemingly hard but enjoyable lesson I learned because I loved getting a tagline for my name. Pradyumna nahi to Costa to sahi, chalo koi to bula raha hai. That used to be my ideology back then. And then suddenly I get a chance to play for the college team, the KM college team, as a goalkeeper, where we started winning tournaments the way exactly we do, ma'am. Am I right? we still do. So winning tournaments here and there, knocking out some of the best teams in the city or the country for that matter. We go on to win the gold medal at Ames Delhi in 2015 at Pulse, the football tournament, the first ever team from Maharashtra to do so. And after that, Costa just became a name in KM where I was just associated with the identity. But did I want the personality of Diego Costa? The reckless striker who just goes around taking red cards as if it's piece of breakfast? No. But the name attached. So that was the lesson I learned. Whenever I would be going forward, Costa is going to stick by me. So how that Costa is going to have a different perception was the next challenge. But when I was in college, the first 2 years especially, I decided to learn as many things as possible, be it badminton, be it cricket, be it learning skills in physiology, biochemistry, try to know how research papers work, or to as good as how to operate a video camera setup. I tried to learn everything in the first 12 to 15 months because the impulses were so heavily pounding on me. There's academic activity going at high intensity, there's sporting activity going on. I just wanted to do everything. That's where I realized slow and steady always wins the race. Always. But the mind was so naive that I wanted to do everything at a single time. So just like one of our subjects, which everyone in the room loves, I decided to pull up a 2x2 table. Biostats, I know everyone loves biostats. So I took out the exposure and non-exposure. So what's the opposite of slow? Fast. What's the opposite of steady? Unsteady. So these are the 4 outcomes that the mind can actually perceive when initially it's going through that phase. Either the mind and body are going slow and steady, it's going fast and steady, slow or unsteady, fast and unsteady. The worst. The worst. Honestly speaking. This is a life lesson that I learned pretty early. That no matter what you do, if you're going fast and unsteady, things are going to get topsy-turvy. That's exactly what happened in some of the aspects. Because I was doing short films, I was trying to manage academics, I was trying to make sure I do all possible things within those 24 hours. How did that make me adaptable to tournaments like Olympics, FIFA World Cup? That happens in a brief course of time. But somewhere down the line, I realized, have I taken the wrong course? Because I wanted to do sports. I'm into this therapeutic domain. And there comes a time which Gen Z calls as canon event in the medicine posting. Second year, there is a case of abdominal pain. And as always, the patient was going to be referred to surgery. Surgery was going to refer to medicine. Medicine was going to refer to surgery. And the merry-go-round begins. But I got 15 minutes to talk to the patient. I draft the case. Now, as a student who was not into MBBS, I just drafted a case and started doing some research. What could be the differential diagnosis? Out of sheer interest. And after a point of time, I did the auscultation, I did the percussion. There was no need because that's like the MBBS thing, or that's like the MD or the residency thing. And that was a case presentation kind of patient. So I just did a differential diagnosis. What if it is hepatic vein thrombosis or somebody like a Crowellia-Baumgarten syndrome? I just dropped it. I just dropped the diagnosis. And the professor asks, what year of MBBS are you in? I said, no, I'm not in MBBS. Do you want to take that chance again in life? That was the first moment I thought, hang on, am I in the wrong place or is it right place, wrong time? Fast and unsteady. So the odds ratio I calculated within myself, incidents among exposed divided by incidents among non-exposed. The odds ratio was heavily against my favor at that point of time. The second event actually, when everything was confirmed, was this orthopedic surgery conference where I was invited as a video editor. So I saw the surgeries there, how an ACL graft is repaired using a gastrocnemius tendon, or how arthroplasties are conducted, or how, let's say, an ankle is repaired, or all types of surgeries within the scope of maybe, let's say, 2 to 3 inches from a laptop screen, for which people take, 6 years of MBBS, 3 years of MS, 1 year of fellowship to actually see in real life. So that was the exposure I got. Again, fast and unsteady, but going towards a slow and steady approach. That is the decision that I had to take. Next slide, please. Yep. Then I thought, should we take the switch? Should we actually take that leap of faith? Because if a senior faculty is telling me, if that orthopedic surgery conference literally made me decide that, no, probably let's take the other path. One more event happened. A group from the UK had come for a delegation, like we have international university exchange programs. So a group from UK had come. And then I asked, what's the scope of sports and exercise medicine there? What is it like? Is it just like an MSc course? Is it just like an MD course? Is it okay if I'm not an MBBS student? They said, it's okay, but try being into the mainstream medical field. So that was the decision. Let's leave everything around and let's repeat. Let's take the leap of faith. That was the first thought. The dilemma begins, have I taken the right decision? Am I actually in the process of the right thing? Because lately I had developed an interest into a YouTube channel. I was doing short films with Road Track Club. We were going global with all those short film nominations. What should we do? Is mainstream still the option? Answer was yes, because I need a degree. I had taken the decision, I had to leave. And so did I. But the dilemma was the major point where I had to just juggle between that option. Do I take the switch? Do I not take the switch? And this is exactly what I learned when I saw the player who was initiating the pull shot here, Rohit Sharma. It's the exact reflex response. Thought originates in the motor cortex, then you're going through the motor nerves, and then the response is initiated. It's the same thing. The dilemma is basically the time period for an impulse to travel, if I have to sum it up in physiology terms. And then I came to the decision, and I gave in my papers, I said, I'm done. I probably need to make sure I'm in the mainstream, and let's see what happens. Let's see what happens was my mantra for the next 2 years after leaving this place. And so was the decision. But during the period of decision, when I was doing media, when I was into sports media, sports journalism, traveling for Mumbai FC during the I-League season, a consistent wave of brain fog events took place. Because of course, when you're loaded with ideas, loaded with thoughts, something that happens to us on a daily basis when we're in college or in routine lives, that's exactly what happens. And the main thing in brain fog is selective reassurance. Everyone know this meme? Okay. So when it actually hit, even the basic questions looked very difficult. Basic question, 10 रुपए का पैकेट कितने का? 10 का है यार. Everyone knows. But still the question was asked. If we have to take it in retrospective idea, the approach was simple, but everything looked complicated. Something that happens to us whenever either we are studying at high pressure situations or whenever we are doing our routine call days, whenever we are doing our duties, even the basic things look complicated. That was my first lesson of getting things simple. If they're simple, let them stay simple. Exactly what needs to happen in high intensity sports. So through my life experiences, I was gaining an insight into what's going to happen to me 6 years down the line. That was the cumulative load of knowledge I had to gather. It's not I wanted to gather, I had to gather because I knew I needed to reach somewhere. And that was managing the bridge between sports and medicine. And I'd already taken the decision to switch. So I was left with nothing but to do everything possible to make sure a foundation is set. That's why the sports media, the sports films, the documentaries, that went abroad, and then the features that got me into places where I never even thought I would be, to such a time where I'm here talking about this incident. Next slide. When everything fails, you must remember who you are. Throwback to this iconic moment in June 2004, where my favorite coach, and possibly one of the most favorite coaches in all-time sports, Jose Mourinho. He's a Portuguese coach who had won many trophies, and he had entered England in 2004, where he made this iconic quote, "I'm a European champion, I think I'm a special one." I think that is a constant reminder of who that man is in constant pressure environments. Everyone is throwing everything at him, but still, he's calling himself the special one. That was one thing I learned. That is one thing that I can actually share here as well. That no matter what happens, you have an identity of your own. Start searching for it. You are a brand, you are a way of thinking, you are a way of your own uniqueness. It's not dependent on anyone else. It's not dependent on what your peers think. You are yourself. You are the special one. And if he could do it for somebody who didn't even have a football background or a sports background, all the way to win multiple trophies at a time, who's stopping us in the first place? And that's how everything started gelling in. So when I rejoined, and when I got into MBBS finally, that's where it hit. Okay, identity is set now. One part of it is set. I need to make sure that the second part needs to take its own course of action. One thing is done, medicine, okay, I'm sorted for a while. What next? So this is exactly what happens in a sports field as well, emotionally. Exactly what happens during, let's say, exam events, high-pressure situations, when you have to take a decision as to, do I need to do this, do I need to do that? If you fall, you're literally starting from zero again. But if you climb, you thank the one above. Or if you believe in anyone, you just thank them, saying that, okay, I'm safe. I don't have to start everything all over again. But there are key values that one must learn if they want to avoid this cliffhanger moment. When there is necessity, necessity is the mother of invention, as everyone knows. Start inventing your own things, because when you're in necessity, these are the things that are actually going to help you. Can be a skill set, can be a mental toolkit, can be a strategy plan for your long-term preparation. Exam is not probably the only goal that you want to achieve. Yes, they're important, but what next? Invent, because that's going to be the ultimate necessity. Perseverance and humility is what happens when you climb this moment, when you're over it. For example, I am at a game where I'm at a close net 2-1. It's an end-to-end game happening. I win a game by a very narrow margin. I thank God. Thank God, bach gaye. It's not about jeet gaye, it's about bach gaye. That's what happens. You start being humble about it. Okay, I won. But if I'm not winning consistently, that's where the inventions begin, because I need to do something so as to win. I need to do something so as to get a breakthrough. That's exactly where distractions also happen. When you're not winning, when you're always consistently losing, you're trying to find different methods. Perseverance is what will get you there. And a strange example of perseverance I'll give you. Very strange example. So when I hit 10,000 LinkedIn followers like around last year, there was a DM that came into my feed. Hi sir, I am a sports scientist. I need a job. He just asked me. The spelling of the word scientist actually got me very intrigued to the perseverance of this individual, like how badly he wants the job. Can anyone in the hall guess the spelling of the word scientist? Anyone? 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 Sorry? S-C-I. Nah, man, that's too routine, man.
Psi symbol.
Psi symbol. You guys are very intelligent, man. Psi symbol. No? Something in English. Guess, guess, guess. Sorry? Bingo. S-I-O-N-T-I-S-T. Sion. मेरे मन में I was like, next station माटूंगा. But look at the perseverance of him. He is texting that to potentially thousands of people that I am a scientist. MSc Sports Science है उसके पास. He could have at least looked at his degree कि भाई science का spelling क्या है. But no, he just went for the kill. He just took his shot. And guess what? He's one of the strength and conditioning coaches at Royal Challengers Bangalore. He lifted the IPL trophy this season. He just applied. He just took his shot. He just did it. We tried to make sure he gets the right connections, and there he was, lifting the IPL trophy. And then I texted him, "Congratulations, Mr. Scientist." That also reminds me I need to take a party from him for that, but that's okay. So those are the 4 things that you could actually take into consideration. And this is definitely going to be a very common moment. Go to residencies, go to your professional domains, especially in the middle of a field where 90,000 are chanting against you. You can face anything from the crowd. And I literally mean anything. That's where these things make you a composed individual. Balance, the key word that I learned in the long run. Yep. 2 types of rewards, 2 types of returns. Once you take the right amount of effort, you take the right leap of faith. Either you get an instant return, zert, put, put, or you get a long-term struggle-based return. Dukh kahe khatam nahi hota. 2 types of results you get. One type will compel you to get addicted to the methodology, be it right or wrong. One thing will test your discipline, will test your patience. Ultimately, what you get is something that will rewrite history. You can decide which is which. Can happen to anyone, can happen to any individual, anybody can try any methodologies. But the longer return always counts. Let me give you a small example. In the department that I was in KEM, very basic example I'm giving. I was runner-up at a freshers competition, Mr. Freshers competition. I thought maybe my Zatpat Patapat moment is gone. Only to get crowned Mr. Avishkar in 2015, in the middle of that big stage. So I was craving for a departmental award, only to get a college honor. Second, I never won the GS Football League. Never. I have played 4 finals, lost all 4. Probably the only player. Lost all 4 finals. They were like, Costa aaya hai, hum to jeet hi jayenge. Arey? That was the confidence they had. 4 silver medals in my cabinet, no gold. But guess what? We got the gold medal at AIIMS Delhi, the bigger reward. I never won short film competitions at the first go. When it was Confluence, be it any other short film competition across all the colleges in Mumbai or Maharashtra, only to win the best short film festival in Miami. You're getting the point? Getting the point. I was never winning football games or cricket games or any games at any level, only to meet Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo at the FIFA World Cup Qatar 2022 while he's lifting the World Cup trophy. Bigger reward for a smaller loss. But the lesson that I learned here is, while I'm working for the shorter goals, here, the discipline that I'm achieving to get the bigger goal is far much better. I'm losing out on the shorter gains, but that discipline, the methodology, the ethic is making me go to that extra mile where I get the bigger reward. For example, a local tournament in Mumbai where I'm basically not even attending. I'm basically a healthcare volunteer for my team, for my local team where I started. No result. We get knocked out in the first round. Very terrible results. If it's like a league stage where top 2, top 4 teams go to the semi-finals, and that we used to be last or second last. Somewhere down the line, playing those games in GSFL, let's say, or participating in those competitions where I was finishing runners-up, induced that feeling of hunger. And okay, what does it take to win? What am I missing? What is the strategy that I need to use? Or if you're Formula 1 fans, if I'm a McLaren driver, what is my strategy? How much times do I need to box? Something like that. So it's more like have you seen a rugby game? Have you seen rugby? There's a moment called scrum, where the ball is lifted in the air, there are 6 people around, 3 from one, 3 from the other. And they're tussling for the ball. That is the tussle. That is the mind tussle. What do I need to have? The shorter goal or the greater good? Had I been satisfied with working in that local league where we are finishing dead last, I would have never have imagined beating Mohan Bagan in Salt Lake Stadium, Kolkata, in the front of 120,000 people, as Jamshedpur FC is creating history by becoming the first ever team to qualify for the playoffs in their club's history, in the entire Indian football history. If we were satisfied enough that a certain volleyball team from Ahmedabad is winning, let's say, a local tournament championship, we would have never got the hunger to take independent India's first ever team to an Olympic level tournament such as the Kawa Nations League in Fargana, Uzbekistan, beating the likes of, I'm going to share the opponent's name later because it doesn't sound good to my mouth, it's our lovely neighbors, any which ways. To beat them convincingly and get independent India's first ever volleyball podium finish. Can you imagine, since 1947, we have never won anything in volleyball. Suddenly we go there and we win. So what's the greater good that is stored for you? What's the greater good that is stored in the long run is the question. That's how you can weigh the pros and cons accordingly. Next slide. Okay. Now, we're going to do an activity here to get the next thing sorted. So what they do in sports teams is, either it's a visual pattern that they try to decode, such as, what do you see? Do you see a dog or a peacock? Something like that. To test the cohesion of the team's mindset in team sports. Or it's auditory input. What kind of audios they like to tune into? Is the team liking the same rhythm so that when the coach is shouting instructions, they listen instantly? That is the sports psychology hack that they had. So we are going to play two audios, two completely different audios. Pretty sure everybody in the room has heard it. Everyone. You guys have to select which one you like. Ready? DJ?
عندي خوش فصلة يا اخي تفوز والله خوش رقصة يا اخي دوس عندي خوش فصلة يا اخي تفوز والله خوش رقصة عندي لك رقصة قوية يا الحبيب اسمها.
Fans of song number 1, raise hands. Bus? Okay. No, don't judge it by the movie. Okay, fans of song number 2. See? Now look at each other. Look at the ones who chose 1, look at the ones who chose song number 2. The people who chose song number 1 are more likely to have a similar cohesion in whatever I'm trying to say, or whatever the coach would try to say in those moments. So this happens 2 days before a game, or 2 days before a big match. We'll try to check how better is the team in alignment to the instructions or the strategic plan we have. How did I learn this lesson? When I was used to do video editing, we always had one musical piece ready, and we used to make sure that the entire video is centered around it. I used to play the video. I used to get 2 groups all the time. This song is good, this song is not good. The ones who said the song is good were ultimately my long-term colleagues in the future. The ones who did not like it, they ultimately took their own paths in life, and we are not in touch with them. Only because I liked the song? Not really. Because I genuinely like the connection behind it. So secretly sometimes we tell the DJ of the team, sometimes you see the players who carry speakers into the dressing rooms, we tell them, play this song, play Winning Speech, play something by Karan Aujla, or play something such as the one that's going viral. Flipperachi is the name of the artist? Yeah, Flipperachi. Something like that. That's how experimentations work in the domain, to make sure that you are at a particular channel in not just your sport, not just your activity, but overall life domain as well. That is the lesson I learned. That is something that we try to do even today. And also, probably, if the second song wasn't played, and instead of Flipperachi, maybe I would have played some other song, probably they would have chosen the first one. There would have been more options. What is that lesson? Unlearn. For example, I'm playing a game on Monday, or let's say you guys have an exam on Monday, you study a particular subject, you learned everything, you have an exam on Wednesday, you have to unlearn the thing as well. Not every strategy is going to be same, because the subjects are different, because the papers are different, of course. Patients are different, patient is also an exam paper. That's going to be different. No 2 treatment algorithms are going to work on the same patient, or no same algorithm is going to work on 2 different patients. Unlearning and learning is also a concept. This helps learning and unlearning. The moment a new thing has come up, the old one becomes irrelevant. Seemingly irrelevant, even if it is a catching or an emotionally triggering piece. Same thing goes with people, same thing goes with emotions. In terms of people, yes, some people have relevance, some people lose their relevance over a period of time. Life goes on. Next slide. Okay, how many of you have heard about this aspect? अगर मैंने राइट पैड पहना तो मैं सेंचुरी मारूंगा. खेलना पड़ता है भाई. अगर मैंने लेट्स से हेलमेट का स्ट्रैप नहीं पहना until and unless I wear the helmet when I enter the pitch, only then will I score a half century or a match-winning innings. Superstition. But maybe it's his muscle memory. He has a habit of going there, checking his helmet, and then facing the first ball. A conglomeration of both is going to have elevated morale. Same thing. अगर let's say blue color के पेन का lid मैंने अलग तरीके से खोला तो मैं fail हो जाऊंगा. Even before the thing starts, you're already taking yourself on a downward spiral. Why? Because you are chasing actually a common goal, elevated morale. That's the common goal. If I have to sum it up in a Venn diagram, a superstition combined with muscle memory, maybe. There's a very good debate that happens in academic circles. Are you focused more on the superstition part, or is it muscle memory that's acting up a superstition? Because somewhere down the line, these are the things that can either motivate an individual, or if the things are not working in his or her favor, we go to a different concept called as, many of you must have heard this term, the illegal process of using substances or methodologies that can enhance performance enhancement. But that also happens to the mind. I'm pretty sure you must have guessed the molecule here. I'm pretty sure you must have guessed it. So that is the exact process behind decoding how doping works. The moment you understand how the dopamine mechanism works, instant reward mechanism, basically, instant reward or making sure you feel an instant reward because you're feeling, that is how also doping works in your mind. And I'm not saying physiologically, from an emotional perspective. You're feeding yourself with the wrong type of ideas, wrong type of mindsets only to make sure that you feel better. You feel your performance is enhanced. That's exactly what doping substances do. They make you sometimes feel your performance is enhanced. Sometimes they actually do. In some cases, they actually do. But targeting yourself with the wrong substances is always going to give you the wrong reward. And the earlier we understand it, the better it is going to be to get you a better reward, a bigger reward. दुख का खत्म नहीं होता बे, that type of reward. Always to keep you humble in spite of the perseverance. Next slide. When you know how to avoid doping, the real question starts. How hungry are you to actually go over the line? How hungry are you? How hungry are you to get something done? How hungry are you to make sure you are at the right place at the right time? There used to be a time where there were physiology practicals in my college all the way till 4 p.m. only to catch a bus to Pune to cover FC Pune City's game till 12 in the night, only to come back home at 4 in the morning, attend an anatomy class at 8:30 in the morning. There was no need. There was absolutely no need. But the hunger was consistent. I just wanted to watch a game of football. I just wanted to cover a game for a media company that I worked for. I just wanted to get that Sunil Chhetri autograph on this jersey because I knew he was my national icon. And imagine as somebody who has the world trio, Messi, Ronaldo, Chhetri, it was very important. But that's where I also understood I should not forget where I came from. So accidentally, after my postings, I had this KEM apron. And I asked Sunil, can you sign on this apron, please? Because I never wanted to forget where I came from, where exactly it began. And that's how he sends his regards over here. So that makes me realize, no matter what I do in life, no matter what happens, where did that hunger originate from? That was the first impulse. Slowly and steadily, the Indian football team started showing their regards. The legend of Sunil Gavaskar has also sent his regards, along with former Arsenal manager Arsene Wenger himself, former Chelsea striker Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank. So it got decorated to such a part that no matter where I go, no matter what I do, I must realize where the hunger started. So I never feel my ghrelin and leptin is not in imbalance, basically. The appetite stays constant. Wherever I do, or wherever I go, whatever I do, I remember where it all began and how it began. That's why the KM apron holds special significance. Okay, can anyone guess this driver? Who's singing the song? That's nice. The Red Bull driver, four-time world champion Max Verstappen, he's from Netherlands. Look at the eyes. Look at the vision. Flow state. He's imagining the track that he's going to drive on. They have the visualization where they're going to brake, where they're going to go to accelerations of to 300 kilometers per hour, where they're going to avoid getting crashed, where they're going to finish what's the purple sector like. Purple sector means the best sector, best part of the track. Concentration? Not really. The hunger to get it done. Does he want to win? If you want to ask Max Verstappen one question at this point of time, what's more important to him? For him to win the race or for him to race? He would actually say, I just want to race, I just want to drive. When you know where your hunger is originating from, the flow state comes into effect. That's what happens with elite athletes. Tendulkar, Dhoni, Gavaskar, Cristiano, Leo, Sunil, name the athlete. Name the most elite athlete. Neeraj Chopra, name him. They will always go into the flow state because they want to perceive the action that they want to do. Flow state. When you go into that, you don't realize what's happening. Must have happened to you guys when you're reading your favorite subjects. You don't realize how did it go by because you love the subject. Because you love the element of being in that subject. Flow state. That's how it works. And sometimes if you see, when a player gets out, when a batter gets out, you know they try to elicit the action. Tendulkar is going to his pavilion with his bat, and then he just tries, had I tried this shot while going to the pavilion? You know, मैं ऐसा hook shot मार लेता तो शायद बच जाता. They're trying to recreate it because they're still in the flow state. As important as it is to get into the flow state, it is also important to get out of the flow state. Because otherwise, you're just going to be in rhythm. Your body is not going to be functional all the time. The adrenaline is going to be on an all-time high. And that's exactly what's more important, to get into the right zone at the right time. That's why some toppers in exams just get into that state right before the exam starts. How? Flow state. The moment you're mastering this, you're mastering the entire game. I don't need to tell you what's this. It's not Rahul Dravid, don't worry. So a simple physics question, which every one of you will just solve it like this. Of course, you're all India toppers. But if I'm working on this wall, if I'm applying force on this wall, displacement is 0. What is total work done? 0. Correct? When a person is in flow state, this is exactly what happens. He's building a wall around him. Any external factor, any external validation is not going to work because the displacement is 0. That is how methodology of flow state works when you're in peak hunger state. Hunger plus flow state plus wall, I'm telling you, peak excellence achieved. If you ask Lionel Messi at any point of time, hey man, what happened during the FIFA World Cup Qatar 2022 final? He might not recollect anything. He said, I just wanted to play with the ball. He wouldn't even say that I scored a goal in the final, in the most important match of his career or his life, where he lifted the trophy, because he had a wall around him. Because for him, probably it was also important to block everything else around himself, or any athlete for that matter. You ask Tendulkar what happened during the game where he thrashed Shoaib Akhtar for that 6. Everyone remembers. He took that uppercut, 2003 World Cup, Shoaib Akhtar for a 6. Probably he might not recreate it because he was in that moment. He had created a wall around him. That's what elite athletes do. That's what I learned over a period of time, and that's what we now teach young athletes when we go in the longer run. This is probably the most important slide for people who are in support staff when we are around. I remember, and even now, I have faced my city more as an opponent than as a teammate. I have faced my nation more as an opponent more than a teammate. Recently, we had a Lebanon versus India game. I was in the Lebanon dugout. Lebanon wins 2-0, but I can't celebrate the goals. I am Indian. I can't. Hum science ki taraf se. That's what happens. But that is also key aspect to consider, because the more neutral you are, the more emotionally balanced you become. Diagnosis becomes your importance. Your role becomes your important factor. You can't get swayed in the game just because you're a football fan or you're a sports fan. Because I remember, just imagine the irony of this moment, where my first home game of the season as Jamshedpur FC doctor, in Jamshedpur, in the middle of Jharkhand, is against Mumbai City FC. And the whole Mumbai crowd is looking at me. Doctor, idhar kya kar raha hai? Like, yaar, I'm Jamshedpur doctor, I can't do much. The moment Jamshedpur scored the winning goal, the staff is looking at me. Koi celebrate karo. Agar tune celebrate kiya. That's what happens. That's where I learned the lesson. When Jamshedpur came to Mumbai, imagine being a Mumbaikar sitting on the opposite dugout and still Jamshedpur winning by 3-0. How do I celebrate? We celebrate at the hotel, we celebrate elsewhere, but at that point of time, professional neutrality is what matters. That also balances the brain. When you're doing your work, just focus on the controllables that you have, basically. You can't tell the player to go and score a goal, or just because it's Mumbai, don't come towards me, I will not celebrate. You can't think about those things at that point of time. But the moment you start your neutral preparation beforehand, things get a bit easier. Okay. 4th of January 2025. One of the most important lessons probably I saw in the middle of Tata Nagar in Jharkhand. The temperature was 4 degrees centigrade. We were about to face the table toppers. Jamshedpur FC, 4 games unbeaten, but played 4 games in 8 days. My players are absolutely tired. One of my left-back players, left-back basically the left-sided defender, Mohammad Uwais, tells me, Doctor, मुझसे नहीं हो रहा है, खेल ही नहीं पाऊंगा. 20 मिनट खेल लिया, बहुत हो गया. It's a 90-minute game. The opponent that is trying to defend, Mr. Chetri, he has no option but to save against him. He has no option. He has to give his everything. Right from the morning hours, he's telling me, Doctor, मुझसे नहीं होगा. I won't be able to play. Please tell coach. The coach is like, no, it's an important game. We've already won 3 games on the trot. We can't afford to just throw away the game like that. And the fatigue was showed right from minute 1. Bengaluru, the team, away team, scores in the 23rd minute of the game, through an own goal, by the way. The team was totally out in the first half. Our coach Khalid Jamil tells the team, take your time. We are just giving them electrolytes, medicines, whatever we can, because even our resilience was tested. What do? We have no solution left. That's what we thought. Somewhere in the 82nd minute, my Australian striker, Jordan Murray, does a bicycle kick, we get a goal. It's 1-1. It's peak action time. Look at the time, ladies and gentlemen. It's 89 minutes, 44 seconds. My goalkeeper, Albino Gomes, has given a long ball. Can anyone guess what happened? Can anyone guess what happened next? Or do you want to watch what happened? You want to watch? Sit tight and enjoy.
Gurpreet has come out. Oh! Watching this game was like listening to electronic dance music. You have to wait for the drop. And Jamshedpur have dropped a stunning winner via Uwais. Call this soundtrack the winner of the furnace.
Catch the ball. That's all you've got to do. What a poor decision this is. Gurpreet comes a long way. He's above everybody. He can catch it. He doesn't get height. He doesn't get distance. He doesn't get width. It's a poor punch. He doesn't catch it right. But that is
is genius from Uwais. Brilliant quality from him to see the keeper all the way out. And a little cushion volley gives Jamshedpur the goosebumps.
Same guy. मुझसे नहीं हो रहा है. He just created history here. What happens for Uwais next? Gets called to the Indian national team, gets a bronze medal for us in Tajikistan, sorry. Same left back. Khalid Jamil rewards him with a national team place. Resilience helped him. Had he not done that, had he not played, this wouldn't have been on the cards. This guy does this in the 90th minute of the game that has Sunil Chhetri on his flank against the run of play. Run of play means the ball's direction. This is what happens. And imagine watching this right in front of your eyes. The way the whole city explodes, the stadium explodes, when you know your work is actually getting counted. That feeling is not, we can't describe it, basically. Next. Perception-based update. Take yourself back 10 years ago, 20 years ago, maybe let's say your childhood. Would your younger self be actually accepted by everyone in the past? Answer is yes. But 20 years later, when you are an evolved version, are your childhood peers, are your childhood people going to recognize you in the same space? Answer is no. The software is getting updated. The device is still the same, basically. How does that work? The updation is something that identity gets to the table. Neeraj Chopra, after winning gold at Tokyo in 2020, can't be the same person anymore. Of course he can't be the same person anymore. But the moment you realize it, that you are not the same person that you used to be, you are going to lose a lot of people in life. Trust me on this. It does not get lonelier as such, it's just that you are getting upgraded. Software upgrade करना है तो phone बदलना ही पड़ेगा ना एक point of time पे. You need to change your circles, basically. That's what happens. Perception changes, perception of people around you changes. Your life gets updated after going through all those lessons, but the lessons are always personal. The lessons are always going to be subjective to each and every person around the table. Next slide. Okay. Sometimes, when the cause is much greater than the self, when the cause is very high, such as these players when they're singing the national anthem on that field, they have no option. Doesn't matter how they are, doesn't matter how they feel. Once they see that tricolor, it's game over. You are just going there. Recent example, 2nd of June 2025. It's not even 30 days since India actually had that geopolitical maneuver executed on our battlefields on the opposite neighbor country. 7th of May when the geopolitical event happened. I guess everyone knows what happened exactly. It's not even 1 month. We are facing that same team on 2nd of June because it's a neutral venue. We are not supposed to have any inhibitions because we don't have control over it. We have no option. It's the quarter-final game. Our friendly neighbors, don't even want to name them, man. We had no option. But a good volleyball team knocked us out in the Asian Games. We know what they're capable of, positively and negatively. And my volleyball team players come from army backgrounds, services. One of my team players actually lost his friend in that incident that happened in April in Kashmir, right in front of his eyes, shot dead. He had carried that sentiment. He was in the playing six. He knew what was going through. He was silent. He didn't want to take revenge. He wanted redemption. He wanted identity restored. The coach, Serbian coach, Dragan Mihailovic, calls the medical team and says, guys, we know the scenario. We know what has happened. We know the wartime scenarios that have happened. Just prep the team. We said, okay. The physio asked me, doctor, would you like to prep the team? Nobody wants to talk because everyone is angry. We need to channelize that potential. Everyone is tired because they've played 16 volleyball games in a trot. 16 volleyball games. One volleyball game is 4 hours each. 16 volleyball games on the trot and they're facing this opponent. And they just want to get it done. I said, okay, let's try whatever we can. I went there and I just told them, boys, they took 25 of our lives on that day in April. A volleyball set is of 25 points. Don't think twice. Destroy. Search and destroy. exactly the way you're trained in the services, in the army, in the Air Force. Do exactly what you are supposed to do and you are meant to do. Jai Hind, Bharat Mata ki Jai, let's go, let's do this. The result, 25-17 first set, 25-17 second set, 25-21 third set. India goes to the semi-final, wins the silver medal, and makes sure Pakistan is not even on the map of volleyball ever at all. Absolutely tired players, but the sense of what was on the cards. We couldn't afford to lose, not to them, no chance at all. But in spite of having your own thing at stake, anything could have happened. But we made sure that the Pakistani players go to the hospital. 3 players were injured to such a level that they were actually sent to the hospital. That happened right in front of my eyes. We were actually proud of that fact, actually, apart from the score. Like, hospital base diya. The sentiment was real because it was very fresh of what had happened. And imagine a team member losing their friend there on that barren ground tourist location where all he had to do was enjoy with family. That was the severity of situation. And once everything comes into effect, when you know how to manage the emotions, manage the sentiment, and also make sure that what you're supposed to do as long as you're enjoying the process, this molecule pops up. You know, the good, the bad, the ugly, the beautiful. You are managing everything at a single point. That's how serotonin starts working in your body. And that's how sport, in my life, could actually bring in the lesson where this molecule constantly tries to have its own balances, but overall creates a meaningful impact, I could say. Well, every time before I go, I have this message for everyone. I was a photographer at this game, India versus Kyrgyz Republic, AFC Asian Cup qualifier 2017, 13th of June. The whole vibe of the stadium, I could hear the spectators talking. India 5 goal se harega, India 6 goal se harega, 7 goal se harega. I mean, are you serious? You're talking about the result even before the game started. Yes, I know we are underdogs, but at least don't speak out the result before. But okay, we had a game in our hands, we had to just make sure we had to play a game. When the team was walking out, they unfurl a banner. The road is long, but the belief is everything. Massive, massive life lesson. At that point of time, it doesn't hurt, or it doesn't hit you. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hit you as such. Over a period of time, it just seeps into your body, this message. Jab वापस जाते हो, then you realize कि अरे, oh, this is the meaning. This is the meaning of the line. What happened after this? And I remember the players actually talking about it. When there was no chance of us winning, Sunil Chhetri ends up scoring the goal. India wins 1-0. We go on to qualify for the AFC Asian Cup 2019 in UAE. That's what the impact of the banner was. And everyone working in sports, by the way, has an idea about how this works. So if you did not listen to anything of this, or if there's any one thing you want to take, it's this. The road is long, but the belief is everything. Always remember, onwards and upwards is how trajectory should always go. When you know you always have to go onwards and upwards, you realize there is plenty of opportunity for you, there's plenty of scope, there's plenty of room for not just improvement, but excellence at the same time, to such a level that you never even look back at your lives, and once you go to sleep, at the end of the day, you actually realize how beautiful the whole process you have undertaken means to you. Thank you so much. It's 10 years is a less time to talk about a life's journey, but here we are. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dia Langalia, and I'll be having an insightful Q&A session with Dr. Pradyumna. So before we begin, here is a list of questions set in anonymously and curated after screening them thoroughly. So first question, sir. You have experienced such unique turnaround stories in your career. Where do you derive this inspiration from?
From this campus, honestly. Imagine being an underdog team all the time, not being considered important enough to suddenly making an impact on the field where it matters the most. And then initially I was just a guy winning hearts because, the team that loses a final wins hearts, but not the trophy. That used to be the ideology. But after a point of time, yes, when the turnaround stories started looking understandable, actually, that's where I realized it's more about the lessons that you learn earlier.
That perspective is truly inspiring. Moving on. When we all see larger than life figures in our real life, and when you see them daily, what's it like working with them?
Exactly how you hear Rohit Sharma on the stump mic. Exactly. These guys never change, honestly speaking. The aura around them, the social media hype, the paparazzis around, yes, it does create an impact on their life as well. But once they're in the training space, once they cross the boundary line and they're practicing, it's all cool. They're just like you and me. It's not different. So treating them becomes easier. Once the consultation room door is locked and once they're inside, they're just regular individuals who need help or assistance. The aura is just outside, but even we get to enjoy a bit of it.
That's wonderful to hear. Now let's have a question from the audience.
Mike?
Sachin Tendulkar, I will take the example. I am very fond of sport, especially sports psychology, which I keep telling my clients a lot. At the time of 90 to 96, you see the slowing, okay? And we were thinking about the flow state, right? So when the achievement is in the, in the sight, there is a performance anxiety. You think the flow state breaks? What happens? Why Sachin has to get out so many times around 96, 97? Otherwise, he seems fully in that flow state. He looks, he's visualizing. I have seen Sachin, I have seen Sandeep Patil was my senior in Ruya. So the sport is there, but this is something which is intriguing, Why is he losing that flow state? I mean, the target is still straight in front of you.
Exactly. There's actually research that we did for high performance situations, especially in high pressure conditions. We did a combination research with UEFA, the European Footballing Association body, and we screened people from elite footballing teams, be it the Barcelonas, the Real Madrids, and we actually got to a conclusion where the end result, when it's near, anyhow, be it their losing state or a winning state, what happens is there is a sudden drop in their vision response. So somewhere down the line, they're shutting off before everything happens. It's more of a shutdown response rather than crossing the line. So when even Tendulkar was asked about this question, about nervous 90s, even Virat Kohli for that matter, what happened is they used to tell the crowd or the experts who are sitting there in panels, they used to say that it's more of a switch on, switch off thing. Because when they're in flow state, when they're in the 80s or till the time they're 75, 76, their focus is more on the target at hand or the score that they have to put on board. Be it 250, 350, 400, whatever the score is. The moment the personal achievement is seen, or if they see the score, okay, they are at 90. If they're seeing the scoreboard, the visual response is, okay, I need to shut down. So negating the personal achievement becomes first goal rather than getting a team to a particular total. That's what happens. So they're breaking their flow state unconsciously. So to control that, what we do is the visual or the auditory response systems to make sure that they're going well and beyond. Sometimes we do practice games, or if it's a football game, we don't do 90 minutes sometimes. We do 120 minutes so that the flow state is not broken. Or sometimes we, even in cricket teams, when I hear the coach from the dugout, if the target is 250 runs, they'll tell deliberately that, okay, it's a batting pitch, you go to 350, so the flow state isn't broken. So when a collective goal is bigger, So the individual goal gets on the side, and that's the way the flow state continues. Yeah.
That's quite, understanding, yeah. There is that difference between collective goal. So the person becomes very self-centered and, right?
Right,
Yeah.
that's right, that's right.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Moving on. Is there any case that made you switch back to your college days and you felt glad that you kept going through those same case files back again?
Absolutely. And that's why going to postings is also important. I can't deny the fact. Yes, the subjects that you go to, the ER room cases that you see, how people manage it in the casualty, or how to do a head-to-toe examination, how to do a primary survey, secondary survey, everything counts in the long run. Because once you know exactly the symptomatology on a basic level, that's where you know the real game is won even before you're going on to the field. So once you know exactly what happened, all those case files get revisited through some or the other methodology. It's not a particular case, but the overall experience of managing the whole load accordingly. And that's what actually helped, because when I was taking interviews as a journalist, the skill set actually helped, because that got me to a level where I could do case histories properly. I could take the history taking, the most important part in endpost. Because I used to do interviews, I used to know more about people's lives. So basically, medical case history taking is a life story with a certain presenting complaint. And when you write the HOPI and when you write personal history, past history, you're technically decoding it like an interview process. So that's where the whole thing helped.
That's a meaningful reflection. How do you manage being around 80,000 to 1,20,000 people in the stadiums and potentially 1 to 2 crore online viewers and still keep yourself in the right scope of mind?
I can't. I can't. Sometimes before big games, you just can't. But before you leave from the hotel room or before you leave to, let's say, the stadium in the bus, all you realize is you are in a neutral mindset. You have your medical bag with you. That's all you can do. You can't tell the players to go score a goal like this or that or something like that. When the music is playing in the dressing room, the hype is actually real. But honestly, the viewer pressure and the spectator pressure is only till the time where you come out of the bus and you're going to your dressing rooms. The moment you're in the dressing room, it's all shut. Because you can't hear anything. You can't hear the noise, the public headbanging or whatever activities, the chants, the songs, the DJ, nothing matters. At that point of time, you're just shifting to peak flow state.
That's truly incredible. We can have one more question from the audience.
Before that, I have something to tell you, Pradyum. I can place you in my class. I still remember a simple-looking boy, tall boy, whom I taught, and it was really such a proud moment for me to come here. I came for 10 minutes, but I sat throughout the session. I enjoyed the other side of the sports, which I never knew. And it was really fantastic talk that you gave. It was
Thank you so much.
really good.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you.
So hello, sir. There are many occasions where, say, a sports person gets injured very seriously and is advised to take a rest for the next matches. And it becomes life-threatening or the career-threatening if the player would play the next match. But let's say the match is very important, or the player also desperately wants to play the next match. So as a team doctor, what becomes your perspective for that situation? And is there any such situation that you might have faced in your career till now?
Recently, Lebanon, India, my central midfielder, the person who is responsible for passing the ball around and making sure the goals are scored, he told my thigh is feeling sore. So I just checked. There was tenderness over the rectus. Okay, I said probably he might not play, but let's see what happens. But the advantage was it was a 16-year-old boy, so he could recover. So sometimes when it is a career-threatening injury, you need to assess how much impact it's going to have for the game, for the season, for the player's long run. So it becomes a three-way impact. But dealing in that situation doesn't become high stress because an opinion is an opinion at the end of the day. We know it's a team player and we know the coach wants him or the fans want him. It's more about fan pressure than coach pressure, basically. But if an injury is going to cost a player more than 2 games, then you stop. Then you can tell the player, okay, you need to rest, my friend. It's okay if you don't play the game. But in cases where international matches take place, where the margins are so narrow, the margin of error is very thin, that time you just have to make sure that whatever happens, try to make the player fit at least for 10 minutes. At least for 10 minutes. So that 10-minute impact is more than enough. That's exactly what happens. We made the player play Lebanon against India, and imagine I'm treating a player to face my own country. That's a different dilemma altogether. But he plays the game. He takes the first touch. He scores a curling goal in front of the national team goalkeeper. No option left. He comes. He celebrates with us, and then I definitely not celebrating myself for obvious reasons. But then that's exactly what happened. So that was the most recent case. But good lesson learned along the way that if it's a high pressure situation, either he's in for some time or let the player rest. When the player wins an individual award, he would share the award with me, and then even I'm seeing the longer good, you know.
Thank you, sir. So the last question for the day. After all those years of managing sports and medicine, what advice would you like to give to all the people present here?
Advice. Okay. Be passionate. Just be passionate. People are going to call you crazy. People are going to call you names for whatever you do, which is totally unconventional. You're standing out from the crowd. Initially, the crowd will always respond to you that, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? Eventually, once the results start showing up, they realize what they missed out on. And once those elements of life come back to your own space in a different shape altogether, the ones who actually took you for granted, or not just the people, the elements of life or the situations where you were taken for granted. And once you come as an evolved individual after following your passion, trust me, it's a completely turnaround moment. Complete turnaround moment. Onwards and upwards, just be passionate. Sky's the limit.
Yeah, that's a powerful message. I'm sure it will stay with all of us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Sure, go ahead.
In top players, we often see a mental block happening during times. So how do they recover exactly? Means, do they have a procedure? Because sometimes they have a mental block for a very long time and suddenly it's not there. So is there a transition they go through? Like, have you seen it personally or close up?
Yes, yes, that happens. That happens to a lot of players. It's probably the most common etiology, most common cause of player depletion of the depletion in player performance. Actually, mental block. It's either momentary or it is long term. It's never permanent. If it's permanent, the player either leaves the sport, leaves the profession, does something else. If it's that to a level where he needs clinical help. But have I seen the players? Yes, of course they do go through mental block episodes. And the way they tackle it is only through the process of getting it done sometimes. Sometimes you just have to get it through. Resilience. Because the mental block is due to some other reason. Something that is not even relevant to what is happening here. Because they are in a lonely space all the time. You feel the cameras are around them, you feel the whole stadium is cheering for them, but all they do is get down from the bus, play the game, go home. There's no interaction around, because all they fear is, what if this person comes to me? What if there's a motive of the particular person coming to me? Or what if their agents or their management companies don't keep them in a loop, saying that don't fall in trouble, somebody might do anything. So they're very lonely lives when it comes to that onward ascendancy. Once they know how to tackle that through anything, then it's more than game over for the opponent, because the mental block is gone now.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah.
Well, it's time now for the special giveaway contest where one lucky winner gets a very special surprise award. So, are you guys ready?
I can't hear you. Guys, I work in sports stadiums, man. I need noise. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Manager, for sharing the questions. Okay, so let me explain the format to you. We are going to ask 5 questions. 5 questions ke baad, we are going to, the winners of those answers, whoever answers correctly, comes to the stage for the next round, which is going to be more like a sports-centric quiz. Best of 5 questions wins. Simple? Simple? Don't think of it as an exam, man. It's all cool. It's all cool. Uh, all set? Peak flow state ready? Warm up done? Okay. Mic team ready? Mic's ready for the answers? Okay. Guys, ready for the first question? First ball coming up right your way. No KBC music played here. Okay. To the nearest 100, how many matches has Virat Kohli captained for Team India across all formats? T20, tests, one-day internationals. To the nearest 100. 300, 400, 500, वैसे भी बोल सकते हो. Exact figure, bingo. He's saying something. 200. Yalla, Shabab, come. We have the first final round entrant. The answer is actually 213. Had a single stretch from 2012 to 2019 when he captained accidentally for one test match. Come. Second one. Formula One fans, it's your time to shine. Who has won the most consecutive races, Grand Prix races, in Formula One history? And if you know it, how many have they won? Who has won the most consecutive races, Grand Prix races in Formula One history? And if you know it, how many races has he won?
Max Verstappen has won 11 in a row, I think.
Max Verstappen has won 23 races.
Who said that?
That's in a season.
You said Max Verstappen, 23 races.
Yes.
You said Max Verstappen?
11 races in a row.
Who has won the most consecutive Grand Prix races? Max Verstappen, 11 races in a row. Come. Come. Third question. Cricket fans, it's your turn again. IPL question. IPL. Who was the opponent of Mumbai Indians? They've had 5 opponents in the IPL final, one of them, when they played and won the IPL in 2017.
RPS.
अरे यार.
Rising Pune Super Giants.
एक सेकंड. Hey, organizing team को नहीं यार. Come on. Hang on. किसको देना है mic? Let's have somebody from the back. बोल भाई.
Sir, Rising Pune Super Giants.
Yalla Shabab, come. Yalla Shabab means let's go boy in Arabic, basically. Okay. Football fans? Yeah. Football fans, sports fans in general, yeah. Who has won the FIFA Ballon d'Or prize in, by the way, just raise your hands, just raise your hands. Who has won the FIFA Ballon d'Or? Ballon d'Or is basically the Golden Ball prize, best player, in 2025. Oh, he's quick. Oh, you're a goalkeeper, my friend.
Usman Dembele.
Sorry?
Usman Dembele.
Just don't get injured while coming down. Just don't be a ambulance. Usman Dembele, the French winger, playing for FC Barcelona? He's playing for PSG, right? No, oh, PSG, yeah, sorry, I got confused. Yeah, sorry. My bad. And I am a football ambassador. I mean, ironic. Okay, tennis fans. Very good. Some tennis fan, nice. How many titles has Rafael Nadal won in his career in Roland Garros Paris? Mic do yaar, please. आ जाओ, come. How do you say come in French? French or Roland Garros? Roland Garros. Very good, congrats. Guys, I need you to stand here and congrats on the final round. Okay, let's distribute the props. Let's distribute the props for them. Yeah, okay. Okay, perfect. If you know the right answer now, you need. Okay. Okay, so final round, guys. It's based on score predictions. Since the 2026 FIFA World Cup is on the cards, we're going to do a revision version of what happened in FIFA World Cup 2022. And as somebody who, I don't mean to show off, but watched the games in the stadiums. So we wanted to make sure that a revision is done so that we welcome the new World Cup in style. So based on that, we have a few questions. Whoever gets it right, we'll ask everyone. Whoever gets it right will step one step ahead. Closest to the finish line after 5 questions wins. Perfect? Okay. Best of 3 will start, but if there's a tiebreaker, we'll go to 5. Yeah? Okay. No prompting, by the way. And if they don't get it, the crowd gets a special giveaway prize as well. Yeah? Okay. First question, simple. France played Argentina in the final. The most iconic final. बोलना नहीं है, सबको question मिलने वाला है. First question is, sub question is, what was the final score after extra time? So basically there was a draw. No, everyone's going to get a chance to answer, don't worry. There was extra time, it was a draw, as everyone knows. What was the score? What was the score? Number 1?
4-3.
4-3. Okay. After extra time, my friend.
3-all.
Okay, 3-all.
Same, it was 3-all.
Okay, pass the mic.
3-all.
Okay.
4-3.
4-3. After extra time, a football match ends in a draw. It's 3-all. So one step ahead for who gave the right answer. Yeah, come on. Okay. Spoiler alert, this is a trick question. Group C, in the group stage, where Lionel Messi's Argentina played the first game of the FIFA World Cup group stage. It was against the Green Falcons, Qatar's neighbors, Saudi Arabia. The score was a pretty phenomenal score. The iconic "Where is Messi" meme went viral. What was the final score? No? Guess? What was the score between Argentina and Saudi Arabia? What do you think might have been the score? Take a guess.
2-1.
2-1.
Argentina lost.
Argentina lost 2-1. Okay. Pass the mic.
Same, 2-1.
2-1.
Yeah, 2 Saudi Arabia, 1 Argentina.
2 Saudi Arabia, 1 Argentina.
Saudi Arabia won 2-1. Saudi Arabia.
Okay, and what about him?
Sir, 2-1.
2-1. Salem Al-Dawsari scored in the 55th minute to give Saudi Arabia the lead and eventually win, giving Saudi the 3 points, but eventually got knocked out of the World Cup in the group stages. Everyone one step ahead. Okay, it's getting tougher between 3 people. Okay. Third question, if the 3 of you get right, my friends, it's time for you to exit the group stage. No, but it's not done yet. If one of you gets it right, you're the winner. Yeah? Ready for the grand finale? Unless it turns out to be a tiebreaker. Okay. Brazil played the quarterfinals of the FIFA World Cup. Brazil played the quarterfinals of the FIFA World Cup but lost to a certain team. First sub-question, because I think these guys know it. Name the team. And if everyone gets it right, I'm going to ask what was the score at the end of the game. Who was the opponent? No prompting? Who was the mic? Sorry, no. First it's going to be them because it's... Okay. Sorry? Yes. Okay, let's pass if you don't know.
Croatia.
Okay.
The African team, the red jersey ones.
Manchester United. Red Jamshedpur FC.
I don't know. Morocco maybe.
Morocco. Okay.
I don't have an answer.
Okay.
So I don't
No
know.
answer. Neymar's Brazil scored in the extra time in the 108th minute, only for a certain individual to score the equalizer in the 121st minute at the extra time, eventually Brazil losing to the penalties 5-3 to the runners-up of 2018 FIFA World Cup. It's Croatia. Pole position. Congratulations. Pole position. Now what we are going to do is, by the way, thank you guys. It was an incredible ride, but you are in pole position. You're going to stay here. Now, we're going to need you to close your eyes. Okay? Close your eyes. We're going to give the giveaway. Every one of you is going to have a look. But try to react as loud as you can because she needs to get the hype of it as well. Aryan? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Oh, keep your eyes closed. Keep your eyes closed. Keep your eyes closed. She already guessed it. What is it, a Pharmac answer? Okay. On the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes. 1, 2, 3. You have a photo op? Come. Let's click a photograph. This is yours. Keep it well. That's Sunil Chetri's iconic ISL winning jersey signed in 2018. That's yours. Congratulations, congratulations. Well, that was it from our side. Congratulations to the pole position winner. And lovely to come back to the campus after 11 years as a random teenager boy who just wanted to do everything. Thank you so much, Team Ascension, for the opportunity. And I wish you guys all the best. Onwards and upwards. Thank you.
Hello. Very good afternoon to everyone present here. Myself, Swadeep Zadav, as one of the organizers for Ascension, it is my honor to deliver the vote of thanks to Sir. On behalf of the entire organizing committee, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Pradyumna sir for delivering such inspiring and insightful session. Sir, I first came across your profile on LinkedIn, a proud KM alumnus who has reached remarkable heights in the field of sports medicine, representing India at prestigious global platforms like FIFA World Cup, AFC, Asian Cup, where when we had our first video call, it was genuinely reassuring. Your warmth, humility, and readiness to guide us made the entire journey incredibly smooth. Thank you, sir, for being so supportive and for taking out your valuable time with us today. It truly means a lot to all of us. A heartfelt thank you to our respected faculty, esteemed guests, and all the enthusiastic participants for being here and making this event meaningful. Now I request Shubham and Avanti to kindly join us on the stage to felicitate Dr. Pradyumna Tembekar sir with plaque as a token of appreciation. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. And may I just always say, when home calls, you always answer. It's just a homecoming. I'm just coming home. You just don't need any time to take out. When you're home, you're home. Thank you. Thanks.
If anyone from the audience wants to take a picture with sir, they are welcome. Yeah, with the jerseys as well. We'll be starting symphony shortly, so the participants please wait.
Delegates can have their lunch. Lunch is served at BCR. Lunch is served at BCR. Delegates can have their lunch.
Dr. Kapil Agrawal, sir, Professor Additional, Department of Plastic Surgery at St. G.S. Medical College and KM Hospital, Mumbai. May I please call you both to felicitate you as a token of our heartfelt appreciation. May I please call Shubham to felicitate both of you. Let us begin with our awaited performances. I would like to call our first contestant, Sneha Rathi. Please come on the stage.
Hello. 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 Hello.
Hello, hello, check, hello, check.
साउंड नहीं है, एको नहीं है. कौन है साउंड वाला? तू?
आप ही हैं?
एको एको दे ना, एको.
Hello, hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. थोड़ा और. Hello, hello, check.
अभी तक नहीं.
Hello. Hello.
तेरा नेक्स्ट है सेकंड. नाही ते सोडा ते सर माईकचा करून घ्या ना म्हणजे परफॉर्मन्स करू आपण तिकडे. माईकचा करून घ्या ना तिचा.
हो हो साऊंड सिस्टम आहे ना.
एको होणारच नाही. हेलो 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 हेलो.
Hello.
हेलो 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 हेलो
Hello. मुझे तो सही हेलो.
एको नहीं है मिक्सर में. एको का ऑप्शन ही नहीं है.
Hello.
एको है ही नहीं अपने पास. चलेगा ना. पहले सेमिनार किसका सेमिनार था ना?
ठीक हो गया. हेलो सूखा है लेकिन अभी. हेलो हेलो. इसका वॉल्यूम है वो है क्या? कौन सा वाला बटन दबाया तुमने? हेलो बटन कौन सा दबाया तुमने वो अभी जिससे चालू हुआ? हेलो 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 हेलो. नहीं रे सूखा है एकदम. हेलो थोड़ा सा है इसको थोड़ा बढ़ाएगा और. हेलो हेलो. टाइम मत बढ़ा उसका खाली इको बढ़ा. हेलो नहीं बहुत ज़्यादा हो रहा है. हेलो नहीं रे, इसको दबा ना, इसको दबा, इसको कम करना। तो जो टाइम दो दो चीज़ रहती है, एक वो रहता है और एक उसकी टाइमिंग रहती है। टाइम नहीं बढ़ाने की। हेलो हेलो चेक नहीं रे, हेलो 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 ये क्या है? ये टाइमिंग है?
उसका हेडर है उसका।
हाँ, एक मिनट। हेलो 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 ये वॉल्यूम है ना, इसका बैलेंस ये है ना? ये क्या का बैलेंस है? इसी का अभी का। हेलो 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 हेलो
दोनों स्पीकर का बैलेंस है, लेफ्ट राइट स्पीकर।
हेलो नहीं अरे
हेलो हेलो
हेलो हेलो हेलो ठीक है, मुझे तो सही
तेरे लिए सही है यार, बाकी तो हमको तो सुनने को आना चाहिए अच्छे से ना। अरे देर देखना आया क्या, उसको मालूम ही नहीं है, लेके चला आया खाली वो।
हेलो बहुत ज़्यादा है,
टाइम
कम
बढ़ा,
करो
हमने वो टाइमिंग बढ़ा दिया है, वो दो चीज़ रहती है उसमें, उसको मालूम ही नहीं कौन सी।
कम करो कम। ओह शिट, एको कम करने को बोल उसको, उसमें पूरा मैसेज। हेलो कम करो कम करो। हेलो नहीं, ये तो तुमने एको वैसा दिया, हाँ रिपीटिशन नहीं होना चाहिए उसी। हेलो हेलो इट्स ऑल और नन फिनोमिनन सर। हेलो हेलो दिस इज ओके बेटर। प्यार कभी हो, ठीक है ले लो।
हेलो स्नेहा मरहमी सा चांद है तू, दिल जला सा मैं अंधेरा, एक दूजे के लिए है नींद मेरी, ख्वाब तेरा। तू घटा है फुहार की, मैं घड़ी इंतजार की, अपना मिलना लिखा इसी बरस है ना, जो मेरी मंजिलों को जाती है। तेरे नाम की कोई सड़क है ना, जो मेरे दिल को दिल बनाती है। तेरे नाम की कोई धड़क है ना।
तड़प है ना जो मेरी मंजिलों को जाती है। तेरे नाम की कोई सड़क है ना जो मेरे दिल को दिल बनाती है। तेरे नाम की कोई धड़क है ना।
Thank you. Thank you so much.
A mesmerizing performance indeed. Let's keep the vibe going on and let's call upon our next performer, Seemant Kale.
चेक करा मैं आवाज चेक कर।
हेलो
हाँ
अलबेला सजन आयो रे अलबेला सजन आयो रे मोरा अति मन सुख पायो रे मोरा अति मन सुख पायो रे अलबेला सजन आयो रे अलबेला 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 सजन आयो रे अलबेला सजन आयो रे चौक पुराओ मंगल गावो चौक पुराओ चौक पुराओ मांगल गाओ सुन नाना निस दिन पायो रे सुने नाना निस दिन पायो रे अलबेला सजन आयो रे अलबेला सजन आयो रे रे गम पद पम प गम पदनी पदनी सदनी सरे सा ग रे सनी रे सनी द अलबेला सजन आयो रे अलबेला 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 सजन आयो रे
That was absolutely wonderful. I would now like to call upon the next singer, Piyush Mahajan.
Hello, hello. अभी मुझ में कहीं बाकी थोड़ी सी है जिंदगी, जगी धड़कन नहीं, जाना जिंदा हूँ मैं तो अभी। कुछ ऐसी लगन इस लम्हे में है, ये लम्हा कहा था मेरा, अब है सामने इसे छू लूं जरा, मर जाऊं या जी लूं जरा, खुशियाँ चूम लूं या रो लूं जरा, मर जाऊं या जी लूं जरा। हो अभी मुझ में कहीं बाकी थोड़ी सी है जिंदगी। धूप में जलते हुए तन को छाया पेड़ सी मिल गई, रूठे बच्चे की हंसी जैसे फुसलाने से फिर खिल गई। कुछ ऐसा ही अब महसूस दिल को हो रहा है, बरसों के पुराने जख्म पे मरहम लगा सा है। कुछ ऐसा रहम इस लम्हे में है, ये लम्हा कहा था मेरा, अब है सामने इसे छू लूं जरा, मर जाऊं या जी लूं जरा, खुशियाँ चूम लूं या रो लूं जरा, मर जाऊं या जी लूं जरा।
You've created an amazing vibe with your performance. Now let's call upon the next performer, Adhiraj Ratnakar.
जाऊं तोरे चरण कमल परवारी, जाऊं तोरे चरण कमल परवारी, हे गोपाल गोविंद मुरारी, हे गोपाल गोविंद मुरारी, शरणागत हूँ द्वार तिहार, जाऊं तुरे चरण कमल परवारी, जाऊं तुरे चरण कमल परवारी। कितना घना बना अंधियारा, कितना घना बना अंधियारा, घुलता मैं सारा का सारा, घुलता मैं सारा का सारा। तू ही मेरा एक आधार, आ आ गरे पग धप धप गरे ग पध रे, रे ग गरे स धप गरे ग पध स रे, स स धप ग धप ग प भ गरे ग गरे सा रे गरे ग पग पद सा धप गरे सा। तू ही मेरा एक आधार, शरणागत हूँ द्वार तिहार, जाऊं तुरे चरण कमल परवारी, जाऊं तुरे चरण कमल परवारी। मोर पंख की किरण जगाकर, जगाकर मोर पंख की किरण जगाकर, हर ले मन की पीड़ अपार। सारे सग सप सध सा साध प गरे साध सा, हर ले मन की पीड़ अपार, शरणागत हूँ द्वार तिहार, जाऊं तुरे चरण कमल परवारी, जाऊं तुरे चरण कमल, तुरे चरण कमल, तुरे चरण कमल परवारी।
Thank you for an amazing performance, Adhiraj. I would like to call upon our next singer, Mukta.
ये बात है पुरानी, कैसी पहेली है ये, कैसी पहेली जिंदगानी। थामा हाँ रोका इसको किसने, हाँ ये तो बता पानी। कैसी पहेली है ये, कैसी पहेली जिंदगानी। ला 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 ला, जू 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 जू, पीले इसे इसमें नशा, जिसने पिया वो गम में भी हंसा। पल में हंसाए और पल में रुलाए ये कहानी। कैसी पहेली है ये, कैसी पहेली जिंदगानी। हाँ थामा हाँ रोका इसको किसने, हाँ ये तो बहता पानी। कैसी ओहो कैसी पहेली जिंदगानी। आरंभ है प्रचंड बोले मस्तकों के झुंड, आज जंग की घड़ी की तुम गुहार दो। आरंभ है प्रचंड बोले मस्तकों के झुंड, आज जंग की घड़ी की तुम गुहार दो। आन बान शान या के जान का हुदान, आज एक धनुष के बाण पे उतार दो। आरंभ है प्रचंड बोले मस्तकों के झुंड, आज जंग की घड़ी के तुम गुहार दो। आन बान शान या के जान का हुदान, आज एक धनुष के बाण पे उतार दो। आरंभ है प्रचंड। मन करे सो प्राण दे, जो मन करे सो प्राण ले, वही तो एक सर्वशक्तिमान है। मन करे सो प्राण दे, जो मन करे सो प्राण ले, वही तो एक सर्वशक्तिमान है। कृष्ण की पुकार है, ये भागवत का सार है, कि युद्ध ही तो वीर का प्रमाण है। कौरवों की भीड़ हो या पांडवों का नीड़ हो, जो लड़ सका है वो ही तो महान है। जीत की हवस नहीं, किसी पे कोई वश नहीं, क्या जिंदगी है ठोकरों पे मार दो। मौत अंत है नहीं तो मौत से भी क्यों डरे, ये जाके आसमान में दहाड़ दो। आरंभ है प्रचंड बोले मस्तकों के झुंड, आज जंग की घड़ी की तुम गुहार दो। आन बान शान या के जान का हुदान, आज एक धनुष के बाण पे उतार दो। आरंभ है प्रचंड।
What a lovely voice. I would like to call upon our next singer, Ananya Patil.
वॉल्यूम बैक नहीं थोड़ा अब, हाँ थोड़ा अब। थैंक यू।
रघुकुल रीत सदा चली आए, प्राण जाए पर वचन ना जाए। दिरताना दिरी नोम तदियाना दीम, दिरताना दिरी नोम तदियाना दीम। रघुवर तेरी राह निहारे, रघुवर तेरी राह निहारे, सातों जन्म से सिया घर मोरी परदेसिया। आओ पधारो पिया घर मोरी परदेसिया। आओ पधारो पिया। दीमता दीमता नन दिरिना, दीमता दीमता नन दिरिना, धनी सा मा सा ग म ध नी ध म ग प ग म प सा सा ग म प नी नी मरी सनी सरी रे माम प प ध ध प म नी नी रे रे सनी ध नी ध प म प ध नी ध प म ग री ग री सनी सरी री गा ना तो मैया की लोरी ना ही फागुन की होरी मोहे कुछ दूसरा ना भाई रे जब से नैनाई जाके एक धनुर्धर से लागे तब से बिरहा मोहे सताई रे ना तो मैया की लोरी ना ही फागुन की होरी मोहे कुछ दूसरा ना भाई रे जब से नैनाई जाके एक धनुर्धर से लागे तब से बिरहा मोहे सताए रे दुविधा मेरी सब जग जाने दुविधा मेरी सब जग जाने जाने ना निर्मोहिया घर मोरी परदेसिया आओ पधारो पिया घर मोरी परदेसिया आओ पधारो पिया हाँ गई पन घट पर भरन भरन पनिया दीवानी गई पन घट पर भरन भरन पनिया नैनो की तेरी बान से मूर्छित हुई रे हिरनिया झूम झन नन 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 झन नन 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 बनी रे बनी मैं तेरी जोगनिया घर मोरी परदेसिया आओ पधारो पिया घर मोरी परदेसिया आओ पधारो पिया
Absolutely wonderful. This room is literally filled with talent. I would now like to call the next singer, Sejal Pawar.
हो भिजलेल्या क्षणांना आठवणींचे फोडणे हळदीसाठी आसुसलेले हळवे मनान कांती भिजलेल्या क्षणांना आठवणींची फोडणी हळदीसाठी आसुसलेले हळवे मनान कांती हो भिजलेल्या क्षणांना आठवणींची फोडणी हळदीसाठी आसुसलेले हळवे मनान कांती आयुष्य हे चुली परल्या कढईतले कांदे पोहे पाहताना कोणीतरी यावे हळूच मागून ध्यानी मनी नसताना नकळत आपण हरवून जावे स्वतःच मग जपताना अन मग डोळे उघडावे हे दिवा स्वप्न पाहताना आयुष्य चुलीवर कढईतले कांदे पोहे कांदे पोहे कांदे पोहे कांदे पोहे भूतकाळच्या धून अक्षता तांदूळ केले जाणे आणि सजवला खोटा रुखवत भाड्याच्या भांड्याने हवेशात रंगवण्याचा अट्टहासही त्याचा हो हातावरल्या मेहंदीवर उतरून लिंबाचे पाणी आयुष्य चुलीवर कढईतले कांदे पोहे
Thank you for a stunning performance, Sejal. We now have an impromptu performer, none other than our own Avanti Didi. I would like to call her on the stage. Avanti Didi is performing. Actually, it's an impromptu performance.
So Shriram and Aryan,
They are not here, so you can evaluate her in any of the sections.
Which whom?
Avanti.
She's participating, no?
Yeah, she's.
Okay.
दाढी हॅलो हॅलो मला लिरिक्स डाउनलोड नाही होत
You can use my phone.
You can use my phone. I have good internet. What is the song?
रुपेरी वाळूत मराठी मराठीत लिरिक्स आहेत इंग्लिश लिरिक्स हॅलो
The tech legend who's been right about everything from LinkedIn to
ठीक आहे चलेगा
रुपेरी वाळूत माडाच्या वनात येना रुपेरी वाळूत माडाच्या वनात येना बनात येना जवळ घेना बनात येना जवळ घेना चंदेरीचा हूल लावीत प्रीतीत येना चंदेरीचा हूल लावीत लावीत प्रीतीत येना, प्रीतीत येना, जवळ घेना, प्रीतीत येना, जवळ घेना. विधुंदाजाच मंत सारा, कुंजात गात मंद दुंद वारा, दाटे पुरी प्रिय तुझा इशारा, देहावरी फुले असा शहारा, तुझा इशारा असा शहारा. रुपेरी वाळूत माडाच्या वनात येना, रुपेरी वाळूत माडाच्या वनात येना, प्रीतीत येना, जवळ घेना, प्रीतीत येना, जवळ घेना. लाजेत आजही फुले नहाती, गली अनार प्रीत गीत गाती, तू ये निशाशी करे पुकारा, देहा प्रियात तुझा निवारा, तुझा निवारा, तुझा निवारा. रुपेरी वाळूत माडाच्या वनात येना, चंदेरीचा हुल लावीत प्रीतीत येना, प्रीतीत येना, जवळ घेना, प्रीतीत येना, जवळ घेना. थँक्यू.
Thank you, Avanti ma'am, for your amazing performance. While our judges finalize the scores, I would like to appreciate Sri Ram. Okay. Okay. So one of our participants is here. I would like to call Sri Ram on the stage.
Updated my track, right? You have updated my track. Thank you so much. Sure. Yes, ma'am.
बोले कोयलिया बोले कोयलिया कुंज कुंज में भंवरे ढोले गुन गुन बोले कुहू कुहू बोले कोयलिया सज सिंगार ऋतु आई बसंती सज सिंगार ऋतु आई बसंती जैसे नार कोई हो रसवंती सरी बदनी सा गम गम धनी सा ऋसनी धनी सरी धनी सरी धनी धनी नि धनी नि धनी मद 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 गरि गम धनी साज सिंगार ऋतु आई बसंती जैसे नार कोई हो रसमंती डाली डाली कलियों को तितलियां चूमे फूल फूल पंखड़ियां खोले अमृत खोले आ कुहू कुहू बोले कोयलिया काहे काहे घटा में बिजुली चमके काहे घटा में बिजुली चमके हो सकता है मेघराज ने बादरिया का शाम शाम मुख चूम लिया हो सकता है मेघराज ने बादरिया का शाम शाम मुख चूम लिया हो चोरी चोरी मन पंछी उड़े नैना चुड़े कुहू कुहू बोले कोयलिया कुहू कुहू बोले कोयलिया कुंज कुंज में भंवरे डोले गुनगुन बोले कुहू कुहू बोले कोयलिया चंद्रिका देख छाई पिया चंद्रिका देख छाई चंदा से मिलके मन ही मन में मुस्काई छाई चंद्रिका देख छाई शरद सुहावन मधुमन भावन शरद सुहावन मधुमन भावन विरही जनों का सुख सरसावन विरही जनों का सुख सरसावन छाई छाई पूनम की घटा घूंघट हटा कुहू बोले कोयलिया सरस रात मन भाई प्रियतमा कमल कमल निमिरे सरस रात मन भाई प्रियतमा कमल कमल निमिले सरस रात मन भाई किरण हरदम के जल में चाँद चमके मन सानंद आनंद डोले मन सानंद आनंद डोले रे ग म धनि सा धनि सा सनि सा ग रि ग स रि नि सा धनि म धनि सा नि रि नि रि धनि धनि म ध ग म धनि सा ग म धनि सा धनि सा थैंक यू
Thank you, Sriram, for your amazing performance. There is another impromptu performance that we have. I would like to call upon Atharva. Yeah, yes, ma'am, last. Welcome, Atharva.
Whose phone is this? It's locked actually. Yeah, whose phone is this? ये इसका phone है? इसका तंत्र क्या है?
रेडी है ना? हाँ ठीक है
कुछ और ठीक है?
हेलो हेलो गरज गरज आज मेघ घनन घनन छायो रे धमक धमक चमक बिजुरी कहत है ऋतुराज आयो रे गरज गरज आज मेघ घनन घनन छायो रे धमक धमक चमक बिजुरी कहत है ऋतुराज आयो कहत है ऋतुराज आयो कहत है ऋतुराज आयो रे निसरे मरे सरे मपनि सरे सा इस रुत के संग रंगी हरित रंग में धरा इस रुत के संग रंगी हरित रंग में धरा सब विहंग आज रंग देख रंग ये हरा इस रुत में आज तू भी अंग अंग रंग ले तारे की झनकार छेड़े संग में मृदंग ले घुमन घुमन काली घटा घुमन घुमन काली घटा रौद्र रूप धर के धरती का रोम रोम धड़के 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 पनी पाप पनी पनी पाप पमनी पनी सारे रे मनी पनी सारे निसारे मम रे सारे म पनी नि मम पनी सारे नि रे सानी पनी पम रे मरे सारे सारे मम रे सारे म पनी नि मम पनी सारे नि रे सानी पनी पम रे मरे सा गरज गरज आज मेघ घनन घनन छायो रे धमक धमक चमक बिजुरी कहत है ऋतुराज आयो रे
Thank you, Atharva, for your lovely performance. Now, while our judges finalize the scores, I would like to appreciate each one of you for participating and for your amazing performances. Every melody that we heard today was a reminder that healing has many forms and music is one of them. Thank you all again.
Respected Parker Madam and my fellow students, first of all, thank you, organizing team, for giving me this opportunity for judging Ascension 2025. It was very soothing experience for both of us to listen to the melodies. All the students have put up great performance. Now, but there are some problems somewhere which have gone, and so ultimately it's judging. So judging will be always based on certain criteria. Now everything is here in our judging: voice quality, rhythm, then the stage performance. So all are judged based on these particular criteria. So I was happy to listen to few people singing classical, but scale selection and all those things are very important, especially the last, I think, Atharva. Thodi scale sukli. And Tanpura was going off sync. Anyways, better luck next. So what impromptu doesn't help always. So better luck next time, but it was a good effort. So, sir would like to say?
I think this was not a classical competition for classical songs. So every time, whenever we come here, every time we ask all participants not to attempt something beyond your capabilities. And this is not the actually competition for classical songs. And classical songs, actually, they are mainly based on rhythms. Without rhythm, there is no use of singing classical. So one of the guys, he sang very well, but because there was no rhythm to judge whether he was in complete rhythm. So unnecessarily, he was put slightly behind than others. So choose very, this is light vocal, actually competition for light vocal music. So not only you sing your heart out, but at least you can entertain the public also, whoever is listening to you. So choose very simple song. You can do actually justice with that. So now she will announce the winner and runner-up.
So any guesses? Second runner-up? First runner-up, na? First runner-up. Second prize, I mean. There are 2 first runner-ups. So, Dr. Shriram, wonderful melody by Bharat Ratna Lata ji and Padma Shri Rafi ji. Now, mind you, this song is just not easy to sing. It is based on 4 different ragas, and he has made a perfect justice to it. And it's a duet by Padma Shri Rafi ji and Bharat Ratna Lata ji. So he sung it so well. But as we have already decided, there were few marks lost here and there, but very well sung. So he's our first runner-up. Can we have? Come. God bless you, Shriram. Now the second first runner-up. Any guesses? Yeah. Now, as sir rightly pointed, he lost little marks in the rhythm. Had it been a track, Seemant, you are the second. Okay, sorry. Who is this guy? One who sang. He did sing, but where is he? Yeah. So, I'm so sorry. He's Adhiraj, I guess. So, Seemant is the second first runner-up. Am I correct? He missed little marks in the rhythm part as he sang on a tanpura. But overall, his Albela Sajan was very, very, very well sung. He scored in terms of सुर, स्वर बहुत अच्छे लगे उनके landing notes बहुत अच्छे थे. You know, he went high, but he landed very well. So, first runner-up is Seemant. And the first, sir would like to announce.
Sejal.
Undoubtedly the queen. You scored on sur, tal, and the voice range and the performance, everything. God bless you.
As a token of our appreciation towards the judges, we would like to felicitate the judges with a certificate of appreciation. I would like to call Shubham and Avanti to felicitate the judges.
Hello.
I've revised the quotation.
Seth.
ये रात जैसे दुल्हन बन गई चरागों से करूँगा और उजाला मैं दिल के दागों से। आज की रात मेरे दिल की सलामी ले ले, दिल की सलामी ले ले। कल तेरी बज़्म से दीवाना चला जाएगा, शम्मा रह जाएगी परवाना चला जाएगा। आज की रात मेरे दिल की सलामी ले ले, दिल की सलामी ले ले।
थैंक यू।
पापा मम्मी के लिए
एक और।
Hello check, hello check.
इसी में मिल जाएगा ना।
There is a nice duet.
और जीने को क्या चाहिए। तू मिले दिल खिले और जीने को क्या चाहिए। ना हो तू उदास तेरे पास पास मैं रहूँगा ज़िंदगी भर। ना हो तू उदास तेरे पास पास मैं रहूँगा ज़िंदगी।
का प्यार मैंने तुझे में पाया, तू मिले दिल खिले और जीने को क्या चाहिए। हाँ तू मिले दिल खिले
और जीने को क्या चाहिए।
Thank you so much.
Hello.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for blessing our ears with your amazing performance. To everyone here today, thank you all for participating. You are all winners in spirit, and all of your performances were really unique and really inspiring. Thank you again.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Prathamesh, and I come from this organization named Search, which has a program named Nirman. And immediately at the beginning of my session, let me give you a disclaimer. I'm going to take 40 minutes or lesser of your time. So that's very clear of me. But also let me begin with why I am here today. I'm here for those who are attending this session. And I wish to begin with this question. Why am I becoming a doctor? What is my purpose? All of you are medical students. So can I get at least a couple of answers? Why am I pursuing medical sciences? Anybody? At least one answer? Why am I pursuing medical sciences? Anybody? Anybody? Should I pick any one of them? Okay. All right. The guy with the blue shirt? Yes? हाँ. तो क्यों डॉक्टर बनना चाहते हो? मैथ्स पसंद नहीं था. Very genuine answer. Okay. Someone from here? Up? Corner? Yes? कुछ सोच के नहीं लिया था, पढ़ाई में अच्छे थे. All right, thank you both of you. So this question is something which I'll come back again towards the later half of my presentation. But remember this and ask yourselves, जो भी answer है आपका कि why am I becoming a doctor? And ऐसे हो सकता है कि I was good in studies, I like bio, so I have come here, but probably you can think now कि अभी इसके साथ मैं आगे और अच्छा क्या कर सकता हूँ. Think about it, we'll come back to that. I want to begin with an anecdote. I work in Gadchiroli, which is the easternmost part of Maharashtra. It's a tribal region, it's a region with a dense forest. तो वही की एक कहानी बताना चाहता हूँ. And it's a real incident. There was a family in a remote tribal village of that Gadchiroli district, which had 4 members: the father, the mother, their newborn child, and their grandmother, the child's grandmother. The newborn baby got sick, but the family was extremely poor. The husband was a drunkard, he was an alcoholic, तो वो कुछ भी काम नहीं करता था. Mother and the grandmother used to go for daily work, daily wages पे कमाते थे. Now, baby's health got ignored. No treatment was offered. A couple of days passed away, baby's health did not improve. The mother got worried. She tried some tricks, some home remedies. Another couple of days passed by, the baby's health still did not improve. Now, in tribal villages, there is a local traditional healer, pujari, जिसे कहते हैं हमारे यहाँ के language में. The mother took the baby to that pujari. He did his some tricks, and again 2-3 days passed away. Still, the baby's health did not improve. Rather, it deteriorated. There was a primary health center nearby village. The mother finally decided to take the baby to a doctor, but the health center was deserted. The doctor did not show up for 2-3 days. It's almost 10 days now. The baby is not getting any treatment, and the health is deteriorating rapidly. Finally, the baby decides to take the baby to another hospital which is across this river. This is a real image. But the problem was the newly constructed bridge had collapsed. This is the collapsed bridge. The river was full because it was rainy season. The river was flooded. There was a boatman who was ready to take, but only after the water had receded. Another 4 days passed by. The mother, the grandmother, and the baby just stayed there on the banks of that village. The name of that village on the banks was Khursa. So Khursa गांव में 4 दिन ऐसे ही बैठे रहे. Finally, the water receded. The boatman took them, and they showed up at the hospital where there was a doctor, and he just checked the baby. And he said, the baby is no more. आपने इसे पहले क्यों नहीं लाया? And he was not the first one to die in such a way. So the question remains, you all are medical students. You know what all things happened and what were the reasons for that baby's premature death. What do you think? What 1 or 2 things you could have done which could have probably saved the baby's life? What solution? Somebody might say that agar superstitious na hote, probably they would have taken the baby before to some medical facility. Somebody might say कि अगर husband alcoholic ना होता तो mother would have got some time to pay attention to the baby. Somebody might say कि वो bridge अगर अच्छा होता तो probably the mother could have easily taken the baby to the hospital where there was a doctor. So the real doctor who declared that the baby was dead, he actually found out that in surrounding 39 villages, children were dying and dying in such a way. The infant mortality rate in those 39 villages was 130. So it was huge. Children were dying. Now, what can he do? He and his wife were running that hospital, that clinic. What that couple can do? They cannot construct a bridge. They cannot stop a river from flooding. They cannot fight superstition so easily. So what can they do? What do you make out of this woman? How does she look? She looks old, probably illiterate, helpless, poor. But she is the Arogya Doot of an organization named Search. She is the community health worker of Search. This is a real story which happened in Gadchiroli district in early 90s. And the doctor couple was Dr. Abhay and Dr. Rani Bang. What the couple did was they trained local women from those 39 villages, gave them medical facilities, supplies, and asked them to treat those dying children. And after a period of 5 years, the infant mortality rate in those 39 villages, which was previously 130, it came down to 30. Those women looking helpless, semi-literate, poor, when empowered, saved hundreds of children from dying prematurely. So this is the story of home-based newborn care. Dr. Abhay and Dr. Rani Bang developed this technique called home-based newborn care. This technique was later reported in various medical journals. Lancet, a very prestigious medical journal, published a vintage version wherein best medical papers of the last 100 years were compiled. And the only paper from India which was to be considered in that collection was the home-based newborn care paper. So, Dr. Abhay and Dr. Rani Bang have been running this organization named Search since 1986 in Gadchiroli district. Now, Search provides a range of medical facilities. It provides medical facilities to the tribal people. It runs a hospital. It also provides surgical care. It also provides treatment for joint and muscular pain, and also mental health. It also conducts research. The acronym of SEARCH itself includes research. Society for Education, Action and Research in Community Health. And just look at the variety of research, the diversity in research, from cancer to spine and musculoskeletal pain, from cause of death, cancer registry, pneumonia, home-based neonatal care, sickle cell. This is our campus where SEARCH headquarters is present. This is our campus in Gadchiroli. And this is our hospital where we provide facilities to over 50,000 patients per year, just in the hospital. Does anybody recognize this instrument? It's called a C-arm. It's used for spine surgeries. So we also conduct spine surgeries, very complicated spine surgeries as well in our hospital. And who conducts those surgeries? Dr. Shekhar Bhojraj and his team. Dr. Shekhar Bhojraj is Mumbai's, rather India's eminent spine surgeon. And who all are his patients? Uddhav Thackeray, Sachin Tendulkar, Amitabh Bachchan. So the person who conducts spine surgeries or provides treatment to celebrities also comes to Gadchiroli to provide care to tribal people, and that too free of cost. And he brings his entire team together 4 times a year. Every quarter he comes up to SEARCH and he operates. So we have almost done 75 plus surgeries every year, spine surgeries in our hospital. So now coming back to the program which I work with, Dr. Abhay and Dr. Rani Bang have been working in Gadchiroli since 1986. SEARCH has been providing healthcare to the people and tribals of Gadchiroli since 1986. But the problems in society are not just limited to Gadchiroli. They are not limited to health. There are other problems, problems of employment, poverty, agriculture, and problems are present everywhere. Problems are there in Mumbai as well. So to tackle these problems, Dr. Abhay and Dr. Rani Bang intended to create a youth leadership who will come forward and tackle these challenges. That is the reason Nirman program was started in 2006. But creating a young leadership is one objective. There are 2 other important objectives about which I am going to speak more. First is helping youth to find purpose in their lives, and second is helping them to flourish in themselves. We work with the age group of 18 to 29 years. There are 26 crore people, youth in this country in this age group. Now, just imagine 26 crore as a number. It's a huge number. हम अगर पूरे पाकिस्तान के population भी ले, तो वो भी 26 crore नहीं है. So just imagine the demographic dividend we have. And obviously these 26 crore are going to be the face, force and future of our country. If these people do not flourish, if these people do not thrive, how can we become a developed nation? So helping these people thrive is also an objective of Nirman. Now what do we do? In order to help people find their purpose as well as help them flourish in their lives, we conduct workshops in Gadchiroli, in the campus which I showed you. These are 5-day workshops where we conduct different sessions, we conduct different exercises, we conduct different group activities and even some actions around our campus where youth are empowered in a way to pursue their purpose, to find their purpose and to flourish in their lives. We have one application form. Those who are interested can apply by filling up this application form. Now this application form is not a general knowledge application form. This does not ask you who was the 4th Prime Minister of India or 3rd Chief Minister of Maharashtra. The questions are very clear, but they are also self-focused. They are very reflective. Just look at the first question. What kind of work do you intend to do after your education? Now there is no scope to copy or there is no scope to bluff in this question. One just needs to reflect, introspect. So we have prepared this process right from the application, which can prove to be an introspective one. So this is one part of the presentation, but the most important thing for which I am here is yes. No, absolutely not. So, let's come back to our first question. What am I becoming a doctor for? And every medical student or every medical professional has these choices. Where does my loyalty lie? Whose needs I am going to fulfill? And what do I choose? Ethics or exploitation? I'm sure a lot of you would love to choose the first ones rather than the second one. And this is where the important question lies. What is my purpose? Now, purpose is a scientifically defined terminology. American psychologist who teaches in Stanford University, William Demon, has defined this term after a lot of research. He has spent his entire life researching on this topic of purpose, and he defines purpose as a generalized intention which is also personally meaningful and goes beyond self and includes a long-term horizon, a far-aiming horizon. So purpose एक ऐसी चीज़ है जो मैं personally meaningful मानता हूँ, जो long term में मुझे करनी है और जो मेरे self के beyond भी है. Now this is the scientific definition of purpose. One may ask, why is purpose essential? Why is purpose essential in my life? मैंने ये सोचा नहीं कि मैं डॉक्टर क्यों बन रहा हूँ, अभी तक सोचा नहीं, लेकिन मैं आगे तो सोच सकता हूँ कि मैं डॉक्टर बन रहा हूँ, डॉक्टर की स्किल्स और डॉक्टर का टैलेंट उसके साथ मैं आगे क्या करना चाहता हूँ. I got good marks in bio, I got good marks in 12th, or I scored well in my NEET UG examination. I got a good rank, I came here. But what do I do with these skills? हम ये मानते हैं कि हमारे देश में इंफॉर्मेशन भर भर के मिलती है, मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन भी काफ़ी मिलती है, लेकिन अच्छी इंफॉर्मेशन भी भर भर के मिलती है. देयर इज नो प्रॉब्लम विद दैट. स्किल्स, सम गुड इंस्टीट्यूट्स डू प्रोवाइड गुड स्किल्स, बट almost all the institutes do not provide one thing, that is a sense of purpose. What do I do with these skills? I'm going to become a good doctor. I'm going to pass out from one of the most reputed colleges in Maharashtra. What do I do with this? What do I do ahead? So ये purpose का question क्यों important है? इसके मैं बस 2 examples दिखाना चाहता हूँ आपको. How does a person with purpose look? This is Dr. Aarti Bang. She works at Search and she is a psychiatrist. But there's some difference in Aarti and other psychiatrists. She is the only psychiatrist, only full-time psychiatrist in the district of Gadchiroli. The entire district, which has a population of 12 lakh people. So she's the only full-time psychiatrist. This is the difference. That defines her. Her purpose is to reduce the suffering of mental health patients by providing effective, affordable, accessible care. Now the interesting part is, Aarti is from Nashik. She completed her psychiatry from BJ Medical College, Ahmedabad. She could have gone anywhere. If not Mumbai or Pune or Delhi or Bangalore, she could have at least gone back to Nashik. But she chose to come back to Gadchiroli, which aligns with the idea of Search, that we want to serve those who need us the most. So she chose to serve those who need mental health the most. And she's also decentralizing mental health. Our mental health facility at Search is a 3-tier facility. We have a mental health OPD and IPD. We also have block clinics present at taluka level. And we also conduct village level mental health camps. So we are going to people rather than hoping that people come back to us. So this is one example where purpose defines life trajectory of a person. This is another example. Aarti is 37 years old. So a little bit distant example. But Swati, she is 26 years old. She is MBBS from JMC Chandrapur. And she recently completed her tenure at the Mobile Medical Unit at Surge. Now, what is Mobile Medical Unit? A team of one doctor, one pharmacist, one lab technician, one A&M, and a helper. They go every day to a village, announce that they are there, set up a table, and treat patients there. Every day, every single day. And sometimes they go in the evening because people are busy working in the farms throughout the day. So they go in the evening and come back late at night. So she works with the Mobile Medical Unit. In 1 year, she has treated over 11,000 patients. And she has made 500 plus village visits. Now this is a humongous experience for a young medical graduate. I doubt that anybody who has passed out from Mumbai and hopes to practice in Mumbai itself would see a line of 11,000 patients waiting to get treated. But again, Swati's example aligns with the value of search. We are going to people, not expecting people to come to us. Tribals, the health-seeking behavior is not as good as those in urban areas. So obviously we have to go to them and help them. So again, purpose defines life trajectory of a person. This experience has transformed her, and now she aims to pursue her post-graduation and come back to Gadchiroli to serve the tribal further. So, just for those who intend to pursue a purposeful life, if at all you are interested to explore purpose, to explore flourishing, and probably reflect on your life journey, you can do apply for the workshops. We have workshops in February, March, April, and May, whichever you find convenient. And the most important part of today's presentation, I want you all to at least take a moment and think about your purpose in life. So we have this youth purpose questionnaire which we have designed. It's a freely available questionnaire and it's a personalized questionnaire. Once you fill up this questionnaire, you get a report, a personalized report on your email address which tells you on different domains of purpose where actually you are and what all you can do. It has a list of resources at the end of the report which you can use, which you can introspect on and probably chart out your purpose journey. So I just want you to take 5 minutes to scan this QR code and think, how do I answer these questions? I'll stop here right now. I'll give you all 5-7 minutes, go through these questions, and if you all are done, we might take some round of sharing. If you solve it right now and submit, you can get an immediate report. You can actually see. If at all anybody has any doubt with respect to the questionnaire or any question, you can certainly ask. So there is a question in the questionnaire where you are asked कि at what stage of the purpose journey you are, और उसमें दिए हैं अलग अलग 4 options कि I have found out my purpose living in Delhi या I know the process to pursue it. तो उसमें जो 3 components है वो वही है जो मैंने बताए थे. एक is far horizon aim, long term में pursue करना है. दूसरा है मुझे personally meaningful लगता है. एंड थर्ड इज बियॉन्ड द सेल्फ, मेरा ओरिएंटेशन बियॉन्ड द सेल्फ है. सो वो कंसिडर करके मैं अपने पर्पस जर्नी में कहाँ पे हूँ, यू हैव टू चूज वन ऑप्शन. Anybody who's done and has received an email? Or people are filling still? ऑल राइट, सो आप भरते रहिएगा, लेकिन भरते आप भर रहे हैं तब तक आई वुड एक्चुअली रिक्वेस्ट इफ अवंती हुज बीन थ्रू दिस प्रोसेस, तो इफ़ शी कैन इन 1 minute probably शेयर हर एक्सपीरियंस कि उसको कैसा एक्सपीरियंस था.
So in September this year, me and my friends had gone to the Nirman workshop in Gadchiroli. For those of you who don't know, Gadchiroli is the poorest district in Maharashtra. It is a very, the tribal population in Gadchiroli is very high. But the fact that Dr. Abhay Bang and Dr. Rani Bang chose to go to the poorest district of Maharashtra instead of the posh areas like Mumbai or Pune, where they could have actually gotten some profit. And they even had the opportunity to go to USA. They have completed their MPH from John Hopkins. And yet they decided to go to the poorest district and actually make an impact there. The story is very inspiring. So that is what made us go to Nirman. When we went to Nirman, it was the 5 days of my life, they were definitely life-changing days. Because after that, I never saw my studies the same. It suddenly had a meaning, Before it was just about the marks or maybe, okay, I'll just get through this exam and I'll study for the next semester. But after going to Nirman, it gave me a true sense कि मैं जो भी कर रही हूँ वो मैं किसके लिए कर रही हूँ और मेरा फ्यूचर क्या है, ये सब सोच के ही आई स्टार्टेड डूइंग माई एक्टिविटीज़. मतलब अभी जो हमारा MBBS का करिकुलम है, इंस्टेड ऑफ सीइंग इट एज just theory which we have to learn, I started seeing it as a tool to become what I really want or to do what I really want to do in life. So again, in Nirman, there were a lot of disturbing questions asked, which made us think and ponder for many hours कि क्या कर रहे हैं हम अपने life में exactly. तो उसके बाद तो we never saw our life the same. It is a very good experience. So I encourage you all to go to it. A lot of our seniors, a lot of people from my batch have already gone to Nirman. There is a workshop every month. So please don't miss this opportunity. If you are free, you should go to Gadchiroli for 5 days.
We'll end it here with Tejaswini's sharing. She'll also share in a couple of minutes. She's our friend from MGM, Navi Mumbai, and she's completed her internship. She is currently preparing for NEET PG examinations. So she'll also share her experience.
So hi everyone. So I actually first heard about Nirman from one of your seniors, Dr. Ojas Krishnani. He's currently working at Search full time. So basically, I think after, I don't know how many of you all have done your internship, but after my internship, I was feeling quite like disillusioned. Because if once you see how broken the Indian public healthcare system is, you kind of feel like giving up. Because you think like, what is the point? You know, the patients are coming, you'll treat them, you'll give them some medication, but then they'll go back to their lifestyle. And they might come again in a few days. Nothing actually changes. You know, you're not able to treat the root cause. And then just throughout my MBBS, I just had this question that I want to do something like, you know, even while from home to college, you're on the local train, you see like 10 problems and you're like, you know, how is this going the way it is? But you don't actually know how to go about it. You don't actually snap out of that trance of like, you know, marks and exams and semester exams. So going to Nirman at a time when I was just like not knowing what to do with my life, I was done with my internship, but I was like, seriously, do I even do residency? You know, what is the point? Will I actually be able to help anyone? So I had all of these thoughts in my head, but I knew I just wanted to do something. I had that urge in me. And going to Nirman, attending it was one of the most like transformative, like 7 days, life-changing, like memorable 7 days of my life. You know, you meet people from across the country. We were like 50 of us from Kerala, from Gujarat, a lot of us from Maharashtra, so many students from Gadchiroli itself. So just talking to those people, hearing their perspectives, their dreams, that really changes you. And the lessons that, you know, Prathamesh Dada and like everyone, they all taught us, like, it shapes your dreams. Now, it's not just, okay, what do I do, how do I do it? Now I have some sort of a navigation given by their lectures and given by their guidance. And like she said, like, you don't look at your studies the same way again. I look at them, okay, these are just tools that I can use to further my purpose. So, you know, in this time we're all like, what can I do to better myself? This is something that you can do to better yourself and the community that you will serve one day. So definitely would encourage all of you to like just do this thing, you know, one thing, and see the change it brings within you. Thank you.
So I think we'll end it here, but I think we also need to clap once for the audience wo patiently बैठे. वैसे मैंने 3:50 को बोलना बंद किया था. I took only 35 minutes, so you can clap for me as well. All right, let's end it here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prathamesh Dada, एवढ्या लांबून आल्याबद्दल आमच्यासाठी. I would like to invite Swadeep to felicitate you with a certificate of appreciation.
रिजेक्ट करो.
काढले. ठीक आहे, हरकत नाही.
ठीक आहे, चालेल.
थँक्यू.
We're taking on-spot registrations for corpus callosum in case anyone is interested. Corpus callosum is a pop culture trivia quiz conducted under Ascension every year. We're taking on-spot registrations in teams of 3. If you are interested in a solo, you can also register. Maybe if there are 2-3 solos, we can team you up together. Please register your names with Shubham here. Corpus callosum के on-spot registrations ले लो अगर आए तो.
हाँ, वो डेस्क पे भी रख दिए, पीसीआर के डेस्क.
ठीक है, इधर भी उनको इधर ही बुला लेना. ठीक है, उधर रहने दो, इधर
हाँ,
भी ले लो.
पता नहीं चलेगा किधर
इधर भी ले लो.
सॉरी, क्या चल रहा है समझ में नहीं आ रहा.
हाँ, जेसी के
Good evening, everyone. Can I have your attention, please? Okay. So, welcome to Corpus Callosum, Ascension 2025's very own pop culture trivia showdown. We are so excited to have all of you here. The movie buffs, the meme masters, the anime addicts, the OTT binge watchers, the bookworms, and of course, the people who know way too many random facts no one even asked for. Today is your Olympics. So expect chaos, expect drama, and most importantly, expect fun. So gear up, trust your brain, trust your instincts, and trust that one random memory from 2014 that might just win you this quiz. Before we kick off Corpus Callosum, it's time to introduce the star who's about to run the show. Someone who isn't just a host, but a whole experience. She's the kind of person who can turn chaos into comedy, silence into excitement, and a simple question into a moment you'll remember. She has that rare mix of confidence, charm, and pure stage presence, the kind that makes every event she touches instantly better. Truly the perfect person to lead us through this pop culture storm. So everyone, give the loudest, craziest round of applause for the powerhouse of tonight's night, our incredible host, Twesha Gandhi.
sharing चालू कर दो ना.
Yes, brain blitz.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Corpus Callosum 2025. We'll be starting with the screening round, in which we choose the top 7 teams. The screening round is, you can see it now, it's called Brain Blitz. It has 20 questions, and you get 30 seconds for each question, so 10 minutes in total. You have to write the answers down on your sheet. If it's an MCQ, you write the alphabet, and then you write the name also with the MCQ. The sheets will be collected in 10 minutes by our junior core. Top 7 participants will move on to the main quiz. All the best. Timer ready? 3 and 3, 2, 1, start. Which film destroyed the most cars in cinema history? Fast and Furious 7, Mission Impossible 6, Die Hard 5, or Transformers, Dark of the Moon? You have 30 seconds to answer. Choose wisely. Next question. In which film was a major action sequence choreographed using pendulum physics so that all the movements match swinging frequencies? Inception, John Wick 2, The Matrix Reloaded, or Tenet? Till season 8 of Friends, what was Chandler's mysterious occupation? Which no one seemed to know except him. It's as big as a whole sentence, but if you get like 3 words right, we'll give it to you. Guess the Hindi song title from the English translation of the famous Bollywood party song. Is everyone able to see it? Who was the first Indian batter to score a century in all 3 formats? Suresh Raina, Virat Kohli, MS Dhoni, or Sachin Tendulkar? Guess the museum from the riddle below. I once held the crown jewels of empires, gleaming under glass and light. A daring daylight raid took what was priceless, vanishing in minutes of flight. I reopened my doors after shock and shame. What museum am I that bears this name? Which Greek hero accidentally killed his own father and married his mother, fulfilling a prophecy he tried to escape? Everyone who has studied or passed FMT should get this. It's like very obvious. I'm sorry for first years. Which is the biggest city of India by area? Mumbai, Bengaluru, Delhi, or electricity? It should be a city to count. Which country's flag is the only national flag that is not rectangular?
Identify this famous theoretical physicist known for his work in quantum mechanics with Einstein. This is, you'll pass this if you've passed NEET UG, which I assumed everyone has. I hide the number 31 in my letters, a hint to flavors that make days better. Which company's logo is this? Domino's Pizza, Baskin Robbins, Dunkin' Donuts, or Toblerone? Identify the classical Indian dance being depicted in this picture. Kathak, Bharatnatyam, Mohiniyattam, or Odissi? From the list below, how many of these books were actually written by Charles Dickens? Great Expectations, The Picture of Dorian Gray, A Tale of Two Cities, David Copperfield, and Oliver Twist. The Gateway of India in Mumbai was constructed to commemorate the arrival of which British monarch and his consort? King George V and Queen Mary, Queen Victoria and Prince Albert, King Edward VII and Queen Elizabeth, King Henry VII and Queen Marie. This iconic Renaissance artwork was painted by Sandro Botticelli. It shows a goddess arriving on the shore, standing on a giant seashell as the winds guide her. Which painting is this? Aphrodite, the birth of Venus, Venus of Urbino, or the creation of Eve? Last 5 questions. In 2021, Google released a full playable RPG style game, Doodle, celebrated which Japanese sport or competition? Sumo, Karate, Olympic Games, or Kendo? Last 5 questions. JC, please be ready to collect the sheets. This tech legend wore the same black turtleneck every day. Who is he? Mark Zuckerberg, Steve Wozniak, Steve Jobs, or Jeff Bezos? Which Shakespeare character said, "Some are born great, some achieve greatness, and some have greatness thrust upon them"? Hamlet, Macbeth, Malvolio, or Julius Caesar? The other 3 are the names of the plays as well. Malvolio is a character from Twelfth Night. Identify the famous movie poster. Last question to go. JC, please be ready to collect the sheets. In 2024, Taylor Swift broke the record for the most total wins for Album of the Year at the Grammy Awards. How many times has she won the award? 8, 6, 4, 2. I would like to emphasize this is Album of the Year award. So that's confusing. Please don't say the answers out loud. Everyone, please submit your sheets to the nearest JC member. We will be with you with the results in shortly. Guys, we will be starting with the main quiz in some time. We'll be selecting 7 teams. We also have audience questions in the quiz. In case any of your friends are here, please call them to attend. We have cupcakes for those who get audience questions right. Everyone, please be seated. We're starting with the quiz. These are the most unpredicted results I've ever seen. So, firstly, all 8 teams are going to the final quiz because the last 4 teams have tied at 9 on 20. We have PG-13, Incredible Brains, Basal Ganglia, and Salkai Gairai at 5th position, all tied with 9 on 20. At 4th position, we have Anti-Nerds with 11 on 20. At 3rd position, we have Kama Sutra with 12 on 20. Broadcast at 2nd position with 15 on 20. And Psychotics at 1st position with 18 on 20. Everyone should be seated in the first 5 rows. The JC will guide you. All the teams, please come forward. The answers. Yeah, we'll release that. We'll put it on the participants group, the answers. Achha, you're not participants. Okay, just take the answers from here. Na? We don't have it on PPT. ठीक है, ये लो. कैसे बिठाना है? 1 row per team. 2. A, B, C, D, E, F. खुशी ऐसे बैठो. हाँ, तुम लोग ऐसे शिफ्ट हो जाओ ऑल्टरनेटली सो आई कैन सी ऑल टीम्स. थोड़ा चीटिंग किया ऐसा लग रहा है मुझे. आई जस्ट कांट प्रूव इट. तेरा बैठ जाओ बैठ जाओ. अभी ठीक है, आ गए तुमने निधि को हरा दिया. कल बोल रही थी ना नहीं आ पाओगे. On that sheet of paper, the first round involves you holding up that name. Please write down your team names on that sheet of paper. हाँ 6. हाँ वो एक्सप्लेन करूँगी ना मैं. अरे तो रूल्स जब आएंगे तब एक्सप्लेन करूँगी. हाँ चलेगा ना, चलेगा उतना चलेगा. मैम 4 राउंड છે હવે. हाँ नाम लिखो ना अपना बड़े से. नहीं बस नाम लिख. Okay, the lettering will be as follows: A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. हाँ ठीक है ना, मेरे अंडरस्टैंडिंग के लिए कुछ नहीं. तुम्हारा तुम करो ना नाम से, बस मेरा मेंटल अंडरस्टैंडिंग. ठीक है. Okay guys, we're starting now. Congrats on clearing the screening round. Give yourselves a big round of applause. Next. The first round is called left brain versus right brain. Rules. It will include 12 questions, 6 of left brain, 6 of right brain. There will be, so the rules will be changed. There will be 1 elimination in this round because we have 8 teams now. There will be no negative marking. A correct team will get you 20, correct answer will get you 20 points. It will be a buzzer-based system, but there will not be a buzzer. You will have to shout out your team names. So as soon as the question is shown, do not let me, if you interrupt me, then you will be disqualified for that question. Let me complete the question, then you have to shout out your team names. JC members are in the aisles. The person, it will be at their discretion who shouts the name first. They will be allowed to answer. Yes. No, your actual team name. A correct answer by the team that calls first will earn you plus 20 points. In case that team gets it wrong, it will pass to the second team and will earn you 10 points. No negative marking. Yes. We'll be starting with the left brain 6 questions. Next. Yeah. We're starting now. Question 1. Guess the movie. Can you guess the famous movie title that these emojis represent? Psychotics. That's correct. Plus 20 points to psychotics. Next. Union Home Minister Amit Shah's statement, "Aap chronology samajhiye," became a massive meme used to humorously explain any complex sequence of events. When did he first use this phrase? The Rafale deal, implementation of goods and service tax, the process of appointing a new chief minister, or the plan to implement Citizenship Amendment Act, followed by the NRC? The last thing. D, that's correct. Team name? Team name क्या है? You need to be loud when you shout your team name because it will help keep score. Plus 20 points. Next. Guess the country, an archipelago of over 17,000 isles, a crucial piece of the Ring of Fire with the highest number of historically active volcanoes. One of the few nations. Complete नहीं हुआ है. Complete होने दो. You will not be allowed to answer that question. Climate, one of the few nations bisected perfectly by the equator. So again them. That's correct. Plus 20 points. Next. As soon I should finish, like I should take a pause. Fir chillao. Which celebrated author known for his fantastical world building is credited with coining the literary term eucatastrophe, a sudden favorable resolution in plot, especially in fantasy literature? Psychotics. That's correct. LOTR. Lord of the Rings, the author of Lord of the Rings. Next. What age is Walter White turning in Breaking Bad pilot episode when he receives his life-altering cancer diagnosis? That's correct. Psychotics, na? Next. Plus 20 points to psychotics. Next. The last question in the left brain round. Can you guess the famous scientist being discussed here based on these clues? I'm widely credited with designing the world's first hydroelectric power plant built at Niagara Falls in 1895. I was involved in the famous late 19th century public feud known as the War of the Currents, where I promoted my system against Thomas Edison's DC system. I'm the visionary engineer who developed the alternating current system, which became the global standard of power transmission. Kama Sutra. Kama Sutra. Yes, that's correct. Next. Plus 20 points to Kama Sutra. Next. Next. Right brain, these are all image and audio based questions, so I will not be reading them out. We'll just be showing you the image directly. Audio play karna hai na? First question ka. Hai na tere paas? Okay, for question 1. Let the audio finish, please. कौन था? एक सेकेंड. जेसी कौन था? साइकोटिक्स. ठीक है. चेन्स मेकर्स. हल्सी. हाँ, दैट्स करेक्ट. नेक्स्ट. Identify the movie from the poster. The Anti-Nerds. Silence of the Lambs, correct. Anti-Nerds plus 20 points. I heard them first. Okay. They were first. Okay, we'll just. Okay, एक second. हाँ. Okay, we'll split the points. 10 points to each team. I have. ठीक है. Next. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. Which president delivered this speech? Answer. That's correct. Plus 20 points to psychotics. Yes, next. Identify the temple famous for its massive chariot shaped design. उन्होंने किया था. हाँ? Wrong, that's wrong. They were second, Kamsutra were second. That's correct. Plus 20 points. Plus 10, sorry, plus 10 points. Next. Can you name this art style? Madhuban. No, that's wrong. Psychotics. Good. That's correct. Plus 10 points to psychotics. Gondar. Next. हो गया ना? No. The last question. Connect the dots. Identify the famous personality. Psychotics. You don't need to decipher it बाद में. ठीक है. Abdul Kalam. That's correct. Wings of Fire. His outfit. Rameshwaram. And scientist. So what's the score at the end of this round? अरे लास्ट प्लेस पे टाई है क्या?
नहीं 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 ठीक है. 4 ही टीम्स को स्कोरिंग हुआ है, बाकी टीम्स का स्कोरिंग ऐसे भी नहीं हुआ.
तो फिर अभी क्या करेंगे? वही इसलिए मैं बोल रही थी 7 ही टीम्स लेते हैं. Teams have not been able to score in this round, so we will be adding the marks of your screening round and the marks you scored in this round to eliminate any one team. Two teams. Incredibrains and basal ganglia. So guys, 2 teams are still tying at 9 points. Both of those teams have been eliminated. Incredibrains and basal ganglia. तुम लोग एक रो आगे आ जाओ ना या नहीं उनको ही सर आप एक आगे आ जाओ ना नहीं नहीं वेट वेट यू गाइस कीप सिटिंग आप एक रो आगे आ जाओ ना प्लीज थैंक यू और कौन एलिमिनेट हुआ नेक्स्ट करते हैं फैंडम सबके स्कोर के ऑर्डर्स चाहिए मुझे फैंडम दे विल चूज बेस्ड ऑन देयर स्कोर्स ना एक्सेल शीट वाज मोर कन्वीनियंट than that okay okay thank you
अच्छा 6 ही है ना हाँ हाँ ऑर्डर
Okay, everyone, we're starting with round 2, fandom face-off. Here there will be, so we have 7 fandoms but 6 teams. Teams can choose a fandom of their choice and the team with the highest score so far gets the preference. So I'm reading out the order of teams so far. Psychotics is at position 1, then Salkai Gairai, Kama Sutra, PG-13, Broadcast, and Anti-Nerds. Each fandom contains 5 escalating questions, 1 easy, 2 medium, 2 hard. There are 3 levels, so easy is worth plus 20 points, medium is worth plus 40 points, and hard is worth plus 60 points. You may quit voluntarily after completing a level. So if you're done with the easy question, you can quit in that fandom. Or if you're done with the 2 medium questions, you can quit after that. There is a negative marking of half the points that question is worth. So if you get a medium question wrong, it's a minus 20. If you get a hard question wrong, it's a minus 30. And for an easy question wrong, it's a minus 10. After all teams attempt their fandoms, the top 6 teams advance to the next stage. Now, since we have 6 teams, all 6 will advance to the next round. If you've not quit, then it is compulsory to answer. Yes. If you get an answer wrong, you get minus. Suppose if you got a medium question wrong, you'll get minus 20. But you can choose to answer the hard questions after that. And there is an audience question at the end of each fandom. So these are the fandoms right now. Team Psychotics, you get first pick. Which one would you like to choose? MCU. That's your final choice? Proceed with that. MCU click कर तो MCU के questions आएंगे. हाँ. So now showing the easy question for 20 points. Everyone please maintain silence. There's no time limit. Yes. Next. Yes, yes. हाँ ठीक है. हाँ? No, the question can't be passed. If they've chosen that, they say. In case a team quits in middle, we'll show the other questions as audience questions. Audience question gets a cupcake, so MCU, next. The first easy question, what metal is Captain America's iconic shield made from? That's correct, plus 20 points. Now the medium question for 40 points. In the MCU, what is the name of the alien race that invaded New York in the first Avengers movie?
That's correct, plus 40 points. The next medium question. Good. What is the name of the dwarf who forged Thor's weapon, Stormbreaker, and Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet? Yes, yes, you can move to the next question, but with negative marking. That's correct, plus 40 points. Next. This is the hard question. What is the full non-acronym name of the organization SHIELD? For 60 points. Is that your answer? You can't skip. You have to answer or you have to quit. Yeah, that's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. Minus 30. Next. Next. What was the original color of the Hulk when he first appeared in The Incredible Hulk in 1962? हाँ, audience let them quit or get it wrong. That's correct, plus 60 points. Now we have an audience question for a cupcake. What is the name of Tony Stark's daughter? That's correct. A cupcake. Our next team is Salka and Gaira. Sorry? Bollywood, okay. Question 1, easy for 20 points. Which Bollywood movie has the famous line, Zindagi badi honi chahiye, lambi nahi? That's correct. Plus 20 points. Would you like to proceed to the medium ones? Next. Which Bollywood film became the first Indian movie to cross 100 crores domestically? That's correct. Plus 40. Next. Who directed the classic film Sholay? That's correct. Plus 40. Do you want to proceed to the hard questions? Next. This is a riddle for guess which Bollywood movie. Two rookies in a big city stumble into an event business that gets out of control. Lights, costumes, misunderstandings, and unexpected emotions. As their brand booms, their friendship trembles. It's a popular Bollywood movie. It's not a very old movie. Please maintain silence. That's wrong. Minus 30. It's Band Baja Bharat. Oh, sorry. ठीक है. There were too many audience who knew that answer. The second hard question. In which film does Ranbir Kapoor's character struggle with dissociative identity disorder? Audience? Tamasha is wrong. Acha, okay. They said audience. So you have to answer, but like. Roy, okay. ठीक है. That's plus 60. अभी audience question है? नहीं. था audience था. रुक जा दिखा दे. हाँ, audience question. Which Bollywood film has this popular dialogue? उधर उसने सबसे पहले मिस्टर इंडिया दे दे उसको. ठीक है. Next team Kama Sutra. Pick your fandom. Harry Potter. The first question for 20 points. Easy. What was the name of the potion which aided Harry to retrieve Slughorn's true memory? That's correct. Plus 20. This is the medium question. In Deathly Hallows, Harry uses the snitch Dumbledore left for him. What phrase opens the snitch and reveals the resurrection stone? That's correct. Plus 40. Next. During Bill and Fleur's wedding, the Patronus message announcing the fall of the ministry is delivered by a familiar figure. Whose Patronus brings this warning? I'm sorry. That's correct. Plus 40. Would you like to move on to the hard questions? Okay. Next. What position did James Potter play in the Gryffindor Quidditch team? According to the books, the movies show a different position. So the question has specified according to the books. I need an answer. Anyone? I don't think that counts. Okay. एक second. Huh? Sorry? No, that's wrong. Minus 30. Chaser, that's correct. Cupcake दे दो. पीछे एक cupcake दे दो उनको. The next hard question for 60 points. Which fruit does one need to tickle to enter the Hogwarts kitchen? That's correct. Plus 60. Audience question now. Which house elf played a crucial role in the books but was left out in the movies? Dobby and Creature were both included in the movies. Yes. Yeah, that's correct. Winky. One more cupcake. Okay, Winky is the correct answer. Okay. हाँ. The next team is PG-13. Pick your fandom. Sitcoms. The easy question for 20 points. दिखा? What is the name of the company and branch where Michael Scott is the regional manager in the office? And the branch? Correct. Plus 20. Next. What is the name of Charles Boyle's fiancé in Brooklyn Nine-Nine? He has a wife, he has an he has a girlfriend, he has an ex-wife, and he has a fiancé. I think you have to answer because there's no passing. No, that's wrong. Minus 20. It's Vivian Ludley. Next करना. अच्छा हाँ audience भूल गए. Vivian Ludley was an expert chef who was like many years older to him, who he got engaged to in the first season and they broke up. Next. Which famous actor guest starred in Friends for free after losing a bet with Matthew Perry? No, that's wrong. It was, okay. No, that's wrong. No. 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 It was, huh? No, it was Bruce Willis. He came in an episode as Rachel's love interest. No, thank you. Next. The writer and producer associated with shows like The Office, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, Parks and Rec, The Good Place, played a side character in The Office. What character was it? No, that's wrong. Next. It's Moses Shroot. अरे cupcake. उसको दे दे cupcake दे दे. दे दे cupcake. Next. What is Joe Pritchett's full name in Modern Family? You try. You can try, na. Quit तो negative marking होगा. You'll get negative marking regardless मतलब. -30. हाँ हाँ बोल. Fulgencio Joseph Pritchett. ठीक है दे दे. हाँ. That's not. वो मैनी का middle name है. Fulgencio इसको देख कब. ठीक है next. We have an audience question now. The actress who played Mary Cooper in Big Bang Theory and Young Sheldon are related. वो last कौन है? Yeah. उधर तक कब? He raised first. ठीक है. Go back. क्या कर रहा है? ऐसा नहीं होता है. अच्छा ओके कर दे. PG-13 हो गया. Broadcast, team broadcast, choose your fandom. हाँ एक सेकेंड आ रहा है वो. यही है ना. हाँ ओके बस और मत कर. हाँ ओके. These are all the fandoms. Okay, Mahabharat. Okay, the first question for 20 points. The Great War Mahabharat lasted for how many days? Huh, that's correct. Plus 20. This is a medium question for 40 points. What was the name of the younger son of Satyavati, the husband of Ambika and Ambalika? Huh, that's correct. Plus 40. Next. Who was the sage who fathered both Dhritarashtra and Pandu through Niyoga? That's correct. Plus 40 points. Whom did Duryodhan trick into joining his side before the war, who later became Karna's charioteer? This is a question for 60 points, but if you can even give me his relation or something vague, I'll give you some points. Yes. Do you know his name? Plus 20 points. Shalya, yeah. Okay. Name the 4 wives of Arjun. That does not count, minus 30. Do you know the other 4 names? Do you want to try? That's Lupi is correct, 3. Plus 20 points. Draupadi and Subhadra, everyone knows. So it's Chitrangada. Audience question. Dhritarashtra conceived one more son with Gandhari's maid. What was the name of that son? That's... Kuch kya? Okay. Vidur is Dhritarashtra's brother. No, that's wrong. According to the original Mahabharata, he did not participate in the war with the Kauravas. He fought from the Pandavas' side. Yuyutsu. Okay. कौन सा टीम बचा है? Anti-nerds, choose your fandom. Okay. Indian TV. What was the name of the iconic vampish antagonist who wore a signature large bindi in a popular TV serial in the 2000s? What? 20 points. Sorry. What? एक second. What did he say? Minus 10. Audience. हाँ correct. उसको cupcake दे. ठीक है. This is a moderate question for 40 points. Which famous serials were not remade or given a season 2? Guess कर लो. नहीं, उसका था minus 20. Minus 20. The answer is कहानी घर की. हाँ, उनको एक कपकेक दे दें. हाँ, नहीं दिखा, ठीक है. अपने ही कपकेक है. Okay, do you want to proceed to the hard questions? You want to proceed. Anyways, there's no elimination in this round. Okay. The next question. Medium 2 हो गए ना? नहीं, medium एक ही हुआ है. हाँ, next is another medium. What is the name of Jethalal's mother-in-law in TMKOC? Yes, correct. Plus 40 points. Okay, now hard questions for plus 60. What is the name of the first female forensic expert who worked alongside Dr. Salunke in CID? Correct. Plus 60. Second hard question for 60 points. Which actor has been a part of CID, Anupama, MasterChef and Big Boss very recently? Actor का नाम चाहिए, character नहीं. हाँ. Very, very, very recently. एक minute. That does not count. First name, last name, anything. अरे एक मिनट. But you'll get negative marking anyways. -30. उसने सबसे पहले हाथ उठाया था. नहीं, सरनेम हाँ वो, हाँ उसको एक कपकेक दे दो. गौरव कपूर. We have an audience question for you. What is the name of the character who claims to be Jethalal's first wife in TMK set? No cupcakes. No cupcakes. रुक जा. हाँ हाँ टीम इन द लीड. हाँ बोलेंगे ना. तो कैसे ऑर्डर में लिखा है क्या? नहीं अभी रैंडमली. अच्छा ठीक है. We are done with round 2. We have one fandom. I'm now announcing the order of the teams score-wise. Team Psychotics is first with 288 points. Team Salkai Gaira is second with 179 points. Kama Sutra with 172 points. Broadcast with 155 points. Anti-Nerds with 51 points. And PG-13 with -41 points. -41 points. चिट्स देना अभी. हम चिट्स पे पर हम ABCD कैसे लिखेंगे? लिख के रख. चिट्स कहाँ है? वो चिट्स उधर है, वो पीछे. PPT चालू करना ब्रो, बंद मत कर दे बीच में. फैमिली फ्यूड दिखा सकते हैं. अरे हाँ दिखा सकते हो. सीधा शिफ्ट करना था ना नेक्स्ट राउंड पे. Now we have an interesting round planned for all of you. It's a family feud. So now we have 6 teams remaining, right? With the use of chits. Next slide karna. We'll divide you into 2 teams. Into pairs. So team A, team B, team C, team D, and team E, team F. The 2 of them, a classic family feud format. So the 2 of them will have an e-buzzer with them on each of junior course phones. The question will be shown on the board. The buzzer will ring, and the one who answers first will have the option. So suppose there's team A and team B. The question is which actor acted in this movie. So if team A rings the buzzer first and the person at team A's mic answers correct, team A gets that question, and team A, all 3 members can try answering that question. So it'll be like with multiple options. Like name one food item from Gujarat. So there will be multiple options. So 3 people from team A can answer. If all 3 of them answer correctly, then team A gets all the points, plus 60 points. Each question is a plus 20 pointer. But if team A answers correctly, the first one, the second person misses, so the team B has an option to steal. Team B can steal, and then team A has collected 20 points so far. Team B will steal the question, and if team B, all 3 of them answer correctly, then they will get the points team A has also collected. But if team B, one of the members misses or gets an option wrong, then Team A and Team B will have both the points they have collected themselves. So Team A will have 20 and Team B will have 20. Any questions? There's no negative marking. But you can only answer once and no answers can be repeated across Team A, Team B. अच्छा ठीक है तो all teams please pay attention. There'll be Team A and Team B. There are 6 teams, so you will be divided into 3 pairs. Team A, Team B. You will have an e-buzzer with a junior core member. One of you can choose to click the buzzer and you will have the mic. Suppose Team A person has the mic and he clicks the buzzer first. He is allowed to answer if he answers correctly. The question is how many name various food items of Gujarat. So if the first one says Dokla, that is correct. So Team A gets that question. Team A, all 3 members need to answer that question correctly. If all 3 of them answer that correctly, then Team A gets 60 points and Team B gets nothing. But if Team A, suppose the second member misses, he's not able to get that answer correctly, then the Team B, Shanti. Team B will have the option to steal those points. Team B will start, again, all 3 people. If all 3 of Team B answer correctly, Team A points will go back to Team B. They will steal those points. But if Team B also misses at the second person, no, so both of them will get the points they've accumulated. Both will get 20 points. No negative marking. But you can only answer once. Only one answer. And you cannot repeat it across all 6 people. Any doubts? So one pair of teams will get 2 questions. So there are total 6 questions. No audience questions. अरे 1 मिनट रुक जाओ ना ठीक है ई बजर वाले 2 जेसी मेंबर्स इधर आओ अच्छा होस्ट का चाहिए वो कर रहा हूं ठीक है तो फिक्स नहीं है अभी चिट्स कहाँ है Okay. मैं हाथ में ही रख रही हूँ, ठीक है चलेगा. Okay, so we have 6 chits with team A, B, C, D, E written, E, F written. A and B will pair up, C and D will pair up, and E and F will pair up. So I need one person from each team to come and pick a chit. Oh, and there is an elimination. So if there is A and B, only one of them will make it to the final round. नहीं. A and नहीं cumulative points होगा ना. Cumulative points नहीं है ना, हमने वो रखा है ना A and B.
अरे तो हर इसका एक विनर होगा ना, तो 3 टीम्स जाएंगे ना टू द एंड.
हाँ. 1 सेकंड वो स्कोरिंग का उसको पता है. 1 सेकंड. नर्मदा हमने यही रखा है ना. टीम ए और सॉरी टीम ए और बी में से कोई एक ही जाएगा ना टू द फाइनल. बुला लेते हैं ना, ट्राई कर उधर से। चल रहा है? आहान चल रहा है? ठीक है। टीम ए एंड बी प्लीज स्टैंड अप। चल रहा है क्या? तो इधर बुला लेते हैं ना। टीम ए एंड बी प्लीज कम ऑन स्टेज।
Let them face each other.
फैमिली फीड जो
चेयर्स लाए क्या हम?
No, no, no. छह लाने पड़ेंगे।
ठीक है ना, सोफा पे बैठ जाएंगे।
खड़ी
हाँ
हाँ माइक चाहिए।
ये आपकी टीम का माइक है। हु विल बी होल्डिंग द माइक? माइक और बजर सेम इंसान के पास रहेगा। और वो फर्स्ट होगा, फिर 1 2 3 ऐसा।
Anyone can press the buzzer, ना? From my team, फिर I'm
No,
supposed
you
to
will
press
have
it.
to press the
How?
buzzer.
ठीक है।
मतलब जैसे बाजू में रहेगा,
ठीक है।
he will hold the buzzer.
अच्छा, someone else will hold the phone.
हाँ मतलब whatever is comfortable to you. उसके फोन में बजर है बस।
ठीक है।
ये तुम्हारा माइक। क्वेश्चन स्क्रीन पे दिखेगा, तो आई थिंक जिसको बजर दबाना है वो नजदीक।
कौन बजर दबाने वाला कौन है? निशु को कर। निशु को कर।
बजर जो बजर दबा रहा है, जिसके हाथ में माइक है, वही फर्स्ट आंसर करेगा।
फर्स्ट आंसर कौन कर रहा है? मधुर को करेगा।
We can't discuss.
स्क्रीन टाइप थोड़ा ये
अरे स्क्रीन अच्छा है ना भाई? तो
स्क्रीन अच्छा है। नहीं
देखता हूँ
ट्राई कर।
कितने क्वेश्चंस रहेंगे? एक ही क्वेश्चन कितने क्वेश्चंस रहेंगे?
2 क्वेश्चन फॉर 2।
देखो जीता है ना
टीम बी राइट? अब ये टीम बी।
तो मतलब अभी एक क्वेश्चन होगा।
अभी क्वेश्चन आएगा, तुम्हें बजर दबाना है।
और क्वेश्चन सुनते सुनते कभी कभी ऐसे इधर टच करो, क्योंकि वो स्क्रीन टाइप कम है मेरा फोन।
क्या?
स्क्रीन ऑफ हो जाएगी।
अरे भाई मत लॉक मत कर देना।
लॉक हो जाएगी। और बढ़ा दे अभी चाबी
मेरे फोन में भेजा देंगे।
थोड़े ऐसे हो जाओ, you will also be able to see the screen clearly.
नेगेटिव नहीं है ना? चलेगा। मैं जी वाला बोल दूंगा ना। नेगेटिव में दबाना। अरे नहीं, खूप सारे ऑप्शन असतात। जनरल तरी नॉन
हेलो, हाँ, रेडी? नेक्स्ट, नेम द प्रेसिडेंट्स ऑफ इंडिया।
डॉक्टर राजेंद्र प्रसाद,
करेक्ट।
द्रौपदी मुर्मू,
नेक्स्ट,
डॉक्टर APJ अब्दुल कलाम।
टीम वी गेट्स 60 पॉइंट्स। हाँ, वो करेंगे। ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, नेम इंडियन ओरिजिन स्पोर्ट्स।
कबड्डी।
करेक्ट।
चेस।
करेक्ट। चेस इज इंडियन।
रेसलिंग। कुश्ती।
करेक्ट।
कुश्ती।
ओके, 60 पॉइंट्स। डन। Plus 120 points to team B. This round is done. C and D, please come on stage. हो गया. हाँ तो किसी का एक actually second वाला easy नहीं था. मैं आ गया था. कौन बोल रहा था प्रेशर में लोगों को याद नहीं आएगा. प्रेशर में लोगों को याद नहीं आएगा. Team C and D, please come on stage.
I have to go.
Negative mark, no negative marking. Avanti, team का है. अच्छा.
टीम सी.
Team C, please come on stage.
भाई कनेक्ट.
I'll explain the rules again. The person who holds the mic, the person who presses the buzzer, and the person who answers first has to be the same. And the mic will pass in this order, from the sofa till the screen.
वो दबा फिर मैं देखो माइक दूंगी.
जो पहले बजट माइक पकड़ लेता है वही माइक बोलता है. सेम.
हाँ ठीक है. बस फिर मैं माइक दे दूंगी.
Hockey is not Indian origin.
हाँ करते करते.
वो वीक है। कितने कपकेक्स कितने बाकी है? खत्म कर दिए।
हेलो।
मुझे खाने थे यार।
कुछ भी बोलते क्या फर्क पड़ता है? क्या फर्क पड़ता है?
बट अगर हमने डबल बोला तो उन पे जाएगा।
हाँ।
मुझे भी एक मेरा
दबा देना क्योंकि मेरे को कुछ नहीं आने ऐसे सब क्वेश्चंस नहीं।
हाँ।
इंडियन प्रेसिडेंट्स भी नहीं पता मेरे को।
रिपीट नहीं कर सकते।
रिपीट मत कर।
Like, can I suggest answer?
नहीं नहीं कुछ तो बोल लेंगे।
तू दबा ना वैसे हम कर लेंगे। नहीं
सिर्फ ऐसे करना है ना।
Can we start? JC buzzer set.
दबा देना। क्वेश्चन देखो।
Can we start? 3, 2, 1. Name rivers of
Jhelum.
अरे किसको बजर किसका है?
Ganga.
कावेरी,
यमुना.
60 points to team D. Please press the buzzer then answer. Okay, next question. Name Indian classical dance form.
भरतनाट्यम।
Team D है.
रुक जा आराम
Please
से। आराम से।
let
Mohini
JC.
Natyam.
Sorry?
Mohiniyattam.
Okay.
कथकली,
भरतनाट्यम.
Okay. Bharatanatyam she'd already said. Can you give another answer? Bye.
कथक.
Kathak, correct. 60 points. You can only steal if one of them gets it wrong. हाँ.
सैड हो गया।
आज दूसरे टीम में
Plus 120 points to team D. Team E and F come on stage. नर्मदा.
हेलो.
I'm F but.
Person who holds the mic has the buzzer should answer first, and the order will be from sofa to screen. Please press the buzzer before answering. Do not answer out of turn. Shh. नहीं नहीं ठीक है. Start. Name famous Indian authors.
चेतन भगत.
Who pressed the buzzer first? We did. Okay.
चेतन भगत.
Okay.
हाँ दिनकर दिनकर
क्या?
दिनकर दिनकर
Full name.
रामधारी सिंह दिनकर.
Just a second. He's a poet. He's not an author. Team F can steal.
Can we? Yes.
It needs to start in that order.
Yeah. Salman Rushdie.
हाँ, correct.
He's Indian origin. Indian origin. Indian author.
Indian origin.
He's currently British, but he's actually
But born Indian. ना? हाँ तो ठीक
दुर्जय दत्ता,
है. हाँ.
रस्किन बॉन्ड.
That's correct. So team F gets 20 and 60. Gets 80 points. You get their 20 points also. Team F gets 80 points.
20 है अपने पास.
Buzzers reset. Can I show the next question?
Yes.
Name Indian film directors.
आदित्य धर.
संजय लीला भंसाली.
You can't help your teammates. Any one name, or we give Team F the chance to steal.
It's a very loud stage.
Team F, if all three of you can't name, then Team E and Team F will have the respective points they've collected. Yeah, they can steal now.
Zoya Akhtar.
Okay.
इम्तियाज अली. करण जौहर.
That's correct. They get 40. 1 minute, please. 100 points. Team F gets 100 points. You have no points.
आधा बता रहे हो.
Now we have only 3 teams qualifying to rapid fire. We're calculating the scores. The results will be with us in some minutes.
Hello.
That was a very good round. 3 teams making it to the final rapid fire are Psychotics. Please maintain silence. Psychotics with 408 points. Kama Sutra with 292 points. And Salka Gairai with 179 points. PG-13 made a very great comeback. 139 points. 139 points. So the team with the highest score gets the rapid fire first. You will get a mic. I'll just explain the rules. Okay. Okay, you can come here for the rapid fire. Come on stage. मुझे ये नहीं जम रहा है पोडियम. स्टार्ट है क्या? नेगेटिव नहीं है.
Okay, so there will be 10 quick questions, 20 points per question, no negative marking. You can answer the question multiple times. You can pass it and come back to it if you have time left. 1 minute for 10 questions. Please settle down. 1 minute for 10 questions. You can come back to the questions in the 1 minute if you have time remaining. The questions you get wrong or you pass.
No, I will be saying the questions and you have to answer. You will get a mic. एक mic center से.
मैं बोल दूंगी ना. PPT में questions नहीं है. I am saying the questions. You can get 2 minutes. 2 है तुम्हारे पास. Don't shout, please. ठीक है? Timer start. Wait. Start. Which Indian painter is famous for horse paintings? Who wrote the novel The Great Gatsby? Gatsby.
Harper Lee.
No, that's wrong. Next question. In Harry Potter, what is the symbol for Hufflepuff?
Badger.
Correct. Who played Monica in Friends?
Skip.
Which Bollywood movie features the track Tere Liye?
Prince.
Correct. Which movie did A.R. Rahman win an Oscar for?
Slumdog Millionaire.
Correct. Red Fort was built by which Mughal emperor?
Shah Jahan.
Correct. Which Indian classical dance comes from Kerala involving masks and face paint? Correct. Which tennis player has the most Grand Slams, men's?
Djokovic, Novak Djokovic.
That's correct. Who's the titan of the sun in Greek mythology? Okay, do you want to go back to the questions you couldn't answer? Which Indian painter is famous for horse paintings?
MF Hussain.
Correct. Kathakali bole. How many points? Okay, Team Kamasutra, please come on stage. Team B, start. Narmada, start. Start. Raja Ravi Verma is known for realistic paintings of which ancient epics? The famous painting The Starry Night is by? Correct. Who wrote To Kill a Mockingbird?
Harperly.
Correct. Which Bollywood actor played Bhavesh Joshi?
Harshvardhan Kapoor.
Correct. Which Bengali director created the Appu trilogy? Bengali director. Okay. Olympic symbol colors represent how many continents?
5.
Correct. A novel has the line Winter is Coming famously adapted in which series?
Game of Thrones.
Correct. Hawa Mahal is located in which city?
Jaipur.
Who scored a double century in ODI first for Indian men?
Rohit Sharma.
Virendra Sehwag.
Wrong.
Sachin Tendulkar.
Correct. Name of the Egyptian god of death?
Set.
No.
Horus.
No.
Can we go to the previous question?
Okay. Raja Ravi Verma. Time's up. It's Anubis. Team Salkai Gaira, please come on stage. 7 correct. No, they qualified to. Yeah, but नहीं points wise था ना फिर बाद में decide किया.
Hello.
Team C, rapid fire. Narmada, start. Who painted The Last Supper? Last Supper, the painting. Which Indian batsman holds the record for scoring the most runs in Test cricket history?
Sachin Tendulkar.
Correct. Who wrote the popular trilogy Hunger Games?
Skip.
Which K-pop group released Butter?
BTS.
Correct. Which author created Sherlock Holmes? Which OTT shows features the characters Guddu Pandit and Bablu Pandit?
Prime Video. मतलब Mirzapur.
Correct. Which city is called the City of Joy?
Joy. Venice.
No, India.
No idea. Skip.
Where is Charminar located?
Hyderabad.
Correct. In Hindu mythology, Garud is the Vahan of which god?
Kartika.
No.
Skip.
Skip. The river that flows through Egypt is?
Nile.
Correct. Do you want to go back to the question? Time up. 5 correct. सब बोलना ऐसा 1000 में जाएगा.
Can we like something दे दो. Kitchen है तुम्हारे पास? Ascension का kitchen है क्या?
That's थोड़ा embarrassing. Okay, okay.
तो घर गया
यही दे दो क्या? वो भी बचा है. जो भी अच्छा. थोड़ा guessable नहीं है क्या winners? Okay.
सो कौन एलिमिनेट हुआ
हाँ, वो लास्ट वाले ना सलका कह रहे हैं. ठीक है. वो निधि को बोलिए नाम लिख दे. ठीक है, ठीक है. चलेगा. Before announcing the prize, we would like to congratulate PG-13 on the best comeback so far in the quiz. Team scores. निधि मुझे scores दे.
Cortex first or
हाँ, thank you. So we have our winners with us. Second place goes to Team Kamasutra with 432 points. And first place goes to Psychotics with 548 points. Congratulations. निधि तुझे क्लोजिंग का करना है क्या? क्लोजिंग का करना है क्या? कपकेक्स है क्या? मुझे ऐसा और दो ऑडियंस क्वेश्चन लेना है क्या? कपकेक्स अंदर देख क्या ना? नहीं, बहुत लेट हो जाएगा. कपकेक्स है क्या अंदर देख क्या ना? Certificate. The certificates are getting ready. Please give us 2 minutes. Winner. You made yourself useful. I'm surprised. किधर है? I don't know. Yeah, it's your own. हाँ, मुझे family food में खाना है. ये इसने मना किया.
अरे 6 क्वेश्चन भी नहीं तो हम वो प्लेऑफ्स वाला कर सकते हैं.
प्लेऑफ्स वाला कर सकते थे आईपीएल फॉर्मेट.
शुड आई राइट द टीम पार्टिसिपेंट्स का नेम भी आई राइट ना?
पार्टिसिपेंट का नहीं, टीम नेम नहीं होता सर.
कामसी
हाँ, नहीं अच्छा था. एक तो पीजी स्टूडेंट्स रेयरली पार्टिसिपेट. दे पार्टिसिपेटेड विथ -41 पॉइंट्स. हाँ, मैंने बोला था अलग प्लेस के सर्टिफिकेट्स बनाओ. Rapid fire like is the best round.
Yes, I got it. Most fun part.
Who created Sherlock?
It was very easy.
Guys, on 13th of December, we have another event called Speak Up, which is an extempore competition. Please participate. We have on-spot registrations also open. Yes. My mind is always wandering. Maybe Now I would request Chief Organizer to please present these certificates. Whoa. Acha. जल्दी लिख. हाँ. आजा ना. जीते तो नहीं हो तुम. महाभारत अच्छे साल से ये लोग फोन ले उसके पास से। स्पीकअप में लो ना, वो उसको तो बोला है, तुम भी लो ना, तो तुम हार के जाना, एक जगह हार जाना। फर्स्ट प्लेस टीम साइकोटिक्स।
Exactly.
सेकंड प्लेस टीम कामसूत्र।
ऊपर इवेंट का नाम, क्विज मास्टर्स का नाम।
अभी क्या निधि क्लोजिंग नहीं ठीक है मुझे तो थैंक यू बोलना। We thank all teams for participating in the quiz today. Thank you so much for attending. It's been a wonderful quiz. Thank you. Audience.